The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 251 Richard the Dragon Slayer. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha. Wow, in the early morning, a deafening roar, so loud it shattered the morning tranquility, resounded throughout the vast mansion. Zun Zun, stunned by the deafening roar, fell out of bed with pain in his buttocks. What happened, Master Zun Zun? You're awake now. A maid came over with an embarrassed expression. Who is it? Why is there such a loud voice in the hallway? Doesn't that person know who I am? Without even waiting for Fram to change his clothes, he angrily pushed open the bedroom door, revealing a broad, tall, and hairy figure. His face could not be seen, but he was covered in brown hair that extended from his back to a dark brown hue. From his back, he looked like a punk. His muscular, leather-clad body radiated a sense of a reconciliation between the wild and the civilized. The steel shoulder pads protecting Lulu's upper body bore the name of the Hexen Chamber of Commerce stamped on them. Judging from his back, he was undoubtedly a kobold among the demi-humans, and with the name of the Hexen Chamber of Commerce, this fellow. Perhaps it was Zun Zun's malevolent gaze, or perhaps the kobold's keen eyesight, but after a pause, he turned his head. Huh? Hey, down there, sorry. You were too small, I didn't see you. The same deafening voice from before blew by like a strong wind, blowing away Zun Zun's sleep and his slowly regaining lucidity. You're talking too loud, really? I'm so sorry. Hey, don't you understand? You're talking too loud. I'm so sorry. Fuck you. He wondered if the kobold was being rude, but the more he spoke, the louder he got, causing Zun Zun to raise his voice even more, seemingly satisfied, and then raise it even further. Was this a competition to see who could speak the loudest? Give it up, Zun Zun. Natsuki Subaru covered his ears with a pained expression on his face as he stepped out from behind the kobold's broad body. This guy clearly doesn't listen to people who speak well, you know. I understand as soon as you say it like that. Zun Zun couldn't help but grumble. He also had no intention of arguing with him. After all, idiots like that were the most annoying. Brother, you look like the sixth candidate for the throne the young lady mentioned. Are you going whaling with us today? Fine, I'll protect you. After all, you are the young lady's fiancé. Wait, we haven't even started. Zun Zun glared at him. He wasn't sure if his words were intentional, but his loud voice made many stop. They watched him with eyes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and resistance, all laden with meaning. What did you say? How noisy, you idiot? Zun Zun tried to raise his voice, but he couldn't match the kobolds. However, he was quite satisfied with his own performance. Yes, you are a strong man. How did you know? Does a loud voice mean strength? The meaning wasn't clear. But this only reinforced the fact that the kobold was an idiot. The name of the Hexen Chamber of Commerce, coupled with the orc's Keraliki accent, left no doubt that he belonged to Anastasia's mercenary corps, the Iron Fang. My name is Ricardo, please teach me. As expected, with his loud introduction, Zun Zun confirmed his identity. Staring into the kobold's sharp eyes, Zun Zun nodded seriously and said, There's a lion in your eyes, huh? Richard was visibly stunned, but then he smiled and said, Thanks for the compliment, I was calling you a loser, idiot. People who don't understand metaphors are the most annoying. Seeing Richard grinning with his sharp fangs bared, Zun Zun felt powerless against such an idiot, so he said, All right. It's settled. From today on, your nickname is Dragon Slayer. You can hold your head high. Before he could finish, a large, hairy hand covered his mouth. Hey, little brother, don't say such things lightly. Richard's voice lowered considerably. He was unusually timid, and he had no choice. This was the Pro-Dragon Kingdom, the nation that revered dragons the most. The title of Dragon Slayer was already disrespectful. Furthermore, he was a special demi-human, and the demi-human war over a decade ago still hadn't calmed those people's anger. If word of Ricardo's Dragon Slayer got out, it would be like a disco in a grave. Zun Zun pulled his hairy hand away, rolled his eyes in annoyance, and then looked at Ricardo with a mocking look. Are you scared? Speak up so I can hear you. Well, that's incredible. Ricardo has always been impervious to negative remarks about him, and I didn't expect you to be able to discipline him." As the three of them talked, Anastasia walked over with a mischievous smile. She probably intended for the wild and disobedient Ricardo to give Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru a warning, but instead, Zun Zun chastised her. "What are you talking about? I didn't say anything negative. On the contrary, I was praising him." "Right, Lord Dragonslayer Ricardo, ahem, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Ricardo coughed hard, as if to drown out Zun Zun's voice. This guy even lost his Keraliki accent. Anastasia blinked. "It's amazing you could do that. You know, the trick to getting along with Ricardo is to avoid getting too close to him, but I didn't expect there was another way. I wish you told me before we met. You're a really mean person." Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but grumble. Unlike Zun Zun, who easily subdued the loud-mouthed, dog-headed man, he had already been subjected to her baptism of fire from the start. "Sorry, I'm curious to see how Natsuki reacts. Not only is he a mean person, but he also has a terrible personality." The moment she finished speaking, a large, hairy hand appeared on Natsuki Subaru's head and gently pinched it. "That hurts." "Hey, bro. Don't say that to the young lady. You should be nicer to your boss. Miss is so demanding with everyone, so she has no friends. So if you start being nice to her now, you might just win her over." The last part of the sentence was directed at Zun Zun. It's unclear whether this was a cunning ruse orchestrated by Anastasia or if Ricardo was just like that. If it's the latter, one can only tell that beneath her wild appearance lies a delicate heart. Miss Anastasia is a very good woman. X3 Hearing Zun Zun's words, the three of them were stunned. Subaru Natsuki's reaction was the most shocking. He quickly shouted, "You say this girl is an excellent woman? Listen, my dear, you must have never met an excellent woman to say that." "That's right, Gut Hunter, Felt, Priscilla, even Crush." "Really? It's a pity you haven't met an excellent woman." "But this doesn't mean Anastasia is an excellent woman." Recalling his previous reincarnation, although he had carelessly fallen into the trap, his impression of Anastasia definitely wasn't good. "Young man, you're exaggerating." "But I have the same idea." "Hey, whose side are you on? Weren't you praising your eldest daughter?" "Ricardo, shut up." Anastasia kicked the kobold. Zun Zun shrugged. "I'm not flattering or saying anything untrue. I mean this sincerely. You know, Miss Anastasia single-handedly founded the Hexen Chamber of Commerce, a company with immense potential. Her wisdom, talent, and determination are unparalleled, and I admire her deeply. Even her status as a candidate for the king's election has only accelerated her rise." He fixed his gaze on Ricardo and the other Iron Fang mercenaries. "Besides, with such excellent subordinates like you, I can't imagine how she couldn't become an outstanding businesswoman." "Ho ha ho ha. You're right, young man, we are the Iron Fang, the best mercenary group in Keraliki." Ricardo slapped Zun Zun on the back, his voice deafening once again. If the force he used had been directed at Natsuki Subaru, he probably would have been blown away. Zun Zun, however, merely endured it silently, rolling his eyes in annoyance at most. The Iron Fang mercenary leader's narrowed eyes shone with an intense light. Anastasia remained silent, covering her slightly flushed cheeks with her hands. Perhaps he didn't take kindly to compliments. Natsuki Subaru was surprised by the contrast with a greedy businessman. Perhaps it was true, as Ricardo said, that a gentle approach would easily win her over. He also looked at Tsubasa strangely. Could he really be a master of philandering? "It seems you two have already met." Crush appeared before him majestically. She wasn't wearing a normal military uniform, but rather light armor. Honestly, it didn't seem to offer much defensive power. But as the saying goes, the less you wear, the better your defense. Tsubasa noted carefully that Crush's armor was a top-grade magical item, supposedly capable of providing a powerful shield as long as its magical power wasn't completely depleted. "Miss Crush's appearance is indeed timely," Anastasia retorted. Perhaps she saw Crush's appearance as simply an attempt to ruin Tsubasa's chance at ingratiating herself with her, but Crush had no such intentions. "I don't know if you have some misunderstanding about me, Anastasia Hexen, but I'm not here to argue with you. I just want to tell you that it's almost time. Please come to the drawing room." With that, she turned around and left. Anastasia pouted. "After all, aren't we here to interrupt?" Well, miss, have you forgotten our purpose? Right now, that's more important, isn't it?" Ricardo wanted to pat the marshmallow girl on the back, but he was afraid she'd end up like the marshmallow. unable to recover. So he stopped his hand in midair and landed on Zun Zun. "Why aren't you finished yet?" Zun Zun rolled his eyes at the embarrassed kobold and said to Anastasia, "Good. The white whale is important right now. We'll talk about the rest when we get back." "I understand," she nodded obediently, like a docile and considerate wife. Natsuki Subaru, knowing her true nature, was almost shocked, and of course, so was Ricardo. Chapter 252 White Whale. Following Crush's impassioned and inspiring speech, the White Whale subjugation campaign officially began. This was the first large-scale operation to eliminate it since the Great Crusade 14 years earlier, and an unprecedented intensity was expected. The expedition was composed of the Great Crusade, commanded by Crush, led by Wilhelm, and 15 smaller teams of 15 men each, for a total of approximately 220 men. In addition, there were the Iron Tusks, the orc mercenary group led by Richard, on loan from Anastasia. In addition to Richard, there were 2 deputy captains. "I am Mimi, I am Black Taro," as the young lady ordered. "Your Grace, we will protect you." 2 kittens, one raising their hand and the other bowing respectfully, announced their names. One was a head shorter than his Grace, with orange fur and a charming face that perfectly matched the white robes covering his neck. "She's so cute, I want to kidnap her," Natsuki Subaru commented. Mimi smiled. "Miss always says that, sister." "You're saying it again," Kuretaro, inexplicably flustered, chided, bowing his head apologetically to Zun Zun. Judging by their names, they must be twins. Zun Zun had a special eye for Mimi. Not only did her name resemble Xiaomi's, but they also had similar personalities, resulting in unique vision. Although Natsuki Subaru insisted she didn't doubt them, she still harbored doubts about their abilities. Mimi and Kuretaro weren't angry, but instead warned him and the others about their fighting styles. For example, Ricardo would charge headfirst into battle, and Mimi was just as assertive. Only Kuretaro would work diligently. "Don't worry, we'll do our best to follow Master Crush's instructions, but we'll fight in our own way. And before that, our most important mission is to protect Mr. Zun Zun." Kuretaro bowed his head respectfully to Zun Zun. He was very polite, almost deferential. It was unclear whether it was Anastasia's request or a show of deference to Zun Zun's status. Mimi, on the other hand, carelessly and unintentionally called out, "Because, Mr. Zun Zun, you are Mrs. Fiancé." "Hey," his good impression of her was shattered. Sister, Black Taro, sensitive to emotional fluctuations, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, you didn't mean it like that." "Why did Black Taro stop me?" Miss said he was her fiancé, right? His expression before leaving was clearly one of confusion. "Shut up, sister." The younger brother seemed consumed with worry for his sister, who kept talking, his face drawn. Zun Zun, on the other hand, saw more of Xiaomi and Mimi, and they both unintentionally blurted out shocking remarks. "What do you think, little brother?" "That's a very considerate gesture from the young lady. Are you moved?" Suddenly, Ricardo, who was riding next to the dragon carriage, spoke loudly, looking at Zun Zun. "Were they tactless?" "No." Zun Zun rolled his eyes, then pulled Otto, who was cowering in the back corner of the dragon carriage, towards him and retorted loudly, "I have my own knights. If I'm in danger, Otto will protect me." Ricardo carefully examined Otto, whose face was pale and about to vomit. While he showed no disdain, he still felt a little uncomfortable watching him. "Brother, I think you have more energy than him. On the battlefield, you should be the one protecting him, eh?" Zun Zun looked at the half-dead Otto in his arms. Even now, his face was filled with despair, and he kept muttering something like, "Wacko subdue the white whale, he was a coward." Ricardo and the others mocked Otto's reaction. He was so scared even before entering the battlefield. He wasn't a skilled warrior. If Otto knew what they were thinking, he would definitely shout that he was a merchant, not a warrior. Natsuki Subaru understood Otto's fear. After facing off against the white whale and the witch cult several times, if it weren't for Rem's unwavering support, he would have collapsed and wanted to escape. But if he had to comfort someone, "It's okay, Otto is formidable when he's serious, and he's the kind to be serious in the face of danger. I trust him. Why? He's my knight." Zun Zun patted the weak-kneed man's back hard. Like swallowing words before an exam, Zun Zun seemed to want to beat his fear away. "It hurts," Otto cried out in pain. He rubbed his back with a grimace, wanting to complain loudly, but the stabbing pain calmed his trembling body. Seeing Zun Zun smiling at him, he took a deep breath. Opening his eyes, Otto, who had been so shy he wanted to run away, revealed for the first time the resolute gaze of a gentleman. Mal, you're about to laugh. Otto, you're not suited for such a serious look, especially when you're forcing yourself. Phew. Otto's face flushed, embarrassment and anger flooded his cheeks. He hadn't expected to be betrayed. He wanted to deny it and defend himself out loud, but amid the laughter, he lacked the courage to speak. However, he clearly sensed that Ricardo and the others had no ill intentions. Fortunately, the expedition ran into no trouble and arrived safely at their destination. They arrived 5 hours before the white whale appeared, and the bright moonlight had already infiltrated the night sky where the decisive battle would take place. The expedition met with the deployed advanced troops, took stock of their weapons and supplies, and made final preparations for battle. Of course, Zun Zun also participated in the meeting. After confirming the battle plan, which included their respective tasks, they had some free time before executing it. Zun Zun, Fram, and Otto went to rest nearby while advising the timid new knights. Ricardo and the others didn't disturb them, hoping they would unnecessarily help Anastasia curry favor, but they didn't. As mercenaries, they were more focused on the impending battle. Everyone had their own work, except for Natsuki Subaru, who, armed with his old flip phone, joins Zun Zun and the others under the sage tree with Rem. Natsuki Subaru expected them to engage in a pre-battle mobilization like theirs, perhaps exchanging words of encouragement. But as they drew closer, playing around? Hey, are you guys camping out? There's a limit to how much you can relax, right? He couldn't help but cry out. Seeing that they were playing a coin-guessing game, his expression became even more bewildered. What the hell are you doing, Zun Zun? Grinding for the guaranteed bonus. What? So I'm grinding for the guaranteed bonus? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. It was understandable that Natsuki Subaru didn't know. This was what Zun Zun always did before an important battle. It increased his luck. It must have been difficult for the others to understand, but Zun Zun didn't expect them to understand, so Natsuki Subaru was forced to leave. The decisive battle was approaching. A uniquely tense atmosphere characteristic of a battlefield floated around the tree. The others were fully prepared, and Zun Zun's luck was also at its peak. The punitive forces gathered on the battlefield were in excellent condition, silently biding their time. The night sky above the streets was filled with fast-moving clouds due to the strong winds that night. Every time the moonlight was obscured by clouds, someone would look up, hoping to see if a white whale was swimming above them. Just by observing that gesture, it was evident that everyone was on high alert. Only 1 hour until the appointed time, Crush whispered calmly. Seeing Ferris purse his lips beside him, the ever-witty catboy lost his composure and interrupted him. At the front of the subjugation team was Wilhelm, brandishing the sword. The old man, with 6 swords strapped to his waist, held 2 in each hand, ready to charge at any moment. The constant energy of the sword, intertwined with that of the sword demon, reached a point of sharpness, piercing flesh. Otto gulped nervously. In that completely silent and empty space, any sound was amplified, and the sound of his swallowing was no exception. All eyes were fixed on him, causing the timid man to groan and shrink behind the shorter Zun Zun. Are you nervous, Otto? Yes, yes. After all, it is a white whale. No one has been able to defeat it in hundreds of years, and anyone who encounters it will be eaten, but it is certainly a great feat, huh? If you manage to defeat it, you could go down in history. Aren't you excited? No, Otto growled softly. He was mad to have upset the white whale. And he didn't hold a grudge like Crush, Wilhelm, and the others did, so why bother? Ricardo, standing next to him, slapped Otto hard on the back, and Otto yelped in pain. But although his voice drowned out the other sound, all eyes turned toward it. The sound came from Natsuki Subaru's old flip phone, music blaring. It was the signal, Subaru had said, that the time had come. Otto suppressed a grimace and covered his mouth, wanting to shout. Everyone, alert, Subaru shouted, and the expedition deployed with all its might. According to Subaru Natsuki, the white whale would appear seconds after the notification on his old flip phone. If anyone believed him, it wouldn't be surprising to see that enormous beast soaring through the air even at that very instant. However, in the silence, there was no trace of the appearance of a powerful magical beast. It was a disappointment. It wasn't entirely true, but the battlefield remained unchanged for a minute, leaving Subaru with a strange feeling of hesitation. Was the information mistaken? Before he could think, Zun Zun shouted with all his might. Here they come, His eyes detected a vast source of magical power. What? Subaru was stunned for a moment. The streets remained quiet, and the surrounding landscape lacked any sign of an enemy. Now, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, and a dark, enormous shadow loomed over the plains. Could it be? Subaru raised his head sharply. The presence obscuring the moonlight was slowly descending, drawing closer. It wasn't clouds, but the shadow of a giant fish, a magical beast floating in the air. The white whale has arrived. Chapter 253, Fight. Great. This whale was enormous. It was dark, so I couldn't see its full size, but judging by its massive shadow, it must have been at least 50 meters long. A thought crossed Zun Zun's mind. There's a fish in the North Sea called kun. It's so big it can't be stewed in a single pot. It requires 2 grills, one for a secret recipe and one for a mildly spicy one. I wonder what it tastes like? The white whale, oblivious to the smaller soldiers, turned its enormous head, almost as if trying to confirm their location. This lack of caution left it vulnerable. Crush raised her hands. All troops, saber light, Alhuma, just in time, Zun Zun chanted a spell, and a brilliant lightning sword shot out. Elsewhere, Rem, following Subaru Natsuki's lead, unleashed an enormous icicle. Lightning and icicles, as thick as the mansion's beams, instantly tore through the air and slammed into the white whale's carcass. The enormous monster, seemingly bewildered, let out a shrill scream, spilling a torrent of blood to the ground. In his limited life, Zun Zun had learned one thing, that striking first in battle greatly increases one's chances of victory. The 2 earth dragons charged in unison. Fram, Zun Zun, Rem, and Natsuki Subaru seemed to be vying for the most impressive advantage. A cloud of dust rose, and the enormous monster's screams echoed through the streets. The battle to capture the white whale had begun, and preparations were complete. Crush had no time to question the two's false start. Like a referee at the opening of a sports competition, she fired the signal cannon only after the 2 had charged forward. The subjugation team fired their cannons, and the cannons, packed with magic ore, ignited and unleashed their magic stone cannons. The unified volley roared, and the shells tore into the white whale's body with destructive force. At the moment of impact, the magical power infused into the magic ore transformed into its corresponding properties, fire, ice, lightning, and light, continuously widening the wounds inflicted by Zun Zun and Rem. A dark rain of blood fell onto the streets. Zun Zun was about to launch a second attack, widening the wounds again. Fram, at the wheel of the dragon chariot, seemed to notice something and shouted into the fierce wind, "Zun Zun! The night killer is approaching. Please close your eyes." He quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. The next second, an intense white light erupted in the air, illuminating the surroundings as if day and night had been reversed. However, this effect had a limited range of approximately 100 meters, while everything beyond remained pitch black. The intense light above its head was caused by a special, separately cast magic stone. It was called the Night Killer because it could transform the magic power it infused into light to illuminate the darkness. After all, allowing the white whale to dive into the night made it difficult to capture. The magic stone's effect lasted for about an hour. A body floated clearly in the sky above the plain, which had lost its darkness. The white whale, whose form had never been clearly identified, was completely exposed to the white light. Roar, roar, whether from pain or radiance, the white whale roared, shaking its enormous body. The resounding roar was not a simple noise, it bordered on destruction. Its ferocious cry shook the air, and even the most trained land dragons instinctively recoiled in fear. Ricardo's roar paled in comparison. The white whale swung its neck above the plain, calmly observing the small human challenging it. Although drenched in blood, its swimming posture showed no signs of injury. It had already been labeled as tough and sturdy. The white whale. Its rock-like skin was crisscrossed with spikes, neatly covered in countless white hairs. The pectoral fins protruding from its lower abdomen resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe, while its smaller dorsal and caudal fins were shaped like the same. Countless dimples adorned its head and flanks, repeatedly opening and closing as if it were breathing. At nearly 50 meters long and 30 meters tall, its enormous body looked more like a mountain than a living being. A mountain of white rock, floating freely in the air like a joke. Evil, evil, evil. Natsuki Subaru didn't know if he had a gigantic fear, but the constant pursuits of white whales made him tremble with fear, his teeth chattering. And then, "Woohoo!" Zun Zun beside him exclaimed excitedly. He smiled broadly and shouted, Such a large fish can be roasted or boiled, glazed with honey, or minced, all perfectly fine. By the way, isn't it a little difficult to prepare the pot, Master Zun Zun? If you don't insist on a whole pot, you can do it little by little. Yes, Fram, how clever you are, Zun Zun laughed heartily. Just thinking about eating a white whale, what madness? Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but grumble, but after the rude master and servant made a fuss, he lost his fear and even shouted, I want sashimi. Then Ram will show Subaru a real fish, said the blue-haired maid with a smile. The two earth dragons crossed paths. Perhaps it had heard Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru's lies about eating fish, but the white whale turned its huge eyes and looked at the four people who had separated from the subjugation team and were approaching. It opened its jaws, capable of swallowing a dragon chariot whole, revealing a massive mouth filled with teeth, ready to roar. Anticipating the destructive sound that would soon follow, Natsuki Subaru clung to the earth dragon and covered his ears, ready to defend himself. Don't even think about it, how dare you look away? I've been underestimated. The swift thunder sword lashed out again, this time accompanied by another invisible sword. The two combined to carve a shallow line across the white whale's head. One was Zun Zun. The other was Crutch. Turning, looking behind the attacker, he saw Crush, ready to strike with her sword, but with nothing in her hand. Crush's renowned sword technique, the 100-man Ichidachi, a sword that defied range, the invisible sword, was an impressive display. Incredible, Tsukumo praised. Though its power eventually diminished, its ability to ignore distance was truly impressive. Considering that Tsukumo only allowed his opponent to run 39 meters at most, Tsukumo had only allowed them to advance 39 meters. When Tsukumo and Subaru Natsuki opened the scoring, Wilhelm and Ricardo followed close behind, swirling around the white whale. Each blow of their swords and machetes tore off a chunk of flesh, splattering them with blood, their expressions even more ferocious. Kuretaro also commanded the mercenaries, who, from his position, began ravaging the white whale's enormous figure. Their brandishing of swords and spears looked like the ravaging of a poisonous insect. To free itself from the predator crawling over its body, the white whale had no choice but to swing. Its immense size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Exposing its weakness, its lack of agility, Crush seized it and ordered everyone to retreat. The freed white whale turned sharply, attempting a counterattack, but fell into a preset trap. Its soft flank was exposed. Saber-light, the Zun Zun seized the opportunity, unleashing its full power. Interpreting this as a signal, Crush and the already prepared magical equipment chanted in unison, creating a fiery aurora. Yargoa. In a world where the sun and moon appeared simultaneously in the sky, a second scorching sun appeared low in the sky. The enormous fireball rotated, gaining initial speed, then accelerating from slow to fast, and finally to high speed. It struck the white whale's exposed flank, piercing through the wounds inflicted by the Zun Zun's sharp lightning bolt. The flame scorched the accumulated wounds, searing its flesh. The white whale's screams, boiling its internal organs, shot into the sky. Smells. Tastes so good. The aroma of roasted meat filled his nostrils, and Zun Zun's mouth secreted a large amount of saliva. Because of his greed for the white whale, he hadn't eaten anything before the battle. Flame fragments spread across the plain. The mercenaries, afraid of being implicated, rushed for cover, and Natsuki Subaru and Ram were no exception. Only Zun Zun and Fram. Instead of dodging, they dashed straight toward the white whale flying in the air. Miraculously, they weren't burned by the flame fragments falling along the way. How lucky, Natsuki Subaru asked, astonished. But then, he felt strange. Wait, Zun Zun clearly wanted to fight, but our battle plan had already been finalized, so why is he still advancing? Because it didn't work. What? Hearing Rem say this, Natsuki Subaru was stunned. He had believed it would be effective and felt he could kill her. The surprise attack just now was aimed at bringing her down. But look, young man, he looked in the direction where Rem and Ricardo were pointing. Half of the white whale's body had been burned by the powerful magic, and the flames spreading through its fur showed no signs of extinguishing. The damage from the Zun Zun's magic stone cannon and powerful magical attacks was considerable, and the bleeding looked painful. However, its enormous body still towered high in the sky, forcing one to look up. While it wasn't a height a land dragon couldn't leap to, it was still extremely difficult for a human to challenge alone. And most importantly, if the monster didn't land, they wouldn't be able to advance to the next battle. Then Zun Zun is. Perhaps he wants to complete the first step. Ricardo wiped the orc's bloody face. His smile was so ferocious it could stop a child from crying at night. Natsuki Sabaru's heart skipped a beat. Elsewhere, Fram sped off in his dragon chariot, taking Zun Zun to the white whale's base. He raised his head and shouted at the bloodied old swordsman, Sword Demon Wilhelm, who was wreaking havoc on the whale's back. Master Will, help me. Wilhelm, seeing Zun Zun's direction, immediately understood his intention and nodded vigorously, quickening his pace to match that of the earth dragon. Together, they reached the white whale's left fin. Let's attack, look out. At the signal, sharp swords, brimming with violent energy and swift lightning with immense penetrative power, struck from above and below, aiming for the white whale's vulnerable fin. Wilhelm stomped heavily on the white whale, and it seemed to have lost its wings and could not bear the weight, and its height decreased drastically. Chapter 254 Despair is a Deadly Disease. It wasn't over yet. Wilhelm, using his foot's momentum to step on the white whale, performed a graceful somersault in the air and landed on his head. He swung his sharp sword with both hands, slashing from nose to cheek, and finally drove it into the whale's enormous eye. He sank his hands deep into the whale's left eye, but immediately abandoned his thrusts and, with his new swords, struck horizontally and then thrust upward. As a result, the whale's left eye was cut into 4 pieces and fell off. Fin and eye. This was the outcome of the battle between Zun Zun and Wilhelm. With their tacit cooperation, the toyed white whale was reduced to a mere slash, its strength undiminished by the overwhelming size difference. It was pure white. Just as Zun Zun was wondering, can I really not take on the white whale? The enormous whale trembled slightly, as if accepting the humiliation of losing a fin and an eye. Roar! An explosive roar erupted from the white whale's toothed maw. Zun Zun staggered, nearly falling, the earth dragon beneath him out of control. Its fins were severed, its single eye gouged out. Rage dyed the white whale's remaining eye blood red, its gaze suppressing the punishing force that charged. Then, its entire body trembled with hatred and fury, its flesh beginning to transform. Zun Zun, extremely sensitive to magical energy, immediately sensed its impending ultimate attack. Fram, back off. Yes, unconcerned with her prize, the maid spun the earth dragon around in a 180-degree turn, rapidly moving away from the white whale. Wilhelm did the same, leaping off the whale's back and hissing. A sleek earth dragon galloped toward him, carrying him away at full speed. Zun Zun then saw the white whale open its mouth. No, that's not entirely accurate. To be more precise, it was the pits covering the white whale's entire body that yawned, emitting a piercing sound. Now, the screams flooded their heads, a discordant sound unimaginable in this world, more irritating than the scraping of sharp nails on a blackboard, poisoning their minds. Humans weren't the only victims, even the earth dragons and other mounted beasts cowered in instinctive fear. It was a class divide. It was as if the dragons, at the pinnacle of life, exerted absolute dominion over the lesser beasts. From countless piercing mouths, an astonishing amount of white mist spurted out, instantly spilling over the plains, illuminating the world illuminated by the dissipating effect of the night, enveloping it in a blanket of white. Their vision blurred, and they shuddered. Subconsciously, they understood that the white whale had finally identified the subjugation team as an enemy. Even Zun Zun felt disoriented. The Crimson Demons were known for their heightened sensitivity to magic, and most used this ability to determine objects and directions. In the streets shrouded in magical fog, Zun Zun was completely lost. He seemed to understand why he couldn't defeat the white whale. The white whale, its enormous body soaring through the air, emitted discordant sounds from its open mouth, as if mocking the insignificant humans who dared to challenge it. The subjugation team, led by Zun Zun and Wilhelm, had already inflicted considerable damage. They severed one of its fins and gouged out one of its eyes. They had hoped to at least see it reach the ground. But now, oh no! It's fog, the white fog, shrieking incessantly, released fog from its countless mouths. The fog, descending from the sky and accumulating, expanded its area, extending beyond Jidao. The field of vision gradually turned white. The magic stone that repelled the night gradually lost its effect. With a reduced visibility, the subjugation team had difficulty coordinating effectively on the fog-covered plain. More importantly, the white whale seemed to have vanished into the sea of fog. Zun Zun had no way to locate it. Master Zun Zun, it's all right. Trust in my luck. Fram was a little nervous and bewildered. Zun Zun held her shoulders to encourage her. At the same time, the crown on her forehead began to wane. With her luck increasing, she instructed her maid not to run around like a headless fly, but to hurry in a certain direction. As the earth dragon began to flee, a thick fog covered the place where they had just been. The fog arrived with the force of a huge wave. If you dodge it for an instant, you will be engulfed along with the earth dragon. There is nothing to fear except fog alone. You might ignore it if you haven't actually seen it, but once you see it, you will realize how terrifying it is. The thick fog will disintegrate any flat ground it touches, and any matter will disappear wherever it goes. If swallowed directly by the fog, not even the human body will escape the same fate. I see. Zun Zun nodded, understanding. The white fog was no different from ordinary fog, containing almost the same amount of magic. Coupled with a lack of luck, it must have been carelessness that had engulfed him. Natsuki Subaru's strange behavior made sense. The white whale, known as the fog monster, has two main types of fog, one that spreads out and covers the entire street, expanding its range of movement, and an annihilating one, which had just vanished before their eyes, causing an entire expanse of land to vanish. This latter, destructive type, was a method of attack never seen before, and its threat was immediately apparent. Its destructive power was evident. But the effects went far beyond that. Crush brushed aside the fog enveloping him, wiping his sweat-drenched forehead and breathing heavily as he looked at the assembled teams. How many are missing? There were 12 of us on my team, and only 3 remain. Who's missing? I don't know. The middle-aged captain managed to gruffly answer the Duchess's anxious question, then shook his head. He wasn't the only one. 13 remain. 6, 8, 1. The same reports came in one after another, each squad leader unable to name their missing comrades. Even the one with only one member bit his lower lip in agony. Just moments ago, they had fought side by side, and now he couldn't even remember his comrades' names. What a joke. Fog of destruction, Otto's molars chattered, his body trembling with fear. As the name suggests, those who disappear upon encountering the fog will have their memories erased. This world only retains the fact that someone has disappeared, but their existence disappears from everyone's memory. No. It will remain in Natsuki Subaru's memory. But he too was heartbroken, equally overwhelmed with fear. Natsuki Subaru finally understood the true nature of the terrifying fear he had experienced in his past reincarnations. Although it shouldn't be done in this situation, everyone spontaneously counted the number of those who had disappeared. 21. The first wave of fog only cost the expedition one team. They didn't even know their names, pasts, or experiences, let alone the monuments they had erected. But do not be afraid, Crush's voice pierced the thick fog. From now on, the crucial moment begins. Our attack on the white whale has hit its target, as you have already sensed. It is truly powerful and unexpected. If we die, in the worst case, we might not even leave a trace. But, he drew his sword and raised it to the sky. For the dead whose names will not even be engraved on their tombstones, for the weak who will be exposed to the threat of the fog in the future, we must defeat it, even if it means our own deaths. Follow me, XN. Everyone raised their weapons to the sky and shouted. Meanwhile, at Crush's command, Ferris jammed the magic stone into the muzzle. With a thunderous explosion, the magic stone shot out high above the fog. The glow from the magic stone shattered across the sky, instantly clearing the white fog that prevented them from seeing. It did not dissipate all of the fog filling the plains, it merely reduced their concentration, easing the difficulty of maintaining vision. Even that alone was very effective. The white whale's fog was the result of a transformation of its immense magical power. In other words, he diffused it to form the mist. While the exorcism stone's original effect was to forcibly neutralize the surrounding magical power, using the power of this magic stone could neutralize the magic filling the mist and dispel it. If the exorcism stone was too potent, there would be a risk of weakening the magical attacks of Zun Zun and the others, but since the remaining mist could still be seen, there was no need to worry. It was just what he needed. The moment Zun Zun noticed the mist dissipate, his senses no longer obstructed by magical power, he suddenly locked onto the white whale, about 30 meters tall and beside him. Saber light, a bolt of lightning shot out again, tearing into the white whale's enormous body. The wound on its left fin had silently healed, but the lost fin would never grow back. Seeing his enemy, he became particularly jealous. The white whale's eyes turned bloodshot as it howled again. The shrill scream sounded like a woman's shriek, and the revulsion that arose made one want to cover their ears. It was like a roar, like laughter, a strange dimensional difference, carrying a swirling fog back and forth across the plains. Before Zun Zun could react, he saw Fram covering his ears in agony, his brow furrowed as he pounded at his ears, as if trying to clear something from his mind. Fram, it's something like magical poisoning. Perhaps the white whale is using sound just now to directly interfere with the fog, Rem, who had suddenly approached, explained to him, a grimace on her face. But compared to Rem and Fram, the other soldiers were in even more pain. Some were foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, and convulsing, some were groaning and clutching their hands, and some were gritting their teeth and banging their heads against the ground. The symptoms varied. But one thing was certain, madness could be transmitted through the fog. Zun Zun looked at the gigantic white whale soaring in the sky and couldn't help but raise his middle finger at it, cursing loudly, "Are you a super high school despair?" Now, I don't know if Zun Zun's curse reached the white whale, but it cried out in joy again. Soon, it realized something was wrong and posed an almost human-like doubt. "How come you, are okay? What a coincidence." Zun Zun had the same doubt. Chapter 255, High Ideals. The spreading fog was a trap that caused an abnormal state in those within its radius, making it impossible to avoid. Its vast area of effect was evident in the victims. It affected not only Zun Zun, his crew, and the surrounding teams. In fact, at a glance, numerous teams could be seen stopping to attend to their companions' anomalies. Zun Zun was unaffected. There was only one truth: the effect of God Body had activated, purifying the white whale's mental attack. He could conceive of no other reason. Zun Zun still wanted to push forward and inflict more damage on the white whale, but its pilot, Fram, was in bad shape. Her frail figure was now bare teeth, her once charming face twisted into a sinister snarl. "Fram, go back." Okay, Fram nodded, with a hint of self-reproach. "It's not your fault, Zun Zun. This kind of mental contamination is inevitable. Everyone is affected. Look at those people." He pointed at the self-harming soldiers, and the maid's face paled at the sight. Regardless of age, girls don't want their delicate skin damaged. The earth dragon turned, temporarily moving away from the white whale. Meanwhile, from the other side of the fog, Crush's voice echoed, "Whoever can move, carry the wounded to the tree. A little violence is fine if necessary." Following this firm order, the responses continued. Crush seemed unfazed by the fog, even maintaining her composure and calmly ordering. Being tricked by the white whale's mental contamination was truly infuriating. Luckily, Ferris was able to temporarily suppress and eliminate the effects, but with so many casualties, he simply couldn't bear it. With a personnel dedicated to recovering the wounded, his combat power was significantly insufficient. And most importantly, they couldn't allow the white whale to get close to the helpless punishment team. Their situation was daunting. "We just need to contain the white whale, right?" "That's right." Zun Zun's question received a decisive answer from Crush. Then he smiled confidently, "Leave it to me. I'm the best at walking the dog, but it's a fish, and a giant one at that," Natsuki Subaru retorted, not understanding the atmosphere. But thanks to him, the tension and sense of crisis dissipated considerably. The white whale was a white whale, one of the three great magical beasts, a formidable adversary and enemy. No matter how frivolously it was described or disguised, its power couldn't be underestimated. Zun Zun's request was rejected by Crush. After all, he was the sixth candidate for the throne, and even marrying him would secure the throne for her. But she couldn't stop him. It was the conviction and determination of a warrior, and Crush couldn't erase her feelings, not as a general. "I agree. Wait, no need to convince me, Subaru Natsuki. Zun Zun is a warrior now. Are you going to abandon his beliefs?" Natsuki Subaru was speechless. He knew that the previous Zun Zun had been swallowed by a white whale, and no one remembered him. That was why he didn't want Zun Zun to be in danger. But he couldn't express his concern. Zun Zun suddenly raised his hands, looked up, and shouted, "Excuse me for interrupting your feelings. But I must be clear, I don't have such lofty ideals or beliefs. I'm doing this because I want to be the center of attention. Because I want to be the center of attention." Natsuki Subaru opened his mouth wide in disbelief, and Crush pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. They must be confused. But there was nothing she could do. This was the Crimson Demon Clan, they were willing to die for attention. Zun Zun opened his shirt and struck a strange, demonic pose, identical to the one Natsuki Subaru had struck back in the reception room. I, Zun Zun, have a dream, to become a superstar of the kingdom. You are a Chunibayao, to be sure, Natsuki Subaru sighed. Crush also spoke up. It might shock you a little, but the look in your eyes tells me you mean business. So, in response to your conviction, I will give you consent. But on one condition: who will be your partner? The mission to lure out the white whale was dangerous, so 2 people were needed. However, Zun Zun's pilot, Fram, was undergoing treatment and was unable to accompany them. Don't worry, I have someone suitable. Zun Zun smiled, then pulled by the hand into the crowd, pulling out a gray-haired boy. Huh? Why was he on the battlefield? As everyone mulled this over, Natsuki Subaru blurted out his name upon seeing him. Otto. Despite wearing a knight's attire that irritated Natsuki Subaru, Otto wasn't as formidable as she imagined. He even ignored her presence after the battle began. In fact, I forgot about you. You're so insignificant, aren't you? Ugh, Otto groaned. He had clearly been concealing his presence on purpose, but unfortunately, Zun Zun, familiar with his knight's magical powers, pulled him away from the crowd. Crush looked Otto over carefully. With all due respect, I don't think he's up to the task. He seems too weak. I really am. Don't let me face the white whale. I'm so thin I can't even fill a gap between my teeth. Give the job to someone else. The Duchess's quick words didn't hurt Otto. Normally, being belittled like this would have provoked a furious retort, but as if the provocation hadn't affected him, Otto quickly nodded and acknowledged his weakness. Zun Zun punched the cowardly, screaming knight. It's fine, I trust him. Whether it was the blow or the words that had the effect, Otto groaned and stopped crying. Others might have considered Otto useless, perhaps even a hindrance in the dangerous mission ahead, but Zun Zun noticed something unusual about the cowardly knight. First, Otto's earth dragon didn't tremble. Even the superior white earth dragon ridden by Crush was kicking the ground nervously under the pressure of the white whale, but Otto's ordinary earth dragon showed no signs of trembling. It must be that he had used the power of his spirit word, the ability to communicate with non-human beings, to calm the restless earth dragon. Furthermore, Otto wasn't affected much by the white whale's mental contamination. Even the mighty Rem felt uncomfortable, her cheeks sometimes showing a hint of pain, but Otto showed no signs of discomfort and even roared with all his might. This guy was, without a doubt, the perfect tool. Alright, since you trust your knight, the Duchess nodded seriously. So Zun Zun lifted Otto onto the earth dragon, said goodbye to Crush, and walked away from the tree. All the way, Otto shouted at the wind, No, I can't do this. Fighting a white whale is impossible. That thing is one of the 3 great magical beasts, a powerful being from which we can only hope to escape safely. We can't win. Although Zun Zun often heard the panicked cries, they still sounded a little loud in his ears. And he subconsciously patted Otto's thin back. Don't be afraid, it hurts. Look at that white whale. Its left eye has been gouged out, its left fin has been severed, it's just a huge, motionless piece of fish, ready to be slaughtered. Are you still afraid of it? But, Otto clearly wanted to argue, but Zun Zun and Wilhelm had achieved such impressive results in the battle that he had no reason to argue. Also, Otto, are you doomed? What? The headwind prevented Zun Zun's words from reaching Otto. Then Zun Zun leaned over his back and shouted, Are you doomed? You say no, but your body obeys. And look, you're even more excited than I am. How is that possible? Otto shouted. He vehemently denied that he was excited about conquering the white whale. He was probably just scared and cowardly, wanting to escape. However, he couldn't fool Zun Zun, because from that moment on, Otto's breathing had become heavier and his magic power had become more active. Like it or not, the body doesn't lie. It's more like Otto is the kind of person who runs away desperately at first, but when he sees there's no way out, he puts all his strength into it. Once on the pirate ship, he can only accept his fate. But how do we lure the white whale out? It's simple. Zun Zun pointed at the white whale still soaring in the sky. Saber light, a beam, as thick as a bucket, shot out and landed on the white whale's face that was swimming leisurely. Then, while making a face at it, Zun Zun raised his middle finger. The provocative gesture caused the white whale to stop. Moreover, Zun Zun had cut off its fin, and the encounter between the 2 enemies was filled with resentment. The enormous fog monster turned around and swam towards Zun Zun and Otto, swaying with its tail. Its towering body, Like a mountain, streaked through the air, closing the distance with a force that surpassed the wind. Its devouring jaws closed. Its snout was right behind, close enough for Zun Zun to smell the fishy stench. Otto, what the? How scary, how exciting. How fun, not fun at all. Zun Zun's cackling laughter echoed through the street, followed by Otto's furious shouts. The roar of the white whale seemed to enhance the background atmosphere of the two. Chapter 256, God of War jumps, God of War sleeps. Otto is an extremely unlucky businessman who often faces extremely adverse weather conditions on the road, so his driving skills are very good, much better than Fram's. This is probably why he can communicate with a land dragon. Guided by Otto's skill and ability behind the wheel, Zun Zun continuously discharges electricity toward the large whale in the sky, stabbing upwards just below the chasing white whale, and then piercing its lower abdomen to stop it. However, the thunder, as dense as a bucket, was released for less than 5 seconds and dissipated after the white whale made a sharp sound. The thunder instantly turned into magical power. A lot of blood flowed from the wound, but it did not affect his movement. He suffered such injuries and lost so much blood, but he still retained vitality. His stamina is inexhaustible. Even Elsa would be embarrassed to face him. But you can't let Zun Zun be the center of attention alone, can you, Rem? Yes. Saberi's right, and me, Rem, commanding the Earth Dragon, simultaneously launched a massive icicle at the white whale. Subaru, like Zun Zun, raised his middle finger and grimaced, attempting to provoke the whale. It was only a feint. Wilhelm, lunging forward, slashed lengthwise through the white whale's body, impaling its sword. Then he climbed onto its broad back, wreaking havoc. Enos, sister, cooperate. The two vice-captains of the Iron Corps, tasked with protecting Zun Zun, followed on their mounts. Holding hands, they stopped before the wounds inflicted by Zun Zun's magic and gasped. Like the two generals, their voices overlapped, forming a radiant, wave-like sound, unleashing astonishing destructive power. Shockwaves radiated through the wounds, causing blood to spurt from the white whale's wounds. Its massive body rocked, ignoring its own consciousness as it descended in a heap. But the white whale screamed in pain, narrowly avoiding the fall. Well, we're pretty impressive, aren't we? 100%. Zun Zun, as expected, was unfazed by the two beauties taking credit for his efforts. He gave them a thumbs up, and the two responded with wide smiles. Move out of the way. Move out of the way. Here comes the ace, Ricardo's voice echoed from behind, swapping positions with the twins. He swung his massive machete with a roar, slashing down at the white whale's lower tail. How can I stay out of the spotlight? He declared, slamming his machete into the countless mist-spewing mouths, forcing them shut. However, the white whale wasn't going to sit there silently as a mere target. Like a hail of bullets, it unleashed a destructive mist from its endlessly destructive mouths. Ricardo left the task of dodging to his mount, while Wilhelm dodged the mist with inhuman agility. While they fought, the punitive forces and the Iron Fangs regrouped, firing their magic stone cannons again to protect Wilhelm and his men from the vulnerable situation. Seeing that its attacks were missing the insects, the white whale could only allow them to accumulate damage, growing increasingly anxious. It twisted its massive body and opened its mouth, preparing to release a mist. Don't even think about it, you're dreaming. Zun Zun and Wilhelm were the first to grasp the situation. Although they didn't exchange words, or even meet each other's eyes, it was as if they understood each other's intentions. Watch out, a violent lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, shot from its jaws, and a sharp, icy sword pierced its forehead. Together, the two men, one on top, one below, stopped the white whale's attempt to release the fog and smiled at each other. Then, Otto quickly rode away on the Earth Dragon, and Wilhelm drew his longsword, brandishing it again furiously at the monster's back. Richard, who had rejoined Wilhelm on the white whale's back, grinned broadly. I had a blast. She's stronger than I thought, but her innate strength isn't anything special. No. I didn't exaggerate. Wilhelm frowned at Richard's exclamation. He couldn't imagine it. His wife would lose to a monster of this caliber. Even considering the enemy's head start and the fact that they weren't distracted by the fog, it was impossible for her to have defeated his wife, the sword master of the previous generation. So there must be something else going on. Watch out, the Lord of the White Whale, whose strength was too great below, was completely stimulated by the lightning. He shouted a warning to the two above. Woof, an unusual move. The white whale soared upside down, lifting Richard and his mount in the momentum. Wilhelm, atop the whale's curved body, soaring into the sky, descended swiftly, climbing backward onto its ascending body. Shifting his weight and stabbing with his sword to control his stance, the veteran swordsman, drawing on his years of combat experience, sliced off a dorsal fin at the end of the whale's massive body. "Give it one more blow before you fall, roar." Hearing the whale's screams, Wilhelm stepped on the detached fin and plummeted to the ground. Falling from such a height was certain death, but Otto quickly tightened the reins and propelled the Earth Dragon forward, catching the veteran swordsman before he touched the ground. Then he gracefully stood in front of Otto. Otto shuddered in fear. Wilhelm was truly terrifying. His sword, his clothes, his face were stained with thick blood, and the beast's stench was unbearable. There was no time to applaud him for severing the whale's dorsal fin. He looked up. Blood dripped from the white whale's severed dorsal fin, falling like a torrential rain, dyeing the plains vermilion. Wilhelm, Zun Zun, and Otto were drenched in the bloody rain. They hadn't expected it to flee like this. However, the demonic beast's purpose in taking to the air remained uncertain. Iron Fang and the subjugation team members looked up anxiously, while its status swirled at the base of the tree. Saber Light, a furious bolt of lightning chased the white whale upstream again, striking its thick belly and tearing off another chunk of flesh. The already subtle bloody rain intensified. "Huh?" Otto cried in fear, and Wilhelm turned to look, bewildered. Zun Zun, however, smiled. "What are you doing? Are you the type to wait patiently for the enemy to transform? This is not an act of chivalry. The enemy does not have an invincible structure, so of course, we will defeat the fallen one." Although his words were a little incomprehensible, Wilhelm approved of Zun Zun's approach. There was no need for chivalry with such a beast. Roar! The white whale took to the air, roaring. Even Zun Zun could hear its fury. Otto trembled. Bad, bad, bad. We have completely enraged the white whale. What nonsense are you talking about? Hadn't we already riled it up? Not so. Zun Zun's confusion was met with an even louder rebuttal. This guy was usually timid. But in the face of danger like this, he screamed and shouted. Although he sounded terrified and scared, he quite enjoyed that thrill, didn't he? "Here it comes," exclaimed Wilhelm, who had been staring up at the sky. Zun Zun and Otto quickly looked up, but before they could comprehend what was happening, Natsuki Subaru's scream echoed off to the side. "The fog is falling." Without Zun Zun's command, Otto was the fastest, turning his Earth Dragon and rushing outside. The Earth Dragon surrounding him also rushed out, but they didn't have time to check on the others. The destructive fog, growing to cover almost the entire sky, rushed toward the Earth. Like a cloud, it descended. There was no way to evade it but to flee from its grasp. Even using rocks and trees as shields would only engulf them, along with the obstacles. Resisting it was deceitful and foolish. They could only charge forward, praying as they ran. They could catch up. As the other Earth Dragons fell behind, Otto whispered something into the ear of the one crouching below him, dramatically accelerating his speed. They quickly escaped the mist's reach. However, the others weren't so lucky. The ground, flattened by the mist, was devoured by countless shadows, unable to escape. The soldiers, with fear and anger on their faces, were devoured by the mist from head to toe, disappearing along with the Earth Dragons, stones, and trees. Nothing remained after the devastation of the mist. Names, memories, existences, everything vanished. Only Natsuki Subaru remembered their deaths. The annihilating mist quickly dissipated. Thanks to the repelling magic bullets, Zun Zun could see the situation of the people in the distance. Their numbers were clearly much smaller than when the offensive resumed. Not only the punitive expedition soldiers, but even the Iron Fangs were not immune. At least the main group was still there, Wilhelm, Ricardo, Mimi, and Black Taro, and of course, the indispensable Natsuki Subaru. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Otto's teeth chattered uncontrollably. His expression was filled with terror, and he kept muttering, they're attacking us, what are you talking about, Otto? Zun Zun grabbed his shoulder, wondering, the white whale has considered us rivals for a long time. Shouldn't we be pleased? It's not like that. We're not enemies like the others. They're attacking us and resenting us. The white whale is treating us like mortal enemies. There's no doubt about it. My divine protection tells me. Before Otto could finish his words, his expression transformed into pure horror as he witnessed a terrifying scene. Behind Zun Zun stretched a vast abyss. Neither he, Nor Zun Zun, nor Wilhelm, nor Ricardo, nor the others perceived the approaching threat. As Otto froze, his frail body received a powerful blow. As Zun Zun tossed him through the air, Otto watched as the white whale's jaws silently closed in, swallowing Zun Zun and his earth dragon along with the earth itself. He reached out, wanting to touch them, but the distance between them was like an abyss. At the shocking scene, not only Otto, but also Wilhelm, Natsuki Subaru, and Rem were speechless. The gray-haired boy, kicked backward, rolled several times on the ground, his head swollen and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and nose. Normally, he would have screamed in pain, but now he had no time to think. Because, bastard, Otto's eyes darkened. His expression stern and ferocious, like that of the weak protagonist of a story who explodes after losing a close friend. He lunged at the white whale. Aldonia, this was the most powerful earth attribute magic Otto could use. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to use it due to his poor magical talent, but now, his emotions were so intense that his magical power surged, unleashing a powerful force. The white whale screamed in pain, but the inertia kept it standing, knocking Otto to the ground, unsure of whether he would die or not. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, You Can't Play Without Low Health. If the goal of the first stage was to knock the white whale out of the sky, after severing its left fin, gouging out its left eye, and tearing off its dorsal fin, the results would be stunning. However, before Natsuki Subaru could exclaim, "What a wonderful beginning," he watched helplessly as Zun Zun was devoured by the white whale. Although questions arose, the most undeniable truth unfolded before his eyes. "Are you kidding?" A pleading wail escaped his throat. In front of him was the white whale swallowing Zun Zun, and on the other side, it pounced on Wilhelm and his companions. In front, behind, and even in the sky, an enormous figure shrouded in mist. 3 white whales roared with laughter with their countless mouths, sowing despair in the crowd. As if echoing each other, the cries of the white whales resounded through the streets of the plain. From their countless twisting mouths, the alien creatures continued to emit a sound like scraping glass. One was enough to cause despair, but now there were 3, practically mocking those who tried to resist. Zun Zun had no idea what was happening outside. He didn't have time to worry about anyone else. He knew the white whale had split into 3. But the white whale was silently swimming behind him without warning. He must have relied too much on the Crimson Demon's sensitivity to magic. The white whale's magical mist had practically blinded him, making it impossible for him to locate it. And if a white whale swallowed him, any fool would know what would happen. Consider the previous sword master. If he didn't get out quickly, he would be digested into nothingness. He didn't think he could withstand the giant whale's digestive juices, so he forced himself to hold on, looking for space between the whale's wide tongue and his upper ribs. He had never hated being so short. Thanks to the white whale's tongue, which wasn't as flexible as a human's, even with the fluctuations of swallowing, Zun Zun was able to maintain his balance and avoid sliding down the whale's esophagus due to the enormous mucus beneath his feet. How could he escape? In reality, Zun Zun had been constantly using magic to damage the white whale's body ever since he was devoured. Judging by established manga clichés, a robust monster usually has a soft interior, so being devoured should be a good opportunity. But the white whale was unusual. The gluttonous witch who created it, apparently anticipating someone's feed, had strengthened its defenses. The mucus encrusted on the white whale lacked the powerful acid to digest it, but instead had great dissolving power. All magic was reduced to its original form, similar to a repellent magic bullet. Forget it, it just explodes. Using the immense destructive power and impact, he was able to forcefully open the white whale's mouth and escape. Zun Zun was somewhat reluctant. He had originally intended to use this trick on the white whale's original form, but now it seemed he could only use it on the clone. To ensure a safe escape, this time he used Cherry's magic. Bang! Before Zun Zun could even use his strength, the white whale received a heavy blow, and its unstable form caused him to stagger. Hey, what's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? Natsuki Subaru gulped, dumbfounded, as he looked at the gray-haired boy fighting a white whale. His head was covered in blood, his immaculate white night attire stained with dust and blood. Although he looked disheveled, the aura he emanated was undeniable. Is he really that coward, Otto? If nothing's wrong with Rem, then yes, he is Otto-sama, Rem replied seriously. No, that's impossible. He had just been knocked back by a white whale's blow, but he got back up and exploded. He couldn't play with low health, could he? The coward who was terrified of white whales now had his hair standing on end, his body radiating a visible, deep yellow mana, and he was surrounded by a huge cloud of earth several times larger than the icicle Rem had just dropped, almost surpassing the white whale's head. With a flick of his right hand, a huge and incredibly solid cloud of earth slammed into the white whale, staggering it. But before it could even groan in pain, the clod slammed back down, sending the white whale plummeting several meters. The aesthetics of violence unfolded before everyone's eyes. He looked like a god of war. Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but shout, "Really? Who is he?" "He's possessed by a demon, right, Subaru? Otto-sama isn't a demon, I just said it," the man, after Rem's mockery, couldn't help but retort. No wonder Otto was Zun Zun's favorite. Natsuki Subaru suddenly understood, this guy from the fighting games is a character who accumulates fury. Normally, no one can stop him, but once he unleashes his power, he is truly unstoppable. This guy is as fierce as a god of war. But he has too many restrictions. Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but complain again, and then quickly smiled. But thanks to Otto, we can move now. Rem, let's go. Yes, this time, it was Subaru who pulled the reins, forcing the situation completely, but if Rem wanted to unleash her full power, she had no other choice. Luckily, the earth dragon she had chosen, Patrash, was agile. Even with Natsuki Subaru's inexperience, she perfectly understood her master's intentions and strength, carefully darting and dodging the inexperienced rider. Natsuki Subaru seemed to sense her intentions. Patrash, let's go. With a loud cry and a tug on the reins, the earth dragon responded by leaning forward, charging fearlessly toward the mighty white whale, surrounding it. Rem seized the opportunity and launched a powerful kick, like a cannonball, at the white whale's face. The gigantic face tilted to the side, only to be struck directly by the pursuing iron ball. The spinning ball pierced the white whale's cheek, shattering its molars and dyeing the grass a dark red with blood and saliva. Yellow fluid flowed from the wound, and the white whale screamed. Its body finally landed on the ground, struggling endlessly like a fish on land. The ground hollowed out, and clods of earth flew violently. Its thrashing tail sliced through the ground, slicing through the wind, and suddenly it closed in on Natsuki Subaru. Just as it was about to strike, a kitten scuttled out. I haven't forgotten the lady's order to protect that person. Spit it out, Mimi. As Natsuki Subaru watched, Mimi waved her wand, creating a magic shield. The yellow light deflected the attack, and the earth dragon took the opportunity to escape. Natsuki Subaru, panting, turned to look at the kitten who had saved him at the critical moment. We're saved? Thank you, Mimi. I almost died. I just saved you, brother. Did I do it by accident? But you tried really hard today, so I instinctively wanted to save you. Besides, there's no winner today. Mimi laughed at Natsuki Subaru. Facing the three white whales, the mercenaries and the subjugation team had lost the courage to continue. It was Subaru's initiative that cheered everyone up. Although the first to attack, and the one who caught their attention, was Otto, who was still casting magic on the other side. By the way, how is Zun Zun? He still remembers, which means he wasn't destroyed by the fog, but we can't keep wasting time. It would be terrible if something unexpected happened. After exchanging opinions, the master and servants decided that their main task before defeating the white whales was to rescue Zun Zun. Then, riding the earth dragon, they rushed toward the gray-haired boy on the other side. Otto, with Rem's help, Natsuki Subaru forced himself to lean forward, atop the galloping earth dragon, and reached out a hand toward Otto. Instinctively, Otto grabbed it. Get up. Natsuki Subaru was an ordinary man, but if there was any strength to be found in him, besides those fierce eyes, it was his one-handed grip of 70 kilograms. He gritted his teeth, his face reddening. He should have stopped trying to act cool and let Rem pull Otto to his feet. Instantly, Natsuki Subaru regretted it. But a man has his job. By clenching her thighs and exerting immense strength, she managed to lift Otto up and then threw him into the air. Very well. Mimi, now it's your turn. Leave it to Appa. The slender kitten, handling its agile mount, easily caught Otto, threw him from the sky, and then raced along the white whale's tail toward its head. Natsuki Subaru watched the two men walk away. What's wrong, Subaru? No, I feel like, shouldn't Otto be shouting in that situation? Why is he so quiet? Unfortunately, her doubts went unanswered. Furious at Rem's continuous blows, the white whale counterattacked, and the two, riding on the earth dragons, nimbly dodged and quickly fled. On the other hand, Mimi, on the white whale's back, quickly raced over the torn dorsal fin and struck Otto with her magic wand. Come on, brother. Her voice was childish and soft, but her movements were anything but delicate. Spurred on, Otto flew directly over the white whale's head. About to fall, at the last moment, Otto grabbed the white whale's thick lower lip and, with all his strength, climbed up little by little, like a demon rising from hell. With an expressionless face, he approached the white whale. Otto slowly extended his hand. Ordonia, the earth magic exploded into spikes that extended outwards. A commoner would surely have died from this blow, but the white whale felt no pain at all, only a broken tooth. But I know I'm weak, my talents are limited, and I can't even use powerful magic properly. But I have my own strength. He thrust his hand into the white whale's mouth. Ordonia, a thick, round column instantly coalesced. The earth magic, which should have been restored, was forced out by Otto, using a cunning angle. Zun Zun raised his hands, squinting them slightly to receive the sunlight. The Grey Knight, drenched in blood, appeared before her eyes, a strange smile on his lips. I've come to save you. Too slow, she took the offered hand. Chapter 258, cut it in two with one slash, Divine Sword Ruai. While rescuing Zun Zun, Otto used magic to strike down the white whale. Seeing this, the expeditionary force and mercenaries swarmed in to subdue it. Otto, apparently overexerting himself, exhausting all his strength and energy, collapsed after rescuing Zun Zun. Zun Zun shook his head helplessly. Really? I've become a clown. But you did a good job, my knight. Zun Zun, are you alright? Natsuki Subaru rushed over to the blood-soaked master and servant. Alright. Zun Zun waved his hand, and even joked, the inside of a white whale's mouth is no different from the inside of a giant toad's mouth. Both are quite unpleasant. No, I don't know what it's like to be in either of those situations, Natsuki Subaru retorted. But seeing that Zun Zun was still brimming with energy, he breathed a sigh of relief. They carried the unconscious Otto to rest under a large tree. Crush was there, directing care for the wounded. Her expression suddenly changed when she saw them returning in distress, but she relaxed when she realized they were unharmed. Everyone was reunited. Thanks to Wilhelm and Ricardo leading the expeditionary force and the mercenary group, Zun Zun and the others were able to find time to discuss their next strategy. You said the white whale split up. The Duchess's expression darkened upon hearing the report. One was already like that. Would three have fled? Zun Zun said, don't worry. It's just that the number has increased. The overall strength of the white whales hasn't increased. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here unharmed. A clone is an individual separated from the original body. Therefore, no matter what happens, the clone's strength can never surpass the original. Rather, the current white whale is easier to control. Yes, they are weaker than the original. I agree with that theory. Crush nodded seriously. However, she changed the subject. But what's the use of knowing? Although they're weakened by their injuries, they're still a far greater threat than us. Even with Ferris's treatment, those who retreated won't be able to return to the front lines. Luckily, our main group wasn't injured. Even so, killing 3 white whales is easier said than done. There's no need to kill 3. Just eliminate their main bodies, Zun Zun interrupted. Hearing this, Crush raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you basing your reasoning on? On intuition? That answer is too arbitrary. Zun Zun clearly hadn't convinced Crush. Suddenly, she grew impatient. Although she understood why she was investigating out of responsibility for the lives of the expedition and the mercenaries, Zun Zun didn't have a good excuse. After all, they knew when a lie was coming. Besides, Zun Zun, the Crimson Demons were generally impatient people. They didn't care whether it was right or wrong, they just did it. I agree with Zun Zun, Subaru Natsuki. Crush looked at him. Subaru Natsuki nodded, pointing at the white whale in the sky. What do you think that guy is doing, letting his 2 clones fight while he watches from above, to prevent his original self from getting hurt? Probably because of that. He won't come down, won't help either of them. No matter how you think about it, he's afraid his original self will get hurt. After all, even if he kills those 2, it might not hurt the original self at all. Even After all the hard work of defeating them, their corpses might dissipate into the mist. And new ones might even emerge. His words made everyone frown. If that were the case, the battle would become an endless, drawn-out stalemate, and they would give up soon. Well, there is a reason why we must defeat her, but the question is how? Is there a way to attack from that height? Mimi and Kuretaro said in quick succession. My thunder sword can reach that point, but its power will diminish. It won't harm the white whale at all, Zun Zun said. Likewise. One blow would be fine, but the white whale won't fall. Crush followed suit, explaining her situation. The white whale, having fled into the sky, was almost as high as the clouds, hiding even higher than when it appeared, revealing its cruel personality. Even with explosive magic, it would probably be difficult to reach that point. Rem, I'm sorry, but mana becomes increasingly difficult to control the further it is from your hand. Roswell-sama could do it, but Rem, the blue-haired maid, also observed her own inability with a look of regret. No, there is another way. Natsuki Subaru looked at Zun Zun, or rather, at the cherry tied to his hair. Hey, could it be, we have one last try? The battles to the left and right were raging. Wilhelm and Ricardo, respectively, led the punitive expeditionary force and the mercenary group against the white whale. They seemed determined to prevent the whale from getting any closer. Meanwhile, under the tree. Let me make it clear that I'm not confident, okay? I trust you. Where does your confidence come from? Zun Zun rolled his eyes at the carefree Natsuki Subaru. He had clearly told him beforehand not to be reckless and not to worry about his life, but now he was still thinking of doing something so dangerous. It was unbearable. I'm ready, Rem told the two, stepping onto a thick layer of ice. Natsuki Subaru's method was simple. Rem would create a large layer of ice, then Zun Zun's cherry would explode, generating an enormous propulsive force that would launch him into the air. He hadn't revealed how to lure the white whale. Despite Zun Zun's playful, foolish claim that it was a secret, Zun Zun suspected that she was using the witch's lingering scent to catch fish. Zun Zun lifted it along with a layer of ice. Natsuki Subaru only needed to fly into the air, but he had much more to think about. We've come this far, don't die, don't worry, if you accidentally die, I'll get back here, don't say such unlucky things, Zun Zun laughed, communicating with the cherry behind his head, and then his magical power concentrated, collapsed, and was released. I'm exploding, wah. Natsuki Subaru, after soaring into the sky, successfully climbed onto the white whale, desperately clinging to its snout to avoid falling. He felt the rough skin and fur with his palms, frowning uncomfortably. The strong wind from above and the fishy stench from the white whale's mouth made him uneasy. Natsuki Subaru, the lingering fragrance of the witch, abruptly transformed the white whale's demeanor. The monster, which had previously been watching from above, was clearly in a state of excitement. Its mouth oozed mist, saliva, and laughter, rudely and majestically welcoming its plundered prey. Natsuki Subaru didn't utter any harsh words. He glared fiercely at the white whale, meeting its single blood-red eye, and before the white whale could react, he suddenly released his snout, accepting the weight of its free fall. The white whale turned its head toward Natsuki Subaru, who was committing mass suicide, and moved slightly, as if it wanted to chase, but hesitated. This creature was very cunning. If it could see Natsuki Subaru fall, its dominant position in the air would remain unchanged, so it resisted the temptation and stopped chasing. But Natsuki Subaru was prepared. I can die and come back. From high in the sky, he could shout wildly. As unbearable pain coursed through Natsuki Subaru's body like lightning, the white whale suddenly turned its head and opened its mouth wide, pouncing at the falling Natsuki Subaru. Intensified by the lingering fragrance of the witch, the monster was overwhelmed by an instinctive disgust. Forced flight is much faster than a natural fall. This is common sense. With no one to rely on during free fall, Natsuki Subaru had no way to avoid the white whale's impact. If he caught up with her before hitting the ground, it would be a disastrous end. However, Natsuki Subaru showed no fear and fell to the ground laughing. Rem, yes, Subaru, he was about to be devoured by the white whale chasing him. The whale's enormous mouth opened, and the stench wafted out once more. But before he could react, the white whale was struck down by a flying icicle, freezing in its tracks. Natsuki Subaru landed on the earth dragon's back, and he and Rem managed to escape gracefully, not quite. The white whale quickly regrouped, slamming its head into the ground. A dull thud and dust rose from the cracked earth, shaking it with the force of the impact. The impact was so powerful that its head was bloodied and shattered, but the demonic beast gave chase relentlessly. Its desperate demeanor betrayed the slow glide of moments before. Its movements became chaotic, as it raced against Patrash at speeds that seemed to outpace the wind. Yet its strength was overwhelming. The white whale scraped along the ground, lashing the earth with its tail as it gave ferocious chase. Natsuki Subaru, struggling to escape, passed someone ahead and shouted, "Leave him alone, you, Zun Zun. I was waiting for this." The white whale swam forward, closing rapidly, intent on devouring Natsuki Subaru. Suddenly, he noticed that the earth dragon, which had been running straight ahead, had swerved to avoid a certain presence. As the white whale's single eye, focused in Natsuki Subaru's obscured vision, glimpsed a formidable figure, a ferocious thunder sword, held high, pointing at the sky. Her beautiful face was pale, but her eyes shone with a stunning red. "I'll kill for good. Split in two, divine sword Ruai," she shouted. She gripped the thunder sword with all her might. The white whale's remaining right eye opened wide, and she tried to dodge, but its massive body didn't give her time to do so. Its powerful momentum propelled her towards Zun Zun. "Roar, hold on!" Zun Zun cried, as the violent thunder sword in his hand continuously slashed at the white whale's flesh. The powerful impact caused his body to retreat repeatedly, but the thunder sword in his hand didn't retreat at all. Under the interaction of forces, the thunder sword cleaved the center of the white whale, completely splitting its enormous body in two. Chapter 259, I forgot the beginning, the middle, and the end. Anyway, it's a secret recipe. Spicy. Chapter 259, I forgot the beginning, the middle, and the end, but anyway. Secret recipe. Spicy. Zun Zun had underestimated the thickness of the white whale's blood. With his magic power completely exhausted, he crawled with heavy, exhausted steps, moving slowly from the tail to the heart. The white whale was a living being, and as such, it could not escape the determination to survive. At the last moment, it moved slightly, its body split in two, but its heart remained intact. Zun Zun didn't know if it could heal itself. Of course, he didn't want to test it. The beating heart was powerful, and it was this strength that allowed the white whale to soar through the skies. The heart, previously protected by the dense flesh and blood, was now completely exposed. "Drink." He plunged his hand into the white whale's heart, and warm blood spurted out, turning Zun Zun into a bloodied man. A powerful feeling of oppression followed, as if it wanted to expel the foreign object. He concentrated the magical power of the last cherry. "I'm going to explode." With a bang, the white whale's heart shattered, and minced meat flew all over the sky. The streets, strangely silent a moment ago, were now filled with enthusiastic cheers. The expeditionary forces and mercenaries raised their weapons, and the ever-changing moonlight created a dazzling spectacle. The white whale's enormous body lay on the plain, and the surrounding crowd was engulfed in fervor. Everyone rejoiced in victory, moved to tears by the fulfillment of their long-cherished wish. Zun Zun slumped onto the bloody grass and, heedless of the filth, collapsed on the ground, gazing up at the bright moonlit sky. How bad, how good it felt. He had to admit that if he had faced the white whale alone, even knowing its mechanics, he would never have been able to defeat it. Mechanics aside, its toughness and resilience would have made even Elsa break down, calling him Big Brother, Zun Zun. "Hey, Zun Zun," to mar the joy of victory, Natsuki Subaru was shouting at the top of his lungs, galloping back and forth on his earth dragon over the white whale's corpse. "Zun Zun, where are you, Zun Zun-sama?" Zun Zun-sama, not only him, but Fram and Rem as well, all three of them were anxiously calling out Zun Zun's name. If he accidentally died there, would Natsuki Subaru come back for him, like she had for Rem? No, that shouldn't be possible. Zun Zun shook his head. Unable to scream, he stretched out a finger, gathering his last ray of magical power. A bright bolt of lightning flashed. It was quick, but sufficient. On a moonlit night, any artificial light would attract attention. Natsuki Subaru, fully aware of this, rushed toward the light with the two women. Seeing Zun Zun in his heart, she covered her nose and shouted, "Wow! Why did you go to such trouble? It's necessary." It wasn't an exaggeration to say it was a sea of blood and corpses. The enormous carcass of the white whale surrounded Zun Zun, who was completely submerged in the sea of blood. If it were in a fantasy novel, he would probably be portrayed as an invincible demon. "Come on, let's go back," you said, "Prince, please get in the car, you're the hero, aren't you? Come on, hero, please get in the car. This time it's your victory." Just as you wished, you're the center of attention. Yes, it feels great. Zun Zun took the hand Natsuki Subaru offered him and, with Fram's support, finally managed to mount the Earth Dragon and race toward the camp set up under the sage tree. Thanks to her intervention, the sage tree didn't collapse. Crush and the others were gathered there. Everyone worked together to defeat the evil monster, and the story had a happy ending. Reality wouldn't end so easily, only fairy tales could have such an ending. After the happy ending, in reality, there are still countless things to do. Healing the surviving wounded. Burying the dead who left their remains. Exploring the traces of the dead who left no remains. This time seems to be particularly suited to a certain Naruto style. Forget the beginning, forget the middle, forget the end. In short, the people behind have more things to consider. Are you alright, Sun-kun? When Sun-kun returned to the camp, Subaru moved forward quickly. Although stained with blood and mud, her upright posture was still beautiful. She was a beauty whose nobility remained intact, a lingering aura of war, the very personification of the term war maiden, just as the rumors said. But rumors were only rumors, and whether exaggerated or true, it was best to see for yourself. At least in this battle, Sun-kun had recognized her. He gave her a thumbs-up sign and smiled. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. He truly cared for Sun-kun, given his sensitive condition. Although he wouldn't try to prevent Sun-kun's decision, as the commander, he would bear the blame if anything unexpected happened. Perhaps even the elders of the Sage Council would reprimand her. Ms. Crush is also safe. I'm very glad, it was me. The expeditionary force and the mercenary group must have suffered considerable losses. Even if we destroy the white whale, what is gone will not return. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. This was what was so terrifying about the white whale. Once swallowed by the mist, not only would her body be annihilated, but even her name and existence would be erased from memory. But I saw your presence filled with life with all my heart. How did you feel? Very handsome. Well, you can flatter me more. Crush's smug expression made her smile, as if she'd discovered another side of him. He's truly handsome. I'm completely captivated. Just kidding, Miss Crush, you're a joker. Crush easily dispelled her discomfort, and her slightly stiff expression vanished. Natsuki Subaru and Rem covered each other's mouths nearby. There's an affair. X2 What the hell is this? It's just that Miss Crush, as the commander, admires me greatly. Right, Miss Crush, who knows, she said ambiguously, as if trying to confuse the other party. An attractive figure attracts people, right, Rem? Yes, Subaru's handsome figure completely captivated Rem. They both repeated. Honestly, Natsuki Subaru should stop licking Emilia and stay with Rem forever. Me, I thought so too. Master Zun Zun was really handsome. Fram, don't force yourself, huh? No. I meant it, I know you meant it, but you don't have to be sincere now. The naive maid mistakenly thought she was praising Zun Zun. In fact, she also thought he was handsome, but that wasn't what she thought. Everyone laughed uproariously. The tension of the battle had disappeared. Subaru Natsuki suddenly saw a group of people gathered around the white whale, making uncertain gestures. What are you doing? We have to take the white whale's body. It's our trophy, and since this is the post-war period, we're busy. Take that huge carcass away. Subaru Natsuki wondered if she had heard wrong, but Crush's attitude remained unchanged. She stared intently at the white whale's carcass, which looked like a small white mountain. No, it can't be done. Impossible is no excuse. It's been a threat stalking the skies of the world for 400 years, so its body is irrefutable proof. We must get it back no matter what, even if it's just its head, Crush insisted. If it were anyone else, one might wonder if she was trying to boast about her accomplishments, but Crush had no reason to doubt it. She wouldn't blatantly covet the credit of the hero who brought down the white whale, Zun Zun. Subaru Natsuki and Crush looked at Zun Zun. They remained silent, and Zun Zun fell deep in thought. Just as they were about to say that she didn't mean it, I want to eat the fish's belly. Yes, Zun Zun, you are truly extraordinary. Natsuki Subaru and Crush were speechless. They had assumed Zun Zun had also thought of that and harbored some resentment, but he immediately asked for the white whale. Hey, are you really going to eat it? What are you talking about, Subaru? White whales were created to be eaten, so how could we not try them? Anyway, stew, barbecue, spicy food. Fram, get the utensils ready. Yes, Zun Zun, drooling, ordered the maid to fetch some cooking utensils. The others were completely flabbergasted at Zun Zun's greed. I don't mean that. I mean the white whale's contribution. I forgot. As the first to accomplish this, I have the right to choose the spoils first, right? Of course, Crush didn't think Zun Zun's request was excessive, rather, it was perfectly normal. Whether it's honor or merit, when I return, I'll give the Karsten family, then I want the entire fish belly. What? Felt said he wants to eat the white whale as well. Just take this. The kind Subaru was suddenly speechless. He had been thinking about politics. Honor and merit would be a great boost to the throne, but Zun Zun didn't want any of it. In fact, what's wrong? Is it too much to ask? Never mind. Half is fine. Felt can't eat much anyway, really. Natsuki Subaru was also speechless. Subaru was stunned for a moment, then sighed. I suddenly envy Felt. Zun Zun knew what she meant, but unfortunately, he didn't plan on staying in this world long, nor did he aspire to become king. So he rejected any offers of merit. Wilhelm, Ricardo, and the others soon arrived, delighted to see Zun Zun safe and sound. After retrieving the white whale's head, Crush was about to return to the capital. She graciously left half of her soldiers to accompany Natsuki Subaru and her men to Roswell territory. Including Wilhelm and Ferris, the subjugation team totaled 24 men. Adding Mimi, Curatero, and Ricardo, the Iron Fang mercenaries numbered approximately 10. They were uneasy about having fewer than 40 men to face the witch cult. However, Ricardo declared that the rest of the Iron Fang mercenaries would arrive soon. Seeing the elegant, purple-haired young man leading the charge, riding a blue earth dragon, Natsuki Subaru's expression turned from joy to disgust. She asked, "Why you? That's a harsh statement, even with reinforcements. You're still the same." The newcomer was none other than Julius, with whom she held a grudge. Chapter 260, Purple-Haired Good Friend. Are you awake? Zun Zun, hearing a groan beside him, put down his spoon and turned to smile at the gray-haired boy who had gotten up in a daze. Then came a high-pitched, shrill cry. "It hurts, Master Zun Zun, are you alright?" Fram rubbed Zun Zun's swollen temple in concern. Otto, who had just woken up, was visibly stunned at the sight of Fram and his address. "Master Zun Zun Zun, it's me." No wonder Otto was terrified. After waking up to see someone smiling at him with their face covered in blood, he would definitely scream in fright. Fram wiped his bloody face. "Thank you, Fram." Zun Zun thanked him and handed the bowl of soup to Otto. "Come on, you must be hungry after you wake up. Come and eat something." Oh, delicious." Otto instinctively took the bowl. He had just woken up to the strange aroma. After a sip, Otto's eyes lit up. He had never tasted such delicious soup. "What kind of soup is this?" "Beluga broth." Phew. At Zun Zun's casual remark, Otto spat the soup out of his mouth. "Hey, it's disgusting. White. Beluga." Yes. I forgot, we just fought a beluga." I clearly remember Zun Zun being eaten by a beluga. Otto was stunned. Seeing Zun Zun appear there, safe and sound, even cooking beluga broth, he was speechless. He was completely confused. Thinking back, after seeing Zun Zun being eaten by a beluga, he remembered nothing. When he regained consciousness, there he was. "Beluga. Where's the beluga?" "Here." Otto saw Zun Zun pointing at the steaming, fragrant pot of soup, mouth agape, speechless. Zun Zun poured himself another bowl. "Otto, calm down. The battle is over. We've won," he reassured the flustered Grey Knight. Fram, after taking a sip of soup, praised him heartily. "Master Zun, this broth is delicious. Oh, if you like it, drink more." "How did you make this broth, Master Zun?" "I've been watching you the whole time, but I don't know what method you used. It's a bit shameless, but I hope you can teach me. As a maid, I want to make such delicious soup." "Yes, I'd love to know why. Maybe it's because beluga meat is so good." Hearing Zun Zun's somewhat melancholy words, Otto couldn't help but purse his lips. From fighting a beluga to cooking it, the leap was too great, and it took his brain a while to grasp it. "But another bowl, Otto, you've been a great hero. Go ahead. At this point, let's eat first." Otto accepted the fact and slowly immersed himself in the delicious beluga broth. But he also observed his surroundings and soon noticed something was off. There were hundreds of us when we arrived, but now only these few remain. And Lord Crush, Rem, and the others are gone. Could it be? No, they simply returned to the capital, After defeating the white whale, Lord Crush returned to the capital with the white whale's head to report, and Rem left with him because she was injured. Since you remember them, you should know that they weren't devoured by the white whale, right? Otto had completely forgotten the incident. Wait, now that the white whale has been defeated, aren't we going back? Is there anything else to do? We're going to defeat the witch cult? Huh? You mean the witch cult? The witch cult you were thinking of, as Zun Zun indifferently mentioned a terrorist organization, as feared as the white whale. Otto's expression gradually hardened. Huh? Master Crush and the others haven't gone far, have they? I'll catch up to them. Where are you going? He tackled Otto, who was trying to escape, and then stepped on his back, leaving him thrashing and screaming. Let go of me. Let go of me. Why are you going to fight the witch cult? The white whale is terrifying enough, and going after the witch cult is ridiculous. I can't go to such a dangerous place. Let me return to the capital with Master Crush? What are you talking about? You're my knight, of course you have to be by my side. What kind of master would constantly take their knights to dangerous places? Otto's angry shouts echoed through the streets. Woo woo woo. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Otto crouched beneath the sage tree, sobbing with his hands on his knees, looking pitiful, like a punching bag. Zun Zun ignored him. Although he said no, when the critical moment came, he would explode, just like when he rescued him from the mouth of the white whale. By the way, Master Zun Zun, what is it, Fram? What is Master Natsuki Subaru arguing about with Master Julius? He's just a petty man who can't let go of his pride, who indulges in admitting his mistakes and barking at the cold-faced knight who means well toward him. What a boring thing. Zun Zun rolled his eyes and spoke with sharp, venomous words. There. I can hear you. Natsuki Subaru turned his head and shouted. Julius, seeing Zun Zun, quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, I'm so glad you're well, Master Zun Zun. Thanks to you, people can forget their lives in the shy mist. And the lady misses you so much that she sent me to protect you. Oh, thank you. Zun Zun nodded indifferently, looked at the elegant purple gentleman, and said, but I was just passing by. Miss Anastasia sent you here for something more important, didn't she? Indeed. The two of them looked at the smiling Natsuki Subaru. I understand. The man, knowing that he could not argue any further, offered a reconciliation. But this isn't over. I won't let him off the hook so easily. What a coincidence. Me too. Apparently, that wasn't the case. I'm starving. Give me a bowl as well. Natsuki Subaru sighed heavily, as if to vent her feelings his frustration, and sat down next to Zun Zun. Zun Zun served him and Julius a bowl each. Thank you, Zun Zun-sama, the elegant knight said politely. Zun Zun had a good impression of Julius. Although he wasn't good at explaining himself and his actions were often too subtle and easy to misinterpret, he was certainly a good companion who could be trusted. However, thinking about the outrageous comments from Anastasia's fellow knights made Zun Zun a little reluctant. Delicious, Natsuki Subaru exclaimed after tasting it. Julius looked at him suspiciously, and his eyes shone slightly. It is indeed delicious. What's so delicious? Meow. Mimi smells a fragrance. Me too. The others gathered around them. There was no other choice. The world was vast, and eating was the most important thing. Especially after the battle with the white whale, everyone was hungry. So they enjoyed some delicious broth of white whale. It's delicious. I bet there's no broth as delicious as this in the palace. Kalalogy too. Brother, your soup is delicious, everyone exclaimed in admiration. If Zun Dao had heard such praise, Zun Zun would have accepted it with pride, but he didn't know how to deal with that inexplicable ability to cook delicious food. Okay. Natsuki Subaru broke free from his laziness and looked at Julius, who was equally serious. Then what do you want to do? What are you here for? Actually, it's already done. When we successfully conquered the white whale, we had no reason to help you. That meant our mission was over. And yet now you're leading them somewhere else. Julius glared at him. In this situation, even the most clueless Natsuki Subaru should have reacted. Should the mercenaries retreat or provide support, for a good price? That's what I've been ordered to do. Or do you think our efforts are unnecessary? Pointing behind him as if to boast, Julius pressed him for a decision. Natsuki Subaru bridled. After all, she considered it to be a clear price gouging. But as Julius had said, the original agreement was to subjugate the white whale, and after success, there was no way they could ask for her help. Unless the white whale subjugation campaign isn't over yet. Interesting comments. Julius pretended to listen attentively. Hearing Natsuki Subaru's words, not only the mercenaries, but also the subjugation team began to waver. Wilhelm, his eyes wide open, was the most critical of Natsuki Subaru's conscience. But he had to lie to them. The white whale is probably a pawn of the witch cult. I know someone from the witch cult said something similar. Someone with inside knowledge called the white whale gluttony, which undoubtedly links her to the witch cult. Therefore, the appearance of the demonic beast must be related to our fate. That was the information Natsuki Subaru had received from the Archbishop of Sloth during her previous reincarnation. It was true. Even if Crush were present, she wouldn't have heard a single lie. We've already shattered the witch cult's prestige. Now we must settle the score with them, not just this time, but for the debt they owed us for 400 years. Only then will we finally defeat the white whale, right? Besides, you're supposed to work for your boss's pay and orders, right? Or, are you planning to pay the price and flee in disgrace? Natsuki Subaru's provocation was crude. The unease she displayed after finishing speaking further betrayed her lack of confidence. But Julius chuckled. At least give us a passing grade, since it can improve our reputation. Let's do it roughly according to your suggestion. Wait, how can you be so sensible? Natsuki Subaru was surprised by his answer. But she soon understood the reason. He brought reinforcements and expressed his willingness to join the war. So he's a good friend. Damn it, I don't want to admit it at all. By the way, if you use the excuse that Lord Zun Zun will go with you, then the mercenary group that is supposed to protect him will definitely go with you. This is clearly the information I gave you a long time ago. Why did you ignore it? I really hate you. Haha, I agree. To be honest, the relationship between these two is quite twisted. Chapter 261 The Ship of Theseus. To confront the witch cult, everyone had to agree on a plan and strategy, and the leader was, naturally, Natsuki Subaru, the one organizing the White Whale War. But for some reason, Natsuki Subaru, who had been speaking calmly moments before, suddenly stopped talking, staring straight ahead in horror, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. How could this be? How could this be? Failure, failure again. He raised his hand to his forehead, his body trembling, his face wearing an expression of utter grievance, on the verge of tears, making those unaware of the situation suspect that he was suffering a nervous breakdown. Just as Natsuki Subaru was distracted, Ferris, like a little demon mocking an innocent child, laughed and bit his ear. Anyone uninformed would probably have felt envy and resentment, but no one present thought so. Is that Ferris? It's little Ferris. He stared at the cat man, who was smiling charmingly. Natsuki Subaru had a vision of Ferris, sliced in two by a lightning bolt powerful enough to split a white whale, dying in incredible agony before his eyes. As if he could still smell the stench, Natsuki Subaru covered his mouth, his eyes bulging as if he were vomiting. Zun Zun, curious, squeezed his shoulder and asked, "What is it, Subaru? You looked dead just now. What happened?" He couldn't even get a word out. Natsuki Subaru turned around, his face distorted with fear, terror, and panic, his eyes bearing an expression of cowering resistance. Zun Zun felt offended. It wasn't the gaze of a friend, but of a hated and feared enemy. "Who are you?" Natsuki Subaru asked, trembling. The vein in Zun Zun's forehead bulged, and he punched him in the stomach. "Puha!" Natsuki Subaru spat, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground after receiving a heavy blow to his soft abdomen. Zun Zun struck a strange pose and shouted, "I am Zun Zun, the strongest Grand Mage of the Crimson Demon Clan. Are you clear-headed?" I was distracted, sorry." Natsuki Subaru wiped his mouth and muttered, "The save point has been updated. It wasn't the worst choice. Brave and skilled in battle, but ultimately defeated in vain. The situation after death and return was always extremely hopeless. But the worst thing was that the respawn point after death and return was always fixed, like returning to the time before the White Whale expedition. But this time, he seemed to be lucky. Instead of returning to the time before the White Whale expedition, he arrived after it. "Subaru, are you alright, Lord? It doesn't look good." "I'm fine." Natsuki Subaru gestured to Wilhelm and then turned to Zun Zun. "The truth is, your magic is already quite powerful, and why are your punches and kicks so formidable as well? By the way, are you 3 times stronger when you're dark and 3 times weaker when you're clean? It shouldn't be that way. It sounds like I'm not strong now." "No, it's just that you're stronger when you're dark." He spoke as if you had seen it before. There was no time for further questions. Natsuki Subaru turned to the group and said, excuse us for wasting our time. Now that we have our worries out of the way, let's settle things. First, their objective. No doubt, to defeat the witch cultists who had invaded the border county and the Archbishop of Sin, who led them, and to that end, to protect the innocent and ensure their safe evacuation. To that end, they had already asked Anastasia to gather traveling merchants to transport the civilians. In short, the witch cult hunting operation, something even a monkey could understand. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it was the most suitable one they could come up with. Natsuki Subaru still looked constipated after hearing it, despite it being the plan they had agreed upon from the beginning. What's wrong, Subaru? You seem worried about something. Don't try to read other people's faces, you just don't have a poker face. Zun Zun rolled his eyes, as if taking revenge for Natsuki Subaru's role in an unprovoked riddle. Say what you want to say, Wenwen. Are you a toad, spitting from the start? But I'm finally convinced that you're Zun Zun himself. Are you Doom? Besides, there's still a chance to change the plan before it starts, but there's no chance to regret it later. This comment enlightened Natsuki Subaru. Indeed. His greatest virtue was his ability to reincarnate multiple times. Although his wisdom wasn't enough to draw up a perfectly detailed plan, he was able to share these peculiarities with others and ask them to resolve them. He had been told, corrected, and reminded so many times. Why did he continue like this? Is it time to get sentimental? Julius feigned levity as he offered him a way out. Natsuki Subaru looked at him gratefully, perplexing the elegant gentleman, who had just been acting unsociable. Forgive my strange behavior. I actually have additional information regarding the witch cult. No, I merely observed a few points, and I would like to discuss this with you again. Natsuki Subaru slowly raised his right hand. Under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, he looked at Zun Zun carefully and asked a strange question. Does anyone know anything about that? The ability of another person's consciousness to overshadow your own, like a possession? Or some kind of magic that can accomplish that, someone else's mind eclipsing yours? What kind of incredible idiocy is that? Give me back my most powerful weapon. What are you talking about? Not only Ferris was puzzled, but the others as well, unsure of what it meant. Subaru Natsuki's return from the dead is, in a way, similar to the Archbishop of Sloth's ability, though one overwrites others in the present, while the other overwrites his past self. Julius pondered this question and said, you posed this question. Do you think the Archbishop of Sin could use this ability? Yes, that's right. I call it possession. He uses this ability to steal the bodies of others to survive. Seeing his name everywhere is proof enough, isn't it? This wasn't a fantasy. It was an irrefutable reality. Having witnessed Natsuki Subaru firsthand, he could be certain of this. Soul replication technology, Julius said solemnly. Physically speaking, it's a very simple technique. It gathers the user's memories, experiences, qualities, and destiny, compiles them into a soul, and then imprints it directly onto the soul of another. In that case, you can create a human whose memories and consciousness have been replicated. In that case, can they still be considered the original person? Subaru Natsuki frowned. A typical ship of Theseus theory, Zun Zun. At her surprised look, Zun Zun slowly said, after all the parts of a ship are replaced, will it still be the original ship? This theory can also be applied to humans. After all, according to medical evidence, humans replace all the cells in their bodies every 7 years. Are you still yourself? In fact, the you as a child and the you as an adult, whether in height, weight, appearance, etc., have completely changed. Well, an interesting theory. Julius fell deep in thought. Phyllis was even more surprised and said, do humans replace their cells every 7 years? How did you get this proof? It doesn't matter. Zun Zun held the catman's face and explained, the important thing is what it wants to express. The only thing that hasn't changed in humans is memory and consciousness. If these are also covered up, it means they'll become someone else entirely? That's right, he confirmed Wilhelm's guess. But that's unrealistic, Julius said. Magic has been lost, and the techniques are theoretically so complex that they're unprecedented. Recreating them would require extraordinary magical talent and dedication. I don't believe the Church of Sin possesses such knowledge and technology. The elegant gentleman thought it was groundless. Others also said it was too difficult, and even if it were possible, it would require extremely demanding conditions. Coincidentally, Natsuki Subaru knew those conditions. Finger, his words lit up Ferris and Julius's eyes, like those of an elementary school shinigami who had grasped the truth. I see. It seems that not everyone, even among the witch cultists, can pull off such a trick. Perhaps it's the finger, preparing a reserve body in advance. What a disgusting plan. Would the Church of Sin really do that? The two men pieced together the solution to their opponent's possession plan. In terms of intelligence, they were among the finest knights. So they reviewed the plan. Before eliminating the Archbishop of Sin, they must destroy the finger, depriving the soul of a body to inhabit. That would mark the Archbishop's death. With this conclusion, everyone's faces shone with determination and resolve. With a fighting spirit determined not to lose to the White Whale War, the subjugation team united once more and rose in unison. But just as their spirits were high, someone intervened untimely and dampened their spirits. Everyone, there's one more thing I must say. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Natsuki Subaru, under such intense scrutiny, shuddered uncontrollably, his expression changing to one of embarrassment and apology. Sorry, it's not just a finger. I'm probably the Archbishop's target as well, huh? XN. And Zun Zun, in fact, is the Archbishop's main target. He's even willing to sacrifice all his fingers to possess his body. I have no idea why this guy is so attracted to the Archbishop of Sin. XN cried out in even more surprise. Everyone looked at Zun Zun, who pointed at himself, dumbfounded, his expression dazed. Me. Chapter 262, The Sacred Body of the Innate Elf Warlock. As a result, they departed before reaching a definitive conclusion. Although they wanted to continue discussing tactics, missing the deadline would be putting the cart before the horse. Zun Zun said with a hint of relief, I actually thought a meeting would be long. Who would have such a long meeting? You must understand, Subaru. You know, some anime meetings can last 12 episodes. It's a real pain, it's a shame, but it's reality. Time waits for no one. To prevent this, Natsuki Subaru suggested to Julius, the spirit you brought can use magic to connect the consciousnesses of those within our reach. Can we use it to communicate while moving? Julius, slightly surprised by the suggestion, looked at Ferris. Not little Ferris, what do you mean, not Ferris? Seeing the Catman wave his hand indifferently, Natsuki Subaru looked at Julius curiously, but shook her head. Nothing. I thought you didn't know I was a spirit messenger, so I was curious who told you. I see. It's the first time the term Elven Knight has appeared here. Julius's self-proclaimed Spirit Knight title was information Natsuki Subaru had only learned during the final stage of the previous mission. However, there was little opportunity to surprise him, so she boasted, I'm more famous than you think. Oh, but the fact that they noticed you secretly allowed a quasi-spirit to possess me has nothing to do with your fame. You realized that much? Julius's face was clearly marked with uncertainty. He probably couldn't imagine how this man, grinning sarcastically before him, a face so smug it couldn't hide it, had noticed his little trick. He exhaled deeply. Like you said, I'll let one of my colleagues follow you. Come here. He waved his hand, and a red light burst from Natsuki Subaru's hair. Dimmer than flames, warmer than light, it was one of the 6 quasi-spirits Julius had brought with him. The fire quasi-spirit, I asked her to possess you, fine, but at least tell me. If something were to happen, wouldn't she suddenly appear and scare everyone? Don't worry, my cocoons are excellent. And there probably won't be any such possibility. Forget about confrontation. Natsuki Subaru pursed her lips. Being offered protection without permission, albeit with good intentions, inevitably raised suspicions of surveillance. Seeing this, Zun Zun suddenly thought of something. Julius, do I have the qualifications to become a spirit sorcerer? I left in such a hurry last time that I forgot to ask Emilia, so I wanted to ask, wait, what's that expression on your face? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you have self-awareness? What? He noticed Julius's strange look. It was strange to be called unconscious. He heard it often, but it was rarely addressed to him. Hey, what's wrong? How do I explain? Never mind, I'll give you a quick demonstration. At Natsuki Subaru's urging, Julius deployed his 6 contracted quasi-spirits. They all gathered in front of Zun Zun, eager to get closer, but hesitant. That's right. That's why I didn't allow any of the quasi-spirits to possess Zun Zun-sama. Julius sighed softly. That's right. After all, Anastasia had nominally sent them to protect Zun Zun. Their priority was to protect Zun Zun. If there was no hidden agenda, how could they protect only Natsuki Subaru and ignore Zun Zun? Then what does that mean? Zun Zun took the initiative to touch the quasi-spirits. It seemed that Thanks to his initiative, the small creatures no longer feared or hesitated, and came closer. He could sense their elation. In short, Master Zun Zun, you are particularly popular among the elves. If I hadn't forcibly suppressed them, they would have gathered around you like this. It could be said that, you are a natural-born elven sorcerer. Julius couldn't help but sigh. He possessed the divine power of seduction, which made it easy for the elves to like him and get close to him, even sharing visions and conversations with him. Still, he couldn't compare to Master Zun Zun. It's the effect of his divine body. Master Zun Zun instantly deciphered all the causes and consequences. In the first place, there was no doubt that his popularity among the elves was due to his divine body. This explained why Archbishop Sloth had his sights set on him. After all, he was an evil elf who had lived for centuries. But why are the elves afraid of me? It's because Master Zun Zun rejected them. What? Master Zun Zun was stunned. He'd shown rejection before, simply ignoring their existence. Ah, that's it. Natsuki Subaru also clapped his hands. Zun Zun is a beauty, everyone adores her, but because she's so aloof, no one dares to approach. But in reality, she's just not good at expressing herself. Beneath that cold facade lies a sweetness and shyness, something like that. That metaphor is annoying. Besides, you consider me the heroine of your everyday romance. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the nerd, absorbed in her two-dimensional fantasy. Although his words were a bit exaggerated, they were actually quite on point. Zun Zun scratched his head in annoyance. Then, Natsuki Subaru seemed to have an idea. Julius, under what circumstances would I be forcibly expelled from my body? I don't understand your question. That's very important. It depends on the situation. It could be directly related to the conquest of the Archbishop of Sin. Natsuki Subaru's straightforward words made Julius instantly abandon his confusion and answer directly. Having I bonded with you constitutes a temporary contract between you, the spirit user, and her. To forcibly terminate it, you, the temporary contractor, must reject her, or, a formal contract that nullifies the temporary contract. That was exactly the answer Natsuki Subaru most hoped to hear. Julius's eyes lit up with understanding, perhaps sensing this as she spoke, but he immediately shook his head. How is it possible? Eliminate everything impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. So said a famous detective once, Zun Zun suddenly said, toying with the spirit. There were already two cases, Zun Zun and Natsuki Subaru. Perhaps their only commonality was that they were both favored by spirits, with a great affinity for them. So the surplus body, all those fingers, possessed the qualities of a spirit sorcerer. Natsuki Subaru and Julius keenly perceived the key to the situation. Say, how can we resist being contracted in this situation, unless we sign the contract first? In other words, you and Master Zun Zun must become elf sorcerers, according to Julius, regardless of whether the contract is with a great elf, an elf, a quasi-elf, or a micro-elf. Once signed, the person becomes an elf sorcerer. And an elf sorcerer who has signed a contract, regardless of whether the other party is an elf, a great elf, or even one of the four great elves, cannot forcibly annul it. This is the rule of the elven world. Natsuki Subaru doesn't care what type of elf, as long as the contract is signed, it will be a success. The Master Zun, on the other hand, has many options. Whether a quasi-elf or an elf, Master Zun Zun is free to choose, but I highly recommend a micro-elf. Why? Master Zun Zun asked, seeing Julius's serious expression. But he replied, Master Zun Zun, do you know why quasi-elves are called buds? Literally, it means a bud about to bloom, right? I see. He clapped his hands involuntarily. To use a flower metaphor, micro-elves are buds about to bloom, while elves are already blooming flowers. While micro-elves, buds, are fragile, they possess a high degree of plasticity, meaning that they can be shaped into any desired shape before blooming. On the other hand, blooming elves, flowers, are completely fixed, completely immovable, and can only continue to grow according to their predetermined trajectory. In other words, instead of flowers that might not be to your liking, choose shoots that can still be pruned, as this will make them more compatible with you. Microdov is right, you are indeed clever. Why did that old dang's name come up? Zun Zun pursed his lips. It was as if his own achievements were being taken away from him by someone who wasn't present. He also understood why Julius no longer contracted elves. These quasi-elves he had been cultivating were sure to become formidable and undergo a transformation when the flowers, elves, bloomed. Sure, It's a suggestion. If you attract the 4 great elves, even if they aren't compatible, it's fine, Julius joked. After all, the 4 great spirits were already at the peak of their strength, so what did a contract have to do with it? Zun Zun, however, had a different opinion. While the 4 great spirits were certainly powerful, they also had their drawbacks. A clear example was Puck, the personification of a phantom god in internal battles and a weakling in external ones. He preferred not to hire a great spirit like Puck. I've already decided. I want a quasi-spirit, is that okay with you? Of course, if he thought about it himself, he would probably be very popular with the spirits. Zun Zun knew that, but as Julius said, a flower already in full bloom has lost its plasticity. Besides, the Archbishop of Sloth, the evil spirit, couldn't possess Zun Zun's body because of the spirit contract, so there was no problem. The most important thing, Julius, is for my own good, right? Haha, you're absolutely right, the purple-haired knight greeted gracefully. Zun Zun had also noticed that this boy could clearly express his kindness towards others, but his demeanor suddenly changed when it came to Natsuki Subaru. Wasn't he the true flower of the high mountain? Chapter 263. If you don't, there are many Palu. On the way to the border county, the group, using Julius's mind magic, refined the plan to eradicate the witch cult. They encountered no enemies along the way and arrived at a village without incident. The villagers were somewhat frightened at the sight of the approaching expeditionary force and the blood-soaked mercenaries, but thanks to the considerable popularity Natsuki Subaru had gained before leaving, she reassured them with a few words. The afternoon sun was unusually warm, and a gentle breeze blew through the forest, bringing a languid air. It was hard to imagine a murderous conspiracy lurking beneath a quiet village. Natsuki Subaru and Wilhelm separated from the group and headed for Roswell's mansion. Roswell explained that he had accidentally made a fatal mistake. He had slipped a blank sheet of paper into a letter addressed to Amelia. This meant a complete break, and he had to clear up the misunderstanding. Zun Zun suspected that he had caused a stir during his previous reincarnation, delaying it, and this time, he intended to clear up the misunderstanding first. He didn't care. Under Julius's guidance, Zun Zun signed contracts with elves, quasi-elves, to be more precise. He said that elves possessed a strong sense of exclusivity, or rather, possessiveness. Elves and great elves, in particular, rarely coexisted with other elves. You mean I can, like you, sign contracts with multiple elves, micro-elves and quasi-elves, Julius corrected Zun Zun. Micro-elves possess almost no consciousness of their own, so both during and after the contract, they develop in the most tangible way possible. The problem, however, is that micro-elves possess little potential, and only a small fraction can transform into quasi-elves. And how to determine whether someone has potential is unknown, not even Parker, one of the 4 great elves. In this case, the budding buds, the quasi-elves, are the best choice. You are absolutely right. Quasi-elves, with potential and the ability to be molded, and who could reluctantly accept multiple contracts, were the only ones. With this understanding, Zun Zun began his selection process. Elves held contracts in high regard. Furthermore, contracts were not what one might imagine. For example, some elves demand a bull's head as an offering upon completion of their work, threatening to freeze all the lakes on Earth if they fail. However, in the face of a global crisis, elves also offer fish heads. It's ridiculous. But it also demonstrates the profound importance elves place on contracts. Natsuki Subaru had already been warned by Zun Zun, but even so, his expression remained grim after hearing Julius's explanation. He had violated his contract with Amelia countless times. Even if he said it was for the other person's own good, a breach of contract was still a breach of contract. No wonder Amelia was so angry back then. Zun Zun wasn't interested in hearing their love story. Now, Zun Zun found himself in a dilemma. Don't worry, Master Zun Zun. With your qualifications, you can definitely hire an elf. The key is to treat him as a friend, not a master who enslaves you. Julius was a qualified teacher. He constantly taught him the key points of getting along with elves and the important aspects to keep in mind. However, Zun Zun hadn't managed to hire an elf until they reached their destination, the border village. By the way, has Subaru signed a contract? No, it's really strange. Subaru is incredibly popular among the elves, but no one wants to sign a contract with him. Even I don't understand why. Julius was unusually distressed. The fact that he could cause such a headache for such a brilliant character showed how peculiar Natsuki Subaru was. Speaking of which, in a certain if timeline, Natsuki Subaru, after countless attempts, barely managed to contract a micro-elf, saving himself from the Archbishop of Sloth's possession and successfully defeating him. Could it be that the witch's lingering scent was affecting him? Doesn't that mean Natsuki Subaru's official elf from the start was the mansion's artificial elf? Wait, if that's the case, then the Witch of Greed has been. It seems Zun Zun has discovered a blind spot. Master Zun Zun. Master Zun Zun, oh, sorry, I was distracted. What's wrong, Julius? I want to ask you, what exactly went wrong? Zun Zun looked in surprise at the elegant, purple-haired gentleman beside him. He was a truly dedicated master. Moved, he quickly explained his problem. Names, what, names for these little ones? Zun Zun, seeing Julius's strange expression, hesitated for a moment and said, for some reason, these little ones don't like the names I have given them. It's giving me a headache. Isn't this the simplest step? It's the most important and simplest after signing the contract with the elves, the last step of the ceremony, marking the contract holder with their name. It's just naming them. What's so difficult about it? Julius seemed to have an idea. He spoke, excuse me, Master Zun Zun, what names did you give these quasi-elves? Zuten, Datero, Jiaoxitiao, Dangjun, Dian Nutek, Hai Kaiang Piao. It hurts, stop hitting me. I'm already thinking of names, why are you still so angry? It's too much. Then, the colorful quasi-elves repeatedly hit Zun Zun's head, causing him to cry out in pain. Julius didn't show any superficial expression, but inwardly he was saying, well done. Elves, from his impression, one could imagine that they were a race of adorable or powerful creatures, with names that meant everything, Puck, Betty, Ignis, and so on. Unlike Zun Zun, who would choose such strange names, the elves' anger was understandable. Julius sided with the elves. But he couldn't help in this matter. After all, the name was a gift from the contractor to the elf, and it had to be chosen by the contractor themselves. Hey, Julius, Natsuki Subaru and Wilhelm, dressed in white cloaks, hurried over. They must have successfully resolved the misunderstanding about the blank letter and informed Emilia about the white whale and the witch cult. Come on, it's time to do our job, defeat the witch cult, huh? I've been preparing for this for a long time. Julius placed his hand on the knight's sword at his waist, a determined expression on his face. Meow, said the cat-eared man, looking at Zun Zun, who was still sitting in the carriage. Even if little Felix doesn't think there'll be any trouble, it's fine for you to take Zun Zun. His strength is obvious to all. Zun Zun was the one who stayed behind. He was unwilling and unable to go fight the Sin Archbishop. That's why we can't let Zun Zun accompany us. Have you forgotten his physical characteristics? Natsuki Subaru paused, then said, if you were possessed, the consequences would be disastrous. That's too much, Subaru. With Will and Julius here, even if Zun Zun were possessed, only they could subdue him. Ferris was confident in his abilities. But Natsuki Subaru shook her head and said seriously, if that were the case, none of us would be a match for Zun Zun. No one would be able to stop him. I agree, as much as I hate to hear it, Subaru, but I'm sorry, Ferris, my spirit tells me I have no chance of winning. Wilhelm and Julius's replies terrified the cat man, but he forced a smile, as if unwilling to admit his incompetence. It's okay. If that happens, little Ferris will stop it. You'll die the worst. Natsuki Subaru saw himself split in two by a violent lightning bolt before his eyes again, and he couldn't help but cover his mouth to keep from vomiting. However, Ferris interpreted this action as a display of disdain and insolence. Hey. If you have something to say it, nothing. In short, Zun Zun will not be participating in the operation to eradicate the witch cult. If the Archbishop of Sin possesses a finger and then it is transferred to Zun Zun, and without Zun Zun having signed a contract, there is no way to prevent the Archbishop of Sin from possessing it. Yes, little Ferris knows. Meow, the cat man didn't want Zun Zun to fight back, but he simply couldn't help but retort at being belittled. Then they began their action. Based on the witch cult's strengths and the fingers hidden in the forest that Natsuki Subaru had marked after several reincarnations, they would locate them and eliminate them all. Zun Zun also had a lot of work ahead of him. The convoy Anastasia had summoned had arrived at the village, and the villagers were slowly boarding dragon carts for evacuation. His job was to maintain order in the place and identify any members of the witch cult hiding in the convoy. Of course, he entrusted this entire task to Otto. It should be said that, Although this guy complained about having to do this kind of work, he did it all perfectly. Perhaps he was more skilled as an internal affairs officer than a knight. Zun Zun kept naming things with the elves. Okay, I get it. Let's take a step back. How about this? Your names will be Little White, Little Black, Little Red, Little Yellow, Little Green, and Little Blue. Hurts. Did I tell you to take a step back? Listen to me, the elves kept hitting him upside the head. The great man's window theory didn't seem to apply in this other world. But in the end, it worked. Because Zun Zun took a different approach, firmly stating, if you don't like this name, I'll find an elf who does. Think about it carefully, there's nothing wrong with this name. After all, it's my nickname, it's the name I like. Who else would call you that? It's a unique name, you should be happy. After all, as someone favored by the elves, he had plenty of options and didn't have to worry about these wannabe elves. If you don't agree, there are always parags who will. So, under such coercion and incitement, he managed to forge contracts with 6 elves with all the attributes, which was another application of the window theory. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 I'm so strong now. As Natsuki Subaru and her team headed out, Zun Zun and Otto dismantled the witch cultists hiding in the convoy one by one. Emilia and Ram arrived soon after. Emilia, long time no see. Haven't we seen each other since the royal election? Zun Zun, the silver-haired half-elf, was visibly surprised to see Zun Zun, seemingly confused by his presence. There's no time to explain. Get in the car, Zun Zun urged Emilia. Natsuki Subaru's mission was to get Emilia and the villagers out of the village and head to the sanctuary. But, Emilia-sama, it's best to leave now. Their safety is paramount. Ram, the pink-haired maid, advising Emilia, looked similar to Rem, but she was looking at her with distinct wariness, a stark contrast to Rem's gentle expression. It was the first time Zun Zun had seen her, they hadn't met before at the mansion. It was natural for her to be cautious, especially since Roswell, whom she loved, considered her a thorn in his side. Emilia hesitated, then nodded. After all, if it were just her, it would be fine, but now the safety of so many villagers depended on her, and she had to consider them. So they quickly set off. By the way, Zun Zun clapped his hands and said to the shy, gray-haired knight beside him, who believed he had escaped the dangerous area, Otto, stay here and support Subaru. He might need your help. No kisses, I understand. Otto, who had been taught not to kiss his superiors, reluctantly agreed. Emilia heard Natsuki Subaru's name and was about to ask something, but Ram pulled her into the carriage. After observing the carriage more closely, Zun Zun said meaningfully, the situation is getting out of hand. The moon is turning red. We're running out of time. What? Nothing. As Emilia stared in bewilderment, Zun Zun joined her in the carriage, responding to Natsuki Subaru's plea to protect the silver-haired half-elf. The carriage was bustling with joy. Not only the children, but even Parker had joined them. They talked casually, without any sense of danger in their expressions, a tribute to Parker. Emilia had many questions, but Zun Zun dismissed them all, claiming that it was inconvenient to share. After all, it was all Subaru's doing, and only he could speak. But the conversation continued unabated. Kid, you've hired an elf, right? Huh? Parker asked sharply, and Emilia looked at him in surprise. There was no need to hide. Zun Zun shrugged and said, I can't hide it from you, Parker. Yes, I just successfully contracted a spirit, or rather, a quasi-spirit. Then, spirits of 6 different attributes emerged from the red gem on his forehead and swayed around him. The children in the car couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the sight of the colorful spirits. They're all good children, Parker observed carefully and nodded seriously. It wasn't just a compliment, he sensed extraordinary magical power in these quasi-spirits. This was also Zun Zun's standard for contracts. After all, the bigger the better. When they transform into spirits, they'll be incredibly powerful. I'm really flattered to receive praise from Parker, one of the 4 great spirits. You can rest assured. Parker cocked his nose triumphantly. Of course, he spoke with the tone of a superior, commenting on these small creatures that weren't yet spirits. Emilia was a little surprised that Zun Zun had become a spirit sorcerer. Seeing the spirits fluttering around inside the carriage, She couldn't help but say, Zun Zun, you're just like Julius. He's also contracted 6 spirits. Actually, it's thanks to Julius's guidance that I've been able to make a contract with these extraordinary future spirits. He's been my mentor, in a way. Zun Zun openly acknowledged his gratitude to Julius. After all, he wasn't the capricious Natsuki Subaru, and there was no conflict between them. Emilia was about to say something further, but Zun Zun raised his hand to stop her. His red eyes seemed to scan the outside through the carriage. Zun Zun, here come the troublemakers. Seriously, a bunch of filthy trash, how dare they chase after us so relentlessly? Zun Zun pursed his lips in dismay. Before he could react, the rocking, greater than ever, struck the dragon carriage first. Zun Zun grabbed the railing to keep from falling, while Emilia and Ram hugged each other, barely holding on. The dragon carriage snaked around at breakneck speed, and the people inside began to sway from side to side. Parker's face froze. Lydia, a large group of people with ill intentions is coming, the elf urged the contractors to be alert. Emilia looked up and peered behind the dragon carriage. The canopy flapped in the wind, and the view outside was dim. A dark figure approached the dragon carriage, forcing it to snake around. I must move forward, Emilia was about to act, but when she tried to stand up, a light weight held her back, preventing her from moving. Looking down, she saw children clinging to her hands in clothes, refusing to let go. No, you can't go out, we have a date with him. The children clung to Emilia tightly, refusing to let go. The he they spoke of was unknown, but she knew who it was. The silver-haired half-elf remained motionless, held by the bonds that could come loose at any moment. But, a voice echoed from inside the dragon carriage. I'll go, Zun Zun. He looked at the ruddy, black-haired boy, rubbing his hands together, eager to fight. I just became an elven sorcerer, and I'm a little excited. This rarely happens, but I think these little ones are also eager to show off. Elves of various colors swarmed around Zun Zun. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, kid. Parker, Lydia, this is the determination of a man, it can't be easily erased. With a kitten elf's intercession, Emilia had no choice but to agree. Ram offered to help, but was also rejected. After all, this dragon cart was carrying not only Emilia and the children, but also villagers from other dragon carts. Leaving all this work in the hands of Parker, the ghost god of civil war, was unsettling. Little Green, let's go. The sane elf attached himself to Zun Zun's body, and then a gentle breeze rose up behind him, gently lowering him from the cart. The most basic use of elves. Unlike ordinary mages, elven sorcerers use the magical power of air to cast spells directly through the portals of contracted spirits. The effects are similar, but the process is significantly different. An elven sorcerer's strength depends on the strength of their contracted spirit, not their own. However, if both the elven sorcerer and their contracted spirit are strong, their power can be extremely formidable. Oh, that's quite a lot. Zun Zun placed a hand on his head, surveying the scenery of the plains. They had arrived at the site of the battle with the white whale, the street next to the sage tree. But in the midst of this beautiful scenery, a group of ugly figures dressed in black appeared. They were witch cultists. All right. Then, Zun Zun extended his right hand, and 6 spirits floated before him, forming a hexagram. A tremendous amount of magical power was drawn from the atmosphere. An elven sorcerer's primary focus is spirits, supplemented by contracted spirits. However, since they had just signed a contract, Zun Zun hadn't yet developed any powerful techniques. His only option was to harness the magical power in the air, combine it with his own, and create a magic circle to amplify his magic before releasing it. Saber light, 100 meters long and 10 meters wide, taller than the one that attacked the white whale, a thunder sword, emanating from Zun Zun's position, dyed the entire sky a brilliant yellow. Then, the enormous thunder sword was skillfully placed horizontally before being brandished, like a blade slicing through grass. All the black-cloaked figures obstructing the path were consumed by the lightning, annihilated before they could even utter a cry. Wow, Parker exclaimed in surprise from inside the carriage. Inside the covered carriage, Emilia and the children huddled together, trembling in fear at the frantic bombardment outside. Emilia also maintained constant vigilance, ready to act immediately if anything happened. But, it seems we don't need to intervene, Parker said, hissing in fright, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That kid is terrifying. He wiped out most of the enemies with a single blow. Is he really just a new elven sorcerer? His exaggerated movements were both amusing and reassuring. Many children poked their heads out to take a look. The carriage's cloak fluttered in the wind, and beneath it, a slight fluttering revealed Zun Zun, holding the thunder sword high and annihilating the enemies with unparalleled power. Oh, my strength has increased so much, even Zun Zun himself was a little scared. Being able to harness the magical energy in the atmosphere not only increased his power, but also drastically reduced his mana consumption. The thunder sword's furious attack had only consumed a tenth of his mana. Okay. Onward, Zun Zun raised the thunder sword in his hand, as if to clear another wave of the few remaining monsters, when he heard cries of fear and surprise in the distance. No, don't, it's us, how strong? Looking closely, he saw Otto and Natsuki Subaru. Sorry, Zun Zun, there's an emergency. Talk to you later. Zun Zun waved and was about to greet them when the two of them, riding their earth dragons in a gust of wind, rushed toward Emilia's dragon carriage in the distance. Then he caught up with the carriage, took out a bag with powerful reaction magic, and mounted Patrashu, racing alone toward the sage tree. Then, with a loud crash, the tree collapsed. He had clearly done his best to preserve the sage tree, but who would have thought that Natsuki Subaru would destroy it? Could it be that there is a well of heaven? Chapter 265 I want to be a knight, I still have dreams. When a violent explosion erupted from beneath the sage tree, throwing Natsuki Subaru into the air before falling heavily to the ground like a rag, Emilia cried out in surprise and rushed over. Zun Zun observed everything. You're going too far, boy, I don't understand what Mr. Parker is saying. You knew about that time bomb a long time ago, and yet you still pretended to ignore it. Don't you think it's a bit much? We can agree on that. The kitten's soft fist repeatedly struck his cheek. The fur felt pleasant. It didn't seem angry. Parker hadn't noticed the time bomb hidden in the dragon carriage, but Zun Zun's frequent glances at the landing gear had aroused his suspicions. He couldn't help it, the point where the magical energy was concentrated was so visible that it attracted his attention. Even if he told himself not to look, he couldn't help it. The reason for not reminding him was simple. No matter the world or era, the hero who saves the damsel in distress never ages, and this would be a chance to reconcile. What do you think, Mr. Parker? Parker watched the man and woman in the distance, his gaze fixed on Natsuki Subaru, who was lying on top of Emilia. Despite her constant laughter, Parker had never recognized Natsuki Subaru. That's right, he never did. Emilia was Parker's priority, and since Natsuki Subaru was always pestering her, how could he ever truly recognize her? But even so, I can only protect her. After all, she loves him. What's that? The mentality of an elderly father, watching your own cabbage get eaten by a pig. Parker's eyes widened. He was already adorable, and this look made him even more adorable. He looked shocked. He couldn't figure out if Zun Zun admired Natsuki Subaru or hated him, considering he had played such a crucial role in this heroic rescue. You don't hate Subaru, do you? No, quite the opposite. But you know, men make bad friends. They're afraid of their brother's difficulties, and they're also afraid of their brother's driving a Land Rover, so that's it. It's the damned jealousy of men. Parker nodded seriously. But in the end, he decided to silently protect her, just as he had made a pact with Emilia, not to interfere in her life or thoughts, but to silently protect her. If she died, he would start destroying the world. By the way, the price of the pact was Parker's right to decide what Emilia wore each day. I could have approved of Subaru for this, but when I realized it was all premeditated, I'm reluctant to accept it. But you have to admit that Subaru would risk his life for Emilia. You're right, Parker nodded seriously. Then he saluted Zun Zun and floated toward the two men, saying something before leaving. You seem to have an incredible affinity with elves. I wonder what will become of them when those little creatures blossom. I'm really looking forward to it, Zun Zun said with a smile. The effects of the divine body were beyond imagination. You should know that an elven sorcerer has a limit to the number of contracts he can sign. If he exceeds it, he will lose control and go berserk. Even Julius, with the blessing of the elven temptation, can only contract a maximum of 6 elves. Zun Zun sensed that he was far from reaching his limit. However, he decided not to sign any more contracts. 6 elves with all the attributes were more than enough. Signing more elves would only dilute resources and slow down their development. That's called biting off more than one can chew. At the same time, a voice came from behind him, being praised by Lord Parker. I think I understand why Subaru said that. No, I should have admitted it frankly when I saw that lightning magic. Julius. Turning around, he found the Supreme Knight looking at him with a melancholy expression. Julius was deeply melancholy. When Parker had met him before, he had only said good and nothing more. However, perhaps the strongest of the four great spirits in the world, Zun Zun, a newly hired elven sorcerer, was so optimistic about Zun Zun that to say he had no ulterior motives would be a complete deception. But, he surveyed the utter destruction of the once verdant grassland and said sincerely, I also want to see how much stronger your spirit would become if it bloomed. That was the look of an unwavering fighting spirit, the look of promise. Zun Zun was no coward. Faced with the Supreme Knight's challenge, he gladly accepted it, and they agreed to wait until both spirits bloomed before they could test who was stronger. By the way, is Zun Zun's thunder sword a new move? Oh, so you're planning to steal my skills so soon? Not really. The two elven sorcerers exchanged glances. Each learned a lot from the other. The witch cult's attack forced them to stop and confront each other. After defeating the enemy, they gathered under the sage tree. Ferris continued tending to the wounded. The others loaded them onto the dragon carriage. Many didn't know what to do with the fallen sage tree. Normally, they should have brought it back, but they simply didn't have enough men, so they chose to abandon it temporarily until they could gather more men to bring it back later. When Natsuki Subaru heard that blowing up the tree might be a crime in the kingdom, her expression was grim, which earned her a good laugh. Meanwhile, Zun Zun listened to Otto's complaints. After all, not only had he been left alone in the village waiting for help, but he had also run into the frenzied Archbishop of Sloth and then enjoyed a thrilling off-road race in the forest, not to mention the excitement it gave him. Otto was already regretting accepting Zun Zun's knighthood. In fact, Zun Zun felt a little bad for forcing him. After all, some people, even those with immense talent, just stay in their small mountain villages, living a quiet and relaxed life. That was the case with the Crimson Demons. Since Otto didn't want to be a knight, and Zun Zun didn't want to force him, and he was about to leave this world, after considering all these factors, a new plan was proposed. Otto, you don't have to be a knight anymore, huh? When we return, I'll ask Reinhardt to help you resign from your position in the Knights of the Realm and give you a large sum of money. Don't you really like being a merchant? Then pursue your dream. With your qualifications, you'll undoubtedly become an elite merchant. Or may I introduce you to Anastasia? Mr. Russell from the Kingdom's Chamber of Commerce would also be an option. Zun Zun offered plenty of options. They were all excellent choices for Otto, choices he'd always dreamed of. If he could connect with Anastasia or Russell, becoming an elite merchant would be a piece of cake. And Otto didn't have to be chosen by the king. Within a certain time frame, he'd already become a successful merchant and had even done business with the evil Natsuki Subaru. On his own, Otto could fully pursue his dream. But, what's that? What? You always say that, insisting I become a knight, and now you say you want me to become a merchant. What's that? Do you think I'm a toy you can throw away at any time? As if finally unable to contain his inner rage, Otto grabbed Zun Zun's collar. His gray eyes opened wide, giving him a rather oppressive aura. This guy was truly incomprehensible. Normally, he was timid and cowardly, but at times like this, he was incredibly terrifying. Then, it's all your fault. You've ruined my life. Take responsibility, don't say such deceitful things. Zun Zun grabbed him by the wrist and yanked him to the ground overhead, causing him to groan in pain. Their exchange drew attention. Really? I'm doing this for your sake. What do you mean, for my sake? Weren't you the one who said I had the talent to be a knight? It was for my sake, phew. There was no way to refute it. Otto's tearful cry left Zun Zun speechless. It seemed like he had really said it back then. I know, scratching his head in frustration, Zun Zun said earnestly, if you let this chance pass you by, you'll never be able to escape. I want to be a knight. I still have dreams, you can't help it. Well, I'll use you until you die. Yes, I'd love to. Otto grabbed the hand Zun Zun offered him. Otto was a merchant, but it was an act of desperation. When the nobles issued an order for his assassination, he was forced to leave his hometown and seek refuge with his father's acquaintances as a merchant. It didn't matter what kind of merchant he was, it depended on what his father's acquaintances did for a living. If they were shoemakers, they were shoemakers. If they were carpenters, they were carpenters. There was no choice. Fortunately, he had a knack for business, which allowed him to break even or to make small losses despite inclement weather and various unforeseen events. But could he still call himself a merchant if he suffered continuous losses? Ever since he became a merchant 4 years ago, misfortune had beset him. Despite Zun Zun's warnings, he persisted in purchasing large quantities of oil, which brought him to the brink of bankruptcy. On the brink of slavery, he revered his own talents and transformed himself into a noble knight, even a candidate for the king's election. So how could he not dedicate everything to his predecessor? Exactly. What's wrong with doing something dangerous? Doesn't it better demonstrate one's worth? Otto, are you really doomed? What? Look, you say you're not, but your body is honest. The more excessive the demands, the happier you are. Do you have that kind of fetish? No, you don't. Otto's shouts echoed throughout the plain, prompting laughter from the other spectators. Chapter 266, Leaving Zero temporarily and returning to Suqing. Everything was settled, and they set off on their journey again. Natsuki Subaru and the others had to return to the capital to report first, but Zun Zun didn't need to, so he, Fram, and Otto hurried from the streets of the Sage Tree toward the Holy Sword family's territory. Compared to the kingdom's renowned Holy Sword family, the Astria family's territory was surprisingly small. The Astria territory was very small, with only a single village called Hakchili located at the center of the Astria family. Hakchili wasn't a large city, and its main industries were agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as the earth dragon industry, unique to this region. In fact, the earth dragons they rode were produced in Hakchili. On the other side of the Hakura Plateau is Flandaz, one of the 5 great cities. It is said to be the birthplace of earth dragons and a city that has thrived in the dragon industry since ancient times. Hakchili has benefited from this, with numerous artisans making saddles, reins, and harnesses for dragons. I see, Otto, you know a lot. As I was once a merchant, I need to know more. Otto was slightly pleased by the compliment. However, this caused some dissatisfaction in Fram, the carriage driver. As a maid who had lived in this village, she naturally knew more than Otto. She kept telling interesting anecdotes about the village, as if they were exchanging notes. The 3 of them passed the time. The carriage, bearing the family crest of the Sword Saints, slowly pulled up to the main residence of Astria. Outside the carriage stood Ferret, expectant, and Reinhardt, helpless, with a wry smile on his face. It was no wonder they were waiting for Zun Zun. After all, Fram had already contacted his sister through divine protection. The only thing that surprised him was the little girl huddled behind Ferret, Mary. She was the beast master who had attacked Zun Zun and his men alongside gut hunter Elsa. Reinhardt had unexpectedly released her. He looked at her with a questioning look. Reinhardt shrugged and said, "This was Master Felt's request. He thought you might need a playmate your own age, so he released you." They seemed to be getting along quite well. Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. If Mary could start over, she would certainly be of great help, but if she harbored other ulterior motives. He glanced at her subconsciously. Hey, the girl shuddered in fear, ducked her head, and didn't dare look at Zun Zun, apparently still reeling from the shock of that murderous declaration in the wild. It's better to leave regrets for morals than dangers for life. Don't worry, Master Zun Zun, I can still take care of this little thing, since you mention it. Reinhardt, Zun Zun withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. With Laotian, who could almost be considered the strongest in the world, making such a promise, and considering that if Meili didn't have a magical beast and was no different from an ordinary child, wouldn't there be anything wrong with letting her get along with Ferret? Ferret tried to calm Meili down. Seeing that Ferret, who is like an older sister, and Meili, who is like a younger sister, they should be able to get along well. Compared to this, Reinhardt looked at Otto and said with a smile, I didn't expect Mr. Otto to be nicknamed the Grey Knight on this trip. It turns out the Venerable Lord has reason to be optimistic about you, Grey Knight? Me. Otto pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Reinhardt was also a little surprised. Lord Otto, don't you know? That's right, you've been on the road and haven't noticed. In fact, Lord Otto's bravery in the battle against the White Whale was recognized by the soldiers, and he has been granted the title of Grey Knight, bravery and skill. Hey, that's nothing. Otto scratched his head, trying to be modest, but he couldn't suppress his smile, and his elation was evident. Think about it. He had suffered hardships since becoming a merchant, constantly being scolded and bullied. Unlike now, he shines brightly and has been granted the title of Grey Knight. It can be said that he has reached the pinnacle of his life. But Zun Zun felt that something was wrong. Titles are not given lightly, especially colorful ones, like Ferris Blue and Roswell Red, Yellow, and Green. Titles are only awarded after reaching the top rank. Zun Zun admitted that Otto was somewhat impressive, but not enough to merit a colored title. Ferris and Roswell had lost status. Could it be? He leaned toward Reinhardt and whispered, "Was it old Mandang's doing? You're very cunning." This was Mr. Mikladov's scheme, Reinhardt told Zun Zun himself, without any dissimulation. It made sense. Old Mandang must have thought that Zun Zun's knight, Otto, was a nobody who came out of nowhere. Added to the fact that he was originally a mere merchant, he thought this might lower Zun Zun's status and stature, thus giving him cause for criticism. So, as a desperate measure, he granted him a colored title. Ferris and Roswell were severely weakened. They were both renowned figures on the continent, but Otto's actions must have been discouraging. "Hey, Zun Zun," felt, hands on hips, raised her head and shouted to Zun Zun, "Where's my present? You didn't say you didn't prepare one for me on your trip." Upon her return, she clamored for a present, like a daughter seeing her parents return from a business trip. Zun Zun and Reinhardt looked at each other and laughed together. "What are you laughing at? Where's my present? Hurry up and get it out, don't grab my face. Let go. Let go. I brought it. I brought the present." Zun Zun was helpless before Ferret, who wordlessly grabbed his face. He signaled to Fram and Otto to bring down the prepared present, a small portion of the white whale's belly, from the dragon cart. Seeing this, Ferret ran into the kitchen with Meili, carrying the white whale meat. She wanted Grandma to prepare a big dinner for that evening, and to eat white whale. At night, Zun Zun and the others enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Although Grandma didn't cook as well as Zun Zun, the white whale meat was still good, and everyone enjoyed it very much. Even the three gangsters praised the food. Upon learning they were eating white whale meat, they opened their mouths and were speechless. They probably never thought of escaping again. After dinner, Felt and Mary had gone to play, while Zun Zun, receiving no help with the dishes, went out into the courtyard. "Zun Zun-sama," a soft voice called from behind them. Turning, he saw the sword Saint, whose presence, even in the darkness, shone with a strange brilliance. "Reinhardt, Zun Zun-sama, thank you," he bowed deeply, and Zun Zun quickly stepped aside, avoiding the bow. "Why so sudden? Thank you very much for defeating the white whale." Reinhardt had his own difficulties. Even if he didn't know it, his grandmother had been killed by the white whale because she had stolen the sword Saint's divine protection. In that situation, how could he not feel deep condemnation? "I heard that it was you who finally and decisively brought down the white whale, right?" "No, it's just that I was the one who dealt the final blow. If it weren't for Miss Crush and the subjugation team, if it weren't for the help of Wilhelm, Ricardo, and the others, if it weren't for Natsuki Subaru and Ram, who lured the white whale to the ground, I wouldn't have been able to bring it down." It wasn't modesty, it was the statement of fact. Reinhardt understood what she meant, but he still bowed seriously. "Thank you, anyway, if you insist." Perhaps restless at not being able to go to the scene, Reinhardt was deeply grateful for having killed the white whale and even brought it back for us to eat. "So, Reinhardt, do you understand why I did it?" "Yes, I understand." Reinhardt was no fool. He knew exactly why Zun Zun had agreed to help him subjugate the white whale. But even though he knew Zun Zun's motives, he still expressed his gratitude for everything Zun Zun had done. "Then, I shall grant your request, Zun Master." Having already done so much, Reinhardt would have felt guilty if he had kept Zun Master in suspense any longer. "Please wait a moment. I will attempt to open the dimensional passage." "Wait a moment. Have you not activated the dimensional passage protection yet?" "Yes, I rarely use this ability, so I'm not sure if it will work. If I can't, it will be very frustrating." "Hey," Zun Master couldn't help but curl his lips at Reinhardt's joyful expression. But when the sword Saint closed his eyes with a serious expression, just 3 seconds later. "Done? What do you mean, it's done? The protection is obtained?" "Oh," Master Zun's mouth fell open, and then he smiled in relief. "Yes. What is there to talk about with a hanging cup? When would Master Zun want to leave?" "Now. I don't like dramatic farewells, so now is the best time." "I see." Reinhardt seemed to agree, but quickly posed another question. "When will you return?" "Never." Zun Zun wanted to say that, but Reinhardt probably wouldn't let him go after he said it. "Seriously? Since time stops after leaving this world, wouldn't just stating a date suffice?" 1 year. "I'll return in 1 year." 1 year? That's a long time. Although I dislike agreeing, Zun Zun has his own life, and I can't forcibly interfere. Reinhardt nodded reluctantly. Please step aside. Zun Zun followed his advice and moved away. Then he saw Reinhardt's hand swirling in the air, and a dark vortex appeared before him. I can't hold on to this passage much longer. Please hold on tight. Oh, Zun Zun lifted his foot without hesitation. I'm leaving. Safe journey. After Reinhardt's respectful farewell, Zun Zun entered the dark spatial tunnel. With a wave of his hand, he didn't take a single cloud with him. No, he took 6 quasi-elves with him. Chapter 267, Whether you are a goddess or not, the lighting effect is the most important thing. What does it feel like to be tossed around in a washing machine? It's that feeling of dizziness and vertigo, the kind that makes you lose your bearings, not just east and west, but even front, back, and left. I'm dying. Ugh, Zun Zun vomited, collapsing to his knees. Did Reinhardt do this on purpose? This indescribable dizziness is truly unbearable, more painful than riding a roller coaster 100 times. This hadn't happened to him since he returned from the landing. Lying on the ground, Zun Zun gazed up at the high ceilings of the church. He looked around and realized he was back in the temple of Lake Alkenrisha. Luckily, the water hadn't accumulated yet, or he would have drowned. But leaving now seemed impossible. Just when Zun Zun was at a loss for what to do, he heard a familiar commotion outside the church hall. Enough, we've been searching for a month, and we're about to turn the temple upside down. So, Kazuma, why don't you just die and ask Chris if Zun Zun is with her? I don't want to die over something so trivial, Aqua urged Sato Kazuma. Although the request was a little excessive, everyone thought it might be the best solution at the time. After all, it's been so long, and we still haven't found her. Maybe. Yunyun and Darkness looked at him. Sato Kazuma couldn't help but take a step back, his expression tinged with fear. Hey, you're not really. No, we're comrades, aren't we? To do something so drastic. To kill me over something so trivial? It's too much. Don't be afraid, Kazuma. To make sure I can really kill you, I'll use explosive magic. You're so excited. Come on, it's a necessary sacrifice. We're comrades, right? Even something as small as this is fine, right? This is no small matter, the evil man suddenly shouted again. It's no small feat, but Megumin's crimson eyes shone brightly, and she raised her staff as if to chant a spell. Sato Kazuma closed his eyes, shouting that he was about to die. I'm here. A faint, indistinct voice reached everyone's ears. X5. Everyone looked at each other. After a pause of a few seconds, they quickly turned around and ran toward the innermost room, where Zun Zun had been teleported. A frenzy of footsteps echoed from outside the room, drawing ever closer. Zun Zun, long time no see. I'm back, Zun Zun waved with difficulty to the crowd that appeared at the door. Everyone was smiling, seemingly happy to see him back. Megumin even jumped in first, throwing herself at him. Where the hell have you gone? Sorry, Zun Zun patted her on the head. It seemed like he had been gone for a long time, otherwise, Megumin wouldn't be angry. With a dead look, she declared, if you don't come back, I'll blow up this village with explosive magic and dig you out if I have to. Her Yandere nature was at its peak. There was no doubting the Crimson Demon's level of paranoia. If Megumin didn't return, he would definitely do something like this, something no one could stop him from. You two, split up. Yunyun also rushed forward, grabbing Megumin's arm, trying to pull her away from Zun Zun. Let go of her, I don't want her, but Megumin's grip was too tight, like a piece of candy, and she couldn't let go. Yunyun raged, Megumin, you're going too far. I didn't do that. It's Zun Zun and I who have that kind of relationship, and what exactly is your relationship? Megumin retorted, but then asked in confusion, Yunyun. You're so strange. Why are you so moved by my concern for Zun Zun? Could it be? She seemed to have a sudden idea. Yunyun blushed deeply, waving her hands frantically. No, do you like me, huh? No. After a second of hesitation, Yunyun suddenly cried out. Although she and Megumin were good friends and cared about her, it definitely wasn't love. No, it was a different love from Zun Zun's. I'd like to ask Megumin, why do you care so much about Zun Zun, huh? How strange, Megumin. Even though we're childhood sweethearts, something's wrong with you. Are you caring too much about Zun Zun? You. What are you talking about? I'm just showing you the normal concern, like childhood sweethearts, Megumin lied lamely. The sweat-drenched girl, her gaze lost, subconsciously loosened her grip on Zun Zun and turned her head, not daring to look at Yunyun, her expression utterly guilty. Sato Kazuma pursed his lips. Should we say that bystanders see more clearly, or that Megumin is truly incapable of lying? Even the goddess Aqua and Night Darkness, the idiot, would have noticed her thoughts. Perhaps. Really? Is this how childhood sweethearts interact? Yunyun looked at Aqua and the others in surprise. She had forgotten. This young leader of the Crimson Demon clan was also a heavyweight. Despite being an ordinary person, he's a withdrawn and mentally challenged child among the abnormal Crimson Demons, unaware that such things are normal. How can it be normal? Actually, well, Aqua, you better shut up. I'll treat you to some sparkling wine when we get back. Sato Kazuma covered the idiot goddess's mouth, tempting her with sparkling wine before she could escape, and managed to prevent her from saying anything she shouldn't have. You have to admit it. Although Sato Kazuma is a jerk and a scoundrel, his emotional intelligence is truly exceptional, but sometimes, he's simply too much of a jerk. Putting it in words is his true nature, putting it bluntly, he's too lazy to take action. Darkness also managed to smooth things over perfectly. Well, it's getting late, and Zun Zun is probably still injured. Let's head out. So everyone left the lake temple. Upon emerging, Zun Zun saw Aqua wave her hands, and the parted waters of the lake naturally reunited, and the temple disappeared beneath the lake once more. What is this? You probably don't know. In fact, after you absorbed the magical power from the magic stone you found in the temple, the lake water stopped parting at the scheduled time each day. Every time we go down to search, we have to ask Aqua to part the water, Darkness explained. Aqua raised her head proudly, hands on her hips, and said proudly, "So, isn't it amazing? It's no big deal, you can praise me all you want. Come on, praise me now." "What the hell, that hurts," the stupid goddess screamed in pain. Sato Kazuma punched her hard on the head, berating her angrily. "Every time I ask you to come down, you drag your feet. I don't understand if you really want to find Zun Zun. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Let Kazuma die for once and ask Eris. You're the one who's been refusing to do it." Those things, faced with the stupid goddess's condemnation, Sato Kazuma was speechless. "Do you really care about the lives of scoundrels? As you can see, Zun Zun, we've tried hard to find you." Darkness shrugged helplessly and then asked, "But where have you been this past month? We've searched the entire temple, and there's no trace of you." Although the temple was huge, a team of 5 could easily search it 10 times in a single day. After a whole month of searching with no trace of you, it's no wonder the impatient Aqua balked. "I participated in a test. Everyone was a little stunned. Sato Kazuma immediately realized that this was probably a typical Crimson Demon Chunyabao, just someone accidentally trapped somewhere and then escaped. Unexpectedly. I found this." The red gem on Zun Zun's forehead flashed, and a ball of multicolored light emerged from it. "This is Senjing," Aqua was the first to exclaim. She was a goddess after all, and although she was confused and clueless, she still understood these things clearly. Sato Kazuma quickly pressed, "Wait a minute, what are fairy spirits? Do they sound incredibly powerful? Not just in appearance, they're truly powerful." Aqua sweetly welcomed the 6 spirits that floated toward her, her expression gradually softening and becoming more sacred, like a true goddess. Losing her naivete, she felt unfamiliar to everyone. Fairy spirits are the beings closest to gods. They represent nature, capable of harnessing its energy. In fact, Kazuma, you've encountered fairy spirits before, right? "Me too," Sato Kazuma blinked. When had he encountered one before? He remembered. He seemed to have encountered one for real. "You're saying, General Winter?" "Wait, wasn't General Winter created by humans and given a form? So what was General Winter like before he had a form?" "Of course." Sato Kazuma understood instantly, but his expression quickly changed. "So these spirits will eventually become as powerful as General Winter, if they have enough time to grow." Aqua seemed quite popular among the spirits, elves. That's right, she was a true goddess after all. Megumin asked curiously, "How did you get them?" Zun Zun, did you sign a contract?" "Contract?" Yunyun looked puzzled. They probably didn't understand the concept of a contract between a spirit sorcerer and a spirit, so Zun Zun explained the contract to them. There are a lot of restrictions, but it's undeniable that they're really powerful. They're my best and most trusted companions." Zun Zun summoned the spirits back. Sato Kazuma looked at the colorful lights surrounding Zun Zun, Then at Aqua, who was completely naked, and understood something. Whether you are a goddess or not, the effect of lighting is the most important thing. Chapter 268. Fortunately, she is not a goddess, otherwise it would be unlucky. Contracts between spirits vary. For example, Parker determines Amelia's hairstyle and daily attire. Meanwhile, Zun Zun must say I love you to Blackie and good morning, good night to Whitey daily, play with Yellowy for an hour a day, go out once a week with Greenie, and, when using magic, draw on Reedy's magic first. Bluey only heals other girls, except for Zun. The restrictions are numerous and complex. As for why he was able to bring back the fairy spirits, Zun Zun had a possible explanation. First, fairy spirits typically reside in catalysts, high-purity magic crystals, to store magic for their materialization. While quasi-spirits don't require much magic, having one would reduce Zun Zun's magic consumption. Furthermore, Zun Zun's only high-purity magic crystal is the jewel on his forehead that allows him to travel through time. Combined with the fusion of this crystal with his inherent spiritual equipment, his soul, and the benefits of the contract, it is considered Zun Zun's own being, allowing fairy spirits, to travel with him throughout the world, probably. There could be more hidden secrets or other reasons, but Zun Zun wouldn't delve into them. Don't delve too deeply, after all, you'll lose. Back at the Alcanrisha Inn. Still a little dizzy, he asked Aqua to treat him. With a goddess as competent as him, why bother with a fairy spirit? In a split second, he was cured. So Miss Wiz has already left. Yes, because Axel's shop couldn't be left unattended. She used that excuse to purify Hans's body and the hot springs and ran off. They remained at the inn. But the weak lich was gone. His concern for the magic item shop was commendable, but his return wouldn't do much good. Van Eyre probably hoped he'd never return. Hans's body is clean, and the hot spring town is operating normally. Doesn't that mean there's nothing left for us to do? Normally, that's how it is, but Darkness hesitated. Zun Zun frowned. It wasn't like her. Had something happened? Just as he was about to ask, the hotel door burst open, and something slithered in, arms outstretched, grabbing him by the thighs. Instinctively, it lifted its leg and stepped on his face. Ow! The person moaned in pleasure, startling Zun Zun, who immediately moved his foot away. Taking a better look, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the competent Lord Zesta? Come on. Pass me again, I don't want it." Zun Zun took a step back in disgust. Not only Darkness, but also Megumin, Yunyun, and Satou Kazuma looked at him in dismay. That's right, even if they were all problem children, they were no match for the troublemaking old man, let alone the capable Lord Zesta. Ahem, sorry for letting you see my rebellious side. He stood up, dusted himself off, and coughed pretentiously, as if trying to regain his dignity as Grand Archbishop of the Axis cult. However, those who knew his true nature wouldn't fall for it. You probably know the Supreme Archbishop, right? He heard that we defeated Hans, a general in the Demon King's army, and purified the polluted hot springs, so he rushed back, Darkness explained. Aqua, delighted to see him, ran over to Zesta, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You're finally here. The sparkling wine you promised me." "Yes, I brought it, Aqua-sama," Zesta said with a smile. Her eyes reflected respect and admiration, and she didn't seem to take offense at the idiot goddess's bluntness. Aqua exclaimed upon receiving the wine. She opened the bottle right in front of him, whistled, and downed it in one gulp, followed by a squeal of joy. Zesta even clapped her hands and said, "Pure nature, is it? Hey, come with me." Zun Zun pulled him by the shoulder and led him to a corner of the room. "Respected sir, may I ask what you're doing? I was wondering if you knew who Aqua was." "I don't know anything," Zesta replied decisively. She smiled though, a serious look etched in her eyes. "Not bad. I thought he was a crazy fanatic, someone who would lose his composure upon learning that Aqua was his goddess, but I didn't expect him to be so calm. I never admitted it. If you don't believe me," Zesta gestured for him to look away. Sato Kazuma and Aqua were struggling, seemingly arguing over a drink. "You really drank it all in one gulp. What's wrong with that?" "They offered it to me anyway. If you ask why, I am a goddess, the goddess Aqua. My followers offer me this drink, why shouldn't I have it all to myself?" "Of course, my follower, Zesta," Aqua demanded. "However, Aqua-sama, although you share the same name as the goddess we worship, please do not impersonate Aqua, the goddess of water." If the other believers hear you, they will fly into a rage and throw you into a pig cage. Why, the foolish goddess, denied once again by her own believer, burst into tears, prompting a laugh from Sato Kazuma. To think of a goddess worthy of her was truly extraordinary. As your lordship, I have not been unmasked, Zesta said gently. She knew full well that the Axis cult was a thorn in the side of the Demon King's army. If their goddess were in the lower realms, they would furiously surround her and eliminate her at any cost. How could a believer endanger a goddess? Don't say it. Don't say it. This guy has some common sense. Then, Zesta suddenly bowed, kowtowed in front of Zun Zun, and whispered, whose goddess is Zun Zun? Huh? I originally formed an alliance with the Crimson Demons because you were the goddess we worship, but after seeing Aqua-sama, I realized I was wrong. So who are you? Or, are you Aqua-sama's illegitimate daughter? No way. Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance. He glared at the idiot goddess quarreling with Sato Kazuma over the sparkling wine. If your parents were like this, she'd be a mess. Zun Zun corrected him. I'm just an ordinary Crimson Demon, really. Although I do think Crimson Demons are fundamentally unusual. Phew. There was no refuting that. If there were two groups in this world that were the most infuriating, the Axis cult would undoubtedly be the first, followed by the Crimson Demons. Now that the two organizations tormenting the Demon King's army had formed an alliance, I imagine the Demon King must be in a panic. Oh no. He couldn't help but feel pity for the Demon King. Just as Zun Zun felt compassion for him, he noticed two idiots approaching with fawning smiles. Seeing their amused faces, he couldn't help but curl his lips. What for? Well, Zun Zun, you just got back, right? Aqua and I were thinking we should celebrate, throw a welcome back party or something, that way we could drink all the champagne we wanted. Idiot, don't tell us your true purpose. Sato Kazuma tugged at Aqua's cheek, angrily berating her for revealing her intentions. The idiot goddess fought back, and the two of them got into a fight again in front of everyone. Those two guys were like-minded bastards. Zun Zun was speechless. They weren't trying to celebrate anything, just looking for an excuse to drink to their heart's content. And expecting them to pay was absolutely impossible, so... Ha ha ha. Well, then let the Axis Church organize the party, Zesta said with a giggle. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. I really hope he won't be so accommodating to these two idiots. In the evening, Zesta held a grand banquet at the Axis Church. Aqua put on a magnificent show at the event, which earned much applause. Sato Kazuma rarely stopped her. Megumin and Yunyun competed to see who could eat the most. Darkness enjoyed the teasing of the Axis believers. Even Zun Zun and his older sister Tristan, who upheld the belief that as long as there is love, even siblings can be together, had a good talk. During the conversation, Zun Zun said that if she had such an idea, he would support it after Zesta abdicated and let her become the next leader of the Axis Church. And Tristan said that as long as she could take the throne, he would definitely promote his own ideas. The two reached a close alliance. In the following days, Zun Zun and his older sister Tristan, who upheld the belief that as long as there is love, even siblings can be together. Zun and his friends had fun in Alkenrisha. Day 1, banquet. Day 2, banquet. Day 3, banquet. Day 4, my lord, my lord. You can't allow this depravity to continue. Don't you still have the great ambition to become a demon king? You're just wasting your time here, wasting your ambition. Day 5, party. Life in this village was pleasant. 3 days a small party, 5 days a big one, just drinking and drinking all day. Especially Aqua. At Zesta's flattery, she was completely flattered and lost herself. So one night, everyone except Aqua gathered together. We can't go on like this, Sato Kazuma spoke first, his tone serious. We've been causing a lot of trouble for everyone in the cult of Accusis lately. We have to go. Oh? Kazuma said he wanted to leave. What a surprise, it's because he got hurt yesterday. What happened? Seeing her constipated expression, Zun Zun grew even more curious, and Megumin pouted. This guy met a girl he really liked yesterday. He thought she was interested in him, so he approached her, but she's actually a member of the Accusis cult. Yunyun looked at him pityingly. Zun Zun noticed as well. Damn it, Sato Kazuma slammed his hand on the table, his face full of resignation. How dare you play with my innocence like that? Anyway, we have to go back. Yes, we will. And I'm out of tricks to recruit people, and I don't know what to do about those cultists. Megumin made a terrifying declaration. And what about Darkness and Yunyun? The truth is, I adore this village, but its strength is slowly being drained away. Also, my father is very worried about me because of the cotters of the Demon King's army, so I have to go back." Darkness was still so perverted. Yunyun said that she had been wanting to go back for a long time. "But what about Aqua?" Zun Zun spread his hands and said, "That idiot is already having a good time. She definitely won't want to go back. She might even say she wants to stay." "Don't worry, I have a plan." Sato Kazuma looked confident. And the next morning, just as Zun Zun and the others were getting up and enjoying breakfast, Aqua came running in and said, "Everyone, let's go back." "Huh? What's wrong, Aqua? You're in such a hurry to leave. It's not like you." "What are you talking about?" the little girl asked, stunned. Aqua exclaimed excitedly, "The reward for defeating Hans, the general of the Demon King's army, has arrived. 300 million, heiress. I don't know why the kingdom sent it to Axel, but it's enough. Let's go, everyone." That was how it worked. Money that can make the devil work and also make a foolish goddess flee. Behind Aqua, Sato Kazuma gave her a triumphant yes gesture. Then everyone said their goodbyes to Zesta. When the High Archbishop of the Axis cult heard that Aqua and the others were leaving, he naturally tried to keep them back, but Aqua's insistence on returning with Axel forced him to reluctantly agree to their departure. "Then please accept the Alkan specialties I've prepared, Your Grace." "Oh, you're welcome." "Huh?" Although he said it was obvious, his hands quickly took the package. But as he touched the square package, a strong feeling of unease came over him. He opened it. It was a pile of membership applications. Only a fool would want that. Angrily, he threw the applications at Jesta. "That hurts. I spent so much time thinking about this. It's a true Alkan specialty." Jesta rubbed her sore nose. Was she serious? Come to think of it, didn't Miss Cecily return with Mr. Zesta? "Oh, Miss Cecily? Unfortunately, she didn't come with me. She's working hard to accumulate merits and become a priestess of the Axel branch. But don't worry, she'll see you soon." "Forget it." Zun Zun felt terrible upon hearing the news. If that perverted priestess came, who knows what trouble she would cause. After bidding farewell to Zesta, the group began their journey home. How was this possible? Zun Zun, who had already learned how to teleport, used magic to return. Chapter 269. By the time you see this sentence, I'm already dead. "Good morning, Zaya Obey. I love you, Zaya Ohi." The morning sun streamed into the mansion. Zun Zun opened his eyes. He reached out and fiddled with the two balls of light, one white and one black, bouncing before him, greeting them with a wide smile. Manifesting fairy spirits consumes magic power. With their immense magic power, keeping one quasi-fairy spirit manifested for 24 hours wouldn't be a problem, but manifesting all 6 would be a bit overkill. And most importantly, Zun Zun wasn't like a side-scrolling game where the fatigue meter refreshed every morning at 6 o'clock. No, it refreshed magic power. So, usually, they still had to work in shifts. Although it seemed a little awkward at first, after getting used to it, it became a ritual of sorts. Like a believer praying daily? Doesn't it mean that, in a way, the relationship between an elven sorcerer and the elves is like that of a believer with a goddess? It doesn't matter. After waking up, Zun Zun stretched, dressed, and left his room. Upon entering the mansion's living room, he found himself confronted by a scene that made his lips tremble. "The finest black tea is ready, Kazuma-san. It's hot water." How careless. "Sorry, Kazuma-san, it's okay, I'll make another cup." "Thank you, Aqua, I'll drink it as is." Sato Kazuma calmly drank the high-quality black tea purified by Aqua. If this had happened before, they would have started arguing and fighting. Why now, one sitting elegantly on the sofa drinking plain water while the other holds ladylike words that even goblins can learn. Both of them have been ill for several days. Since their return to Axel, the bounty on the Demon King's general has been issued. 300 million heiress. Furthermore, Sato Kazuma and Vanir have formed a strategic alliance, earning a lot of money. With such a fortune, both of them are naturally inflated. Darkness is also worried about this. "Zun Zun, please say something." Both of them have been possessed. There's not much to say. It's just that their sudden wealth has thrown them off balance. In time, they will feel empty. Zun Zun knew this very well. But his casual words seemed to irritate Sato Kazuma, the billionaire. "So what, Zun Zun, what? It's an enormous sum of money. Now each of them is worth tens of millions of heiress. Aren't you excited?" Really, that's enough savings to live comfortably. A mere adventurer would surely be delighted. You hypocrite, Sato Kazuma glared at him defiantly. He was completely fired up. He had never dared to challenge Zun Zun like that. Could the saying, money is a hero's courage, gold a man's waistline, be true? I thought Zun Zun would be defeated, but he only sneered. I have no interest in money. I have no liking for money. Hey, stop lying, Kazuma, have you forgotten? A single ability potion I made is worth tens of millions of Eris. If I wanted to, I would have been financially independent a long time ago. Phew, Sato Kazuma, interrupted, was speechless. He had forgotten. The most accomplished Grand Mage of the Crimson Demons, a magic item master, was in high demand. His potions were incredibly popular, especially the energy potions from Wiz's shop, which were always in high demand and highly regarded by the nobles. Damn. The gap between people is huge. His Versailles-inspired words brought Sato Kazuma back to square one. There was still a big difference between being the richest man in a village and the richest man in the world. Let alone a goose that laid golden eggs. Master Zun Zun, would you like a shoulder and leg massage? Gladly, Kazuma, what a coward. Master Zun Zun, I'm not only good at banquets, I'm also good at giving massages. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Sato Kazuma and Aqua approached Zun Zun with fawning smiles. Their subservience was in sharp contrast to her previous rebelliousness. After all, money runs out, but the goose that lays the golden eggs is sustainable. Earning money isn't a problem. Zun Zun slumped onto the sofa, her legs up on the table, and pretended to stretch. Ah, my body is so stiff. It seems I didn't sleep well last night. I wish someone could massage my shoulders and thighs. I'll massage your shoulders, I'll massage your legs. The two of them had a clear division of labor, acting as maids, one in front and one behind. During this time, Zun Zun nodded approvingly to Darkness, indicating that she had corrected them. However, Darkness couldn't help but sigh. She felt that Zun Zun had simply joined in on their mischief. Darkness, I'm thirsty, I'll make some tea. The noble daughter went to the kitchen. While Zun Zun was enjoying himself, Megumin returned from outside. It was unclear what she had been doing so early. I'm back. What are you doing? Seeing Sato Kazuma and Aqua attending to Zun Zun like maids, she was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what was going on. Instead of asking too much, she asked a strange question. Is Yunyun back, eh? Didn't she go out with you? Yes, but we split up when she said she was going to the guild to see if anyone had any messages. But when I arrived, she wasn't there, so I went back first. Seriously, where the hell has that girl gone? How dare she leave me? Megumin teased Aqua, then sat down on the other sofa, fuming. Darkness came out of the kitchen with a cup of tea and said, Yunyun must have something urgent to tell me. Don't worry, she's a great mage after all, she won't be in danger and Axel, I'm not worried, the girl denied proudly. Just as everyone was savoring the tea Darkness prepared, Yunyun rushed in, her face full of anxiety. Yunyun, what the? Megumin wanted to scold her angrily, but Yunyun was in no mood to pay attention to her. Instead, she ran straight to Zun Zun and shouted, Zun Zun, let's make a baby. Puff, several rainbows appeared in the living room. As Yunyun spoke these passionate words, Zun Zun froze, and his mouth instinctively spat out tea. He stared at his fiancée, who also blushed, clenched her fists, and trembled, almost completely embarrassed. Zun Zun wasn't the only one who froze. Everyone present was stunned by Yunyun's explosive words. And it was only natural. Yunyun was usually a quiet and polite girl, so saying something like that suddenly would make anyone wonder if she had gone crazy. Yunyun, you're crazy, someone shouted. It was Megumin. Yunyun glared at her, her eyes reddening. Megumin, shut up, what? Megumin was stunned. Yunyun often retorts, but she had never been so forceful, not once. Megumin instinctively looked at Zun Zun. Everyone, not just her, was looking at him, seemingly waiting for his reply. I see. I understand. Then let's have a baby. After all, Yunyun and I have that kind of relationship, it's only a matter of time. Wait a minute, Megumin, having regained her composure, slammed her fist on the table. She too glared at them, her eyes reddening, yelling. Why are you talking about this without anyone knowing? And Yunyun, what did you just say? Do you even know what you just said? And, what exactly is your relationship? Furious, Megumin raised her staff, the magical energy in the mansion surged, and Zun Zun's spirits also flared. Darkness remained silent, aware that this seemed to be a family matter between the three of them. Sato Kazuma and Aqua were similarly reluctant, even going so far as to take out snacks, pretending to just enjoy the show. She had expected some passionate family drama, but instead, Megumin suppressed her anger. She grabbed Yunyun by the shoulders and shook him vigorously, saying, "Come to your senses, Yunyun. Sometimes you're so caught up in the moment that you can't see the situation clearly. Please explain to me what exactly happened, starting from the beginning, because if Zun Zun and I don't have a child, the world, the Demon King, the Crimson Demon Village will disappear." Yunyun, relentlessly shaken by Megumin, cried out, looking on the verge of tears. "The world? The Demon King? The Crimson Demon Village will disappear? I understand." Sato Kazuma clapped his hands, as if realizing something. "Surely if Yunyun and Zun Zun have a child, they'll have to find a way to defeat the Demon King and save the world, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be Zun Zun. If you don't mind, I can do it for you." "Cut it out, Kazuma, stop bothering me." Darkness reached out and grabbed the devilish Kazuma by the collar. The immense strength of her grip made him roll his eyes and almost confront Eris. After a flurry of activity, everyone finally calmed down. Darkness brought Yunyun a cup of black tea. The girl, who had calmed down, whispered her thanks. "So, what exactly happened?" "The Crimson Demon Village will disappear." "That's really alarming. Can you explain?" Megumin urged. Yunyun silently handed her an envelope. Seeing the letter, Megumin and the others suddenly realized that Yunyun had said in the morning that she would go to the guild to see if there were any letters. They separated halfway there, and then she couldn't find Yunyun. Upon returning, everything became like this. In other words, this letter is the key. Megumin carefully took it and took out 2 sheets of paper. The first sentence that caught her eye made her heart clench. "When you receive this letter, I will no longer be in this world." Chapter 270. You are ruthless, you are indifferent, you are unreasonable. Hey. The letter says that the Crimson Demon Village has been invaded by the Demon King's army. What's going on? Explain yourselves quickly, Sato Kazuma shouted from the mansion. After Megumin read the letter, everyone finally understood why Yunyun was so scared. It was a letter from Yunyun's father, the Crimson Demon Chief. The letter contained a lot of information. Apparently, an officer from the Demon King's army had appeared near the village, leading many of his subordinates in building a military base. Furthermore, the officers sent seemed to be immune to magic, and were currently unable to destroy the military base. The letter also said that the Crimson Demon Chief had prepared to die with the Demon King's officials, risking his dignity as a Crimson Demon. The letter also stated that the Crimson Demons would be wiped out by the Demon King's army, leaving Yunyun and Zun Zun, the last pair of Crimson Demons, to continue the lineage. Only their children could defeat the Demon King and avenge the Crimson Demons. Had he forgotten about Megumin? Sato Kazuma also sensed something was wrong, but this was supposed to be a father's suicide note to his daughter, so it probably wasn't a joke. Wait a minute. Why is there only Yunyun and Zun Zun, and why are they a couple? What about me? What happened to me? Megumin cried. But it seemed she wasn't angry about the letter's omission of her future, but about the fact that Yunyun and Zun Zun were a couple at all. She glared at Zun Zun with crimson eyes, a gaze filled with disappointment and rage. Am I scum? Zun Zun scratched his head. Darkness and Aqua also panicked, seemingly stunned by the heavy fate Zun Zun bore. Especially Aqua. She knew Kazuma was useless. He couldn't defeat the Demon King. But if I want Zun Zun's son to embark on the path to defeating him, doesn't that mean I have to wait years? No, I don't want that long. 3 years. I say 3 years, okay? Zun Zun, marry Yunyun now, have a baby tomorrow, and in 3 years, we'll fight the Demon King. Bastard, Sato Kazuma was speechless. He could accept being rejected by the idiot goddess, but forcing a child of only 3 years old to fight the Demon King, she's even more heartless than a ruthless businessman. Sato Kazuma didn't believe it at first, but when the divination said it came from Zun Zun's sister, the most skilled fortune teller of the Crimson Demon clan, he was forced to believe it. The experience of being unsealed felt like it was yesterday. Zun Zun, you? Seeing the resigned expressions, Zun Zun couldn't help but purse his lips and exhale as he began to explain. This is fake. Darkness and the others looked at him in confusion. Isn't this a letter from Yunyun's father? How could it possibly? It's just a special greeting from the Crimson Demons. Like the K language in a certain Yu-Gi-Oh game, it requires a special translator to understand. Both Megumin and Yunyun, top students who graduated early, were naturally unaware of the Crimson Demon's irritating formalities. While the Crimson Demons thought this style of writing was cool, outsiders saw it as pure scaremongering. Even Yunyun and Megumin were taken in. After explaining it to the others, they were speechless. By the time you receive this letter, I'll be dead. It's a seasonal greeting. Was Yunyun overcome by poverty? Being an adventurer must be tough for the young leader of the Crimson Demons. The fortune teller of the Crimson Demon village, Sister Tuola, wouldn't say it so openly. She wouldn't even mention me by name. Fortune tellers can't accurately predict your future or the future of your families. After hearing Zun Zun's explanation, the others suddenly understood. And look, Zun Zun placed the two letters in front of everyone casually and said, look, the handwriting on both letters is different, right? And on the second one, here, someone signs, The Legend of the Heroes of the Crimson Demon Clan, Chapter 1. Author, Yugu Wei. Megumin read softly. It also said that because postage was expensive, Yugu Wei had asked the clan leader to send her a letter, and that he would send the second chapter once it was finished. Idiot, Yugu Wei. Suddenly, Yunyun grabbed the letter, crumpled it, and threw it away, bursting into tears in Zun Zun's arms. It was unclear whether she was distraught over being tricked or over not being able to have children, but the two of them hugged intimately, leaving Megumin speechless. Darkness also breathed a sigh of relief. What? It's just a fictional story, huh? Wait, what about the first letter? Of course it's true, Zun Zun said indifferently. The Demon King's army was probably growing impatient. After all, the Crimson Demons had always been a thorn in their side, not to mention their alliance with the Axis cult. If they didn't do something, the Demon King's army would be the one suffering the bullying and ridicule. The Demon King's army is invading the Crimson Demon village. Sato Kazuma and Darkness fell silent, both sympathizing with what was happening in the Crimson Demon village. Aqua had already fallen asleep. The idiot goddess was truly inexperienced in these matters. Then what do we do? I don't recommend going back, Megumin. Darkness didn't expect it to be Megumin who would say that. It was her hometown that was being invaded. But Megumin turned her head and said, since Yunyun, the daughter of the clan leader, is here, even if something happens in the Crimson Demon village, the bloodline will not be severed. Yunyun and Zun Zun, they will propel the Crimson Demon clan forward. So think of it this way, and the villagers will live forever in our hearts, she snorted. What a strong scent of jealousy. Even Darkness and Sato Kazuma could sense Megumin's annoyance. Yunyun, still deep in thought, scolded her angrily, shouting, you heartless creature. Why are you always so cold and indifferent? You're heartless. You're cold and indifferent. You're unreasonable, you're heartless, you're cold and indifferent, you're unreasonable. I told you, Yunyun, you always forget about the current situation. The most important thing now is to preserve the bloodline, not to throw yourself into the fire without a thought, Megumin shouted in frustration. The two of them argued non-stop. This was going to continue. When they understood what was happening, they all turned around and asked in unison, Zun Zun, what are you thinking? Of course I'm going back. After all, I still have Sister Taolao in the village. How could I not come back? Zun Zun said matter-of-factly. Zun Zun, Tisk. The two of them reacted differently. Sato Kazuma and Darkness were facing each other. With Sato Kazuma's timid personality, how could he possibly want to get involved? Until, come to think of it, there are Demon King's army officers this time, right? Doesn't that mean another 300 million heiress can be easily earned? Her eyes lit up. Although Sato Kazuma had a lot of money, he was still interested, unlike Sun Sun, who disliked him. While the Demon King's army officers were formidable, with Sun Sun around, things were generally safe. An excursion would mean a lot of money, right? Ahem, I want to go too, Kazuma. What's wrong? That's not like you at all. You're supposed to be the type to avoid trouble. Darkness was taken aback by his statement. However, Sato Kazuma held his head high and said, I'm not doing this for money. I can't just sit back and watch the Demon King's army invade my comrade's hometown. Annihilating the Demon King's army is everyone's responsibility. The more self-righteous his words, the more despicable he became. Darkness and Megumin were speechless, and even Yunyun almost lost her composure. Then, we'll all head back. You too, right, Megumin? HMPH, don't get me wrong, I'm just worried about Xiaomi. Megumin looked away proudly. Yunyun wiped her eyes with emotion and said, thank you, Megumin. And so, everyone decided to head for Crimson Devil Village. That night, Zun Zun left the mansion to go to the guild. He remembered that the guild's quest board had many quests surrounding Crimson Devil Village, and the rewards were quite generous. All of them were rare materials not found on the market. Upon arriving at the guild, Zun Zun was greeted with enthusiasm. He had defeated the Headless Horseman, stopped a mobile fortress destroyer, not featured in the movie, and defeated the toxic slime. Thanks to his team's numerous achievements, he had unknowingly become a celebrity. No, even before this adventure, he was already famous for riding the demonic sword, the valiant sword Yukin Hibiki. Only now, he was even more popular. Hey, Zun Zun, long time no see. I heard you guys defeated another Demon King's general. Pretty skilled, you know, Dust. Zun Zun pinched his nose and took a step back in disdain as the drunkard approached him, but was quickly grabbed by the drunkard. Why are you so shy? Shy, you just reek of alcohol. Zun Zun broke free. The hooligan, Dust, had approached him hoping to take the opportunity to buy him a glass of champagne, claiming to have defeated a Demon King's general. Zun Zun didn't want to be bothered by the stranger, so he accepted. Everyone in the guild received a glass of champagne, a late treat, which was greeted with cheers from the crowd. Just as he was about to leave, Dust mysteriously handed him something. It was rectangular, paper, and pink. A free coupon for the succubus shop. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zun Zun hadn't forgotten how Dust had embarrassed him in front of his older sister by giving him an expired coupon. It's not expired this time, I swear on the lamp. Dust held up 3 fingers. He said that since Zun Zun had been generous enough to treat everyone to drinks, as his good friend, he couldn't be stingy, so he gave Zun Zun this precious invitation free of charge and without any limits. Unable to resist Dust's enthusiasm, he could only reluctantly accept it. He left the guild. As the saying goes, better early than early. Zun Zun had been away so long that he had forgotten about the succubus shop in Axel. Besides, tomorrow he would be returning to the Crimson Demon to face powerful officers of the Demon King's army. It was as if the heavens were telling him that today was the best opportunity to have some fun. He arrived at the succubus shop. It was the same as always. Although the lights were dim and dark, the food was vegetarian and not at all expensive. He looked around and didn't see the middle-aged man he had been chatting with. He sighed regretfully. Having been there once before, he quickly sat down. The eldest sister gave Zun Zun a mischievous smile at his impatience, and Zun Zun blushed slightly, feigning seriousness again. He had already made up his mind. The mansion was surrounded by a barrier erected by Aqua, which kept the succubi and the like at bay. But the outer castle, the ruins formerly occupied by the Headless Horseman, had been transformed by Zun Zun into a secret base, which he would head to that night. Even if his companions questioned him the next day, he could simply say that he had spent the entire night brewing potions for various situations in response to the Demon King's army. This way, he would not only avoid blame, but might even earn Bachi's sympathy. I'm a genius, Zun Zun exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of the long-awaited order. But who would he choose? After much thought, he decided on Yugu Wei. It was that guy who had written that deceitful letter, making her cry so much. As her fiancé, he felt compelled to defend his fiancée and teach Yugu Wei a lesson in his sleep. He scribbled a few words. After not seeing her for over 6 months, she's certainly grown even more, right? But no matter. Zun Zun has the ability to predict everything. He can tell how much she's grown just by calculating it. He quickly jotted down a series of exaggerated figures. Good. I'm done. That's right, you're done, huh? A familiar voice echoed in his ear, and he suddenly looked up to see Megumin and Yunyun. They had appeared in the succubus shop without him noticing, glaring at him with anger and resentment. Haha, I'm done. On the way back, Megumin walked in front, sulking, and he couldn't help but curse. I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. Zun Zun, you actually went to such a place? I'm so disappointed. It was like watching her husband go into the red light district, anger growing uncontrollably. That's what I'm saying, Zun Zun, it's way too early for you to go to a place like that. Yunyun was a newlywed being ignored, with a resentful look on her face. Zun Zun hadn't expected to get caught. After all, would any girl go to a place like that? What's the difference between that and going into a red light district? Yunyun didn't dare. It must have been Megumin who brought them there. Let's admit it, this little lolly was quite reckless. How did they find this place? She asked. Mr. Dust told us about it. According to Yunyun, They had come to the guild to discuss something with Zun Zun. It was just a glass of champagne, and Dust had betrayed him in the blink of an eye. That guy. You'll see, he'll be in for a rough patch when he gets back, Zun Zun cursed silently. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Reunion with a Girl Animal. Zun Zun was caught red-handed by his fiancée and childhood sweetheart at the succubus shop. That same night, the rest of the team found out, leading to a public meeting of criticism. Upon hearing this, Sato Kazuma firmly supported Zun Zun, vowing to fight for the rights of the boys on the team. Do you think he's kind? No. This bastard was just taking advantage of the situation to gain an advantage. But there was nothing wrong with it. Zun Zun was a boy after all and needed space. So the two of them joined forces to fight for his rights. However, with Megumin and the others fighting fiercely, they steadily lost ground, even resulting in a crushing 4-2 defeat in the public vote. Damn it. One day, I will enter a succubus shop with dignity and enjoy it, Zun Zun made a promise. The next morning, everyone gathered in the mansion's lobby to prepare for the teleportation. Since Zun Zun didn't have the coordinates for the Crimson Demon Village, he had to go to Alkenrisha, the capital of hot springs and water, based on proximity. Teleport. When they opened their eyes, they were back in the bustling town. Sato Kazuma sighed. I thought I'd never return to this place. I didn't expect to be back here right after I'd returned home. No more than 3 days had passed. Hey, Mr. Kazuma, denied. We must leave this village immediately. I don't want anything to do with that cult of yours. Aqua's request was rejected. Not knowing whether to say it wasn't surprising or just like that, everyone rejected Aqua's request to stay for a day. If they let the stupid goddess settle down, she wouldn't even dream of visiting the Crimson Demon Village. After much persuasion, she finally gave up. They simply regrouped in Alkenrisha before heading for the outskirts, setting off for the Crimson Demon Village. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if the almighty Zesta-sama found out about Aqua, he would surely track them down and arrest them. In fact, as they set out on their journey, Zesta appeared on the outskirts of the town, muttering something like, "How strange, I actually smell the goddess's presence, is it an illusion?" The group walked along the road. They didn't take the shared carriage to the Crimson Demon Village. The journey was so dangerous that not even the caravan would go. Furthermore, the Crimson Demons could travel freely between villages using teleportation magic, so there was no need for the caravan to risk it. As for Zun Zun, he didn't have the coordinates to the Crimson Demon Village, as he hadn't yet learned teleportation magic when he left the village. It takes about 2 days to walk from this village to the Crimson Demon Village, and there are many dangerous monsters along the way. Kazuma's enemy detection ability is very reliable in these situations, Aqua said. This was also the reason why she didn't drive a carriage. The road was full of powerful enemies, and there was a chance the carriage could be damaged or the horses could get scared and run away. Besides, there was no road to the Crimson Demon Village, so rather than taking a carriage, which would waste time, it was better to walk from the start. Camping surrounded by dangerous monsters would make anyone wary. Sato Kazuma patted his chest. Leave it to me. Didn't we hunt monsters on our last trip? Back then, I leveled up and used the extra skill points to learn the thief's escape skill, so I could escape at any time. Wait, Kazuma. What you're talking about doesn't apply to just you, does it? You mean, if you don't sense the enemy, you can run away on your own? The foolish goddess was always sharp at times like this. She got the hint and left Sato Kazuma speechless. Zun Zun waved his hand, indicating not to worry. I'll ask the fairies to help me keep watch at night. As long as they have enough mana, they don't need to sleep. I'll also scatter potions to prevent monsters like the undead from approaching. Oh, Zun Zun is the most reliable after all. 100 times better than that bastard who only cared about escaping, Aqua praised Zun Zun while belittling Sato Kazuma. The idiot goddess's special physique attracts monsters like the undead, so Zun Zun's potion proved incredibly effective and a great help. But does Zun Zun have enough mana? Yeah, I remember that the immortal spirit manifestation consumes a lot of mana, right? Isn't a whole night too much? Darkness and Yunyun wondered. Who do you think I am? Zun Zun asked proudly. With my mana, I can easily last for 24 hours. Besides, I'm high-leveled, so I still have some left. Oh, Zun Zun thinks he's so impressive. Megumin, for some reason, developed a competitive streak. She took out her adventurer card, waved it in front of everyone, and said triumphantly, I'm already level 33. And Kazuma, you're an easy adventurer to level up, aren't you? After all your effort, you've only gained 1 level. How funny, don't show off in front of me, or I'll snatch it away, Sato Kazuma shouted angrily. He had no choice. Not only could Megumin use burst magic to deal the finishing blow to boss-level enemies, but she could also wipe out large numbers of minions in a single blow. Meanwhile, Sato Kazuma only had a broken bow and a katana at his disposal. The contrast seemed to make Megumin even more proud. Yunyun took out her adventurer card and exclaimed in surprise, I'm already level 35, what? Megumin looked at her in astonishment. Huh? Sato Kazuma, seemingly free to mock her, joked, my goodness, 2 levels below Yunyun. And you still call yourself the strongest burst magician of the Crimson Demon clan? There's nothing we can do about it. Yunyun's magic isn't some ridiculous one-hit magic, it can be used repeatedly, naturally leveling up rapidly. Furthermore, back in Crimson Demon Village, Yunyun had volunteered to join the Anti-Demon King Army Guerrilla Unit, to catch up with Huayan and Zun Zun, and from the start, she had accumulated a considerable amount of levels. Megumin pouted uncomfortably. She wanted to argue that her magic was stronger, but the fact that she had been surpassed was undeniable, so she could only rely on Zun. Unexpectedly. What a pity. I'm level 40, x5. This time, not only Megumin, but also Sato Kazuma and the others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, wondering why Zun's level had increased so drastically. The reason was simple. Although she hadn't gained any experience in falling down, she had fought against powerful enemies like Urza and the white whale in Re-Zero, and had also consumed a lot of white whale meat, which had naturally provided her with a lot of experience. But level 40. I'm only level 22, the difference is quite huge, Darkness whispered. Sato Kazuma and Aqua were also looking at Zun as if he were a boss. One of them couldn't gain experience points quickly, while the other could only purify ghosts and undead to level up. Of course, whether the stupid goddess leveled up or not wouldn't change the value, so it didn't matter. I thought everyone was enjoying it, but I didn't expect Zun to be so aggressive. Megumin gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. Sato Kazuma, who had just been teased by the girl, suddenly became dramatic again and said to her, isn't it great, Megumin? When you defeat a strong enemy, you can proudly say, I'm the weakest of the Crimson Demons, and there are 2 stronger than me, or something like that. No way. That's like trying to create an aura of superiority, Megumin pouted. She claimed to be the strongest explosion mage of the Crimson Demons, so how could she possibly be setting the stage for someone else to appear? But if she knew them well, it would probably help set the stage for some chunibayao fun. Seriously, I suddenly missed them. Just as they were chatting and about to enter the forest, Darkness, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Huh? Is there someone up ahead? What? Everyone looked at her upon hearing her words. At the entrance of the forest, a green-haired girl, sitting on a protruding rock, had also spotted them and greeted them. The girl's right ankle was wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. She kept staring at it, frowning, a pained expression on her face. Then, she looked back at them with a pitying expression. So that's who she is. Zun Zun rubbed his chin. Yunyun surreptitiously tugged at his shirt, and Zun Zun's gaze hinted that he had realized that the pitiful girl before him was actually Anil Girl. Remember the last time he saw Anil Girl, she was a nun, and this time it's a girl? Is she hurt? Like, are you okay? Aqua walked toward the girl, helpless, only to be grabbed by the shoulders by Sato Kazuma. Stopped? Aqua looked at him in confusion, as did Darkness and Megumin. My enemy detection skill detected a very strong monstrous aura. That's the monster in disguise. Yes, it's Anil Girl, a monster. Huh? Aqua and the other 3 cried out in surprise. While Sato Kazuma was examining the monster encyclopedia, Zun Zun had already extended his right hand toward her. Raging magic, accompanied by a shrill gurgling sound, gathered in his fingers. Seeing Zun Zun wordlessly unleash his magic, Anil Girl looked at the others in horror. She had never seen someone so ruthless and silent. Are you going to kill me? Anil Girl crossed her arms like a helpless child, sitting on the rock, looking down at the women, tears welling in her eyes and trembling. Are you going to kill me? Even Sato Kazuma, a Sigma male who claimed to uphold gender equality, soften under the girl's tears. He turned to Zun Zun and said, "No matter, there are good monsters among them." Saber light, a violet beam shot out instantly, and before Anil girl could even scream, she disappeared before everyone's eyes. Huh? Kazuma, did you just say something? The screams of Aqua and the others followed closely behind. Chapter 272, Yikes, Unsent, Generation of Scent. How outrageous. Zun Zun, you're not human. You actually attacked such a cute girl. Even if she's a monster, she didn't hurt anyone, right? Damned heretic. Even Vanir looks cuter than you, Aqua cried. This guy's insults were truly horrifying. Megumin stared at him in disbelief, her fingers trembling as she moaned, "Is this why Zun Zun is so tall? I wouldn't even forgive such a harmless monster. It's my fault, it's my fault. If I hadn't gotten carried away and tried to compete. It's me. I'm the murderer." Darkness, on the other hand, had a face full of sadness. She didn't blame Zun Zun, but instead said that she was only doing her duty as an adventurer and apologized for forcing him to do it. These two are quite troublesome. Zun Zun, are you one of those extremists who believe that those not of our race must be different and that we should eliminate all others? Who do you think I am? Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance. Did he think before he spoke? If so, Wiz and Vanir would have been expelled long ago. It's too much? Zun Zun, didn't you let the Anil maiden go the last time you saw her? Yunyun wiped away a tear, looking at him with deep disappointment. But now, you don't even give her a chance to speak. What a disappointment, forgotten. Zun Zun had defeated the nun-like Anil maiden last time, but he did it in secret, not in person like now. What are you talking about? I did nothing wrong. As the saying goes, you are an oxer, always have been, always will be. There is no chance of change. What? As much as I'd like to say it, I didn't act for such extreme reasons. Look. Faced with the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Zun Zun approached the rock where the Anil maiden had been sitting. Beneath the charred rock, a slightly thick tree root emerged. Zun Zun grabbed it and pulled it out of the ground. Long roots glistened in the sunlight, and at their ends lay the bodies of two men, reduced to skeletal remains. Look at this, how is it possible? The expressions of darkness and the others changed. Sato Kazuma also astutely explained the information about the Anil maiden to them. After learning that she took advantage of the compassion of passers-by to kill them for nutrients, they no longer objected to Zun Zun's actions. With the facts before them, they had to admit it. Having compassion is good, but being taken advantage of is bad, especially since they had just been exploited. And most importantly. Speaking of which, Anil maiden's roots are the main ingredient for brewing skill point potions. With this long root, you can make at least 6 bottles of skill point potions. Since we found it together, after I brew the skill point potions and sell them, we'll split the profits, Zun Zun said. Then, Aqua and Sato Kazuma quietly approached Zun Zun, crouched down, and skillfully pulled at Anil maiden's roots. Hey, Kazuma, Aqua, Darkness was a little fed up with these two bastards. They were immediately relieved that Zun Zun had torn Anil girl apart. After all, besides posing a threat, Anil girl just wanted to kill a few people to absorb nutrients. So, if that was the case, killing Anil girl was fine too, right? Whoever kills shall die. Carrying Anil girl's root slowed the progress a little. Night was falling. To sleep more comfortably, everyone removed the large rocks from the path and laid down a mat. Meanwhile, Sato Kazuma expectantly asked you if magical artifacts like the Dragon Ball portable capsule existed. This guy must be thinking he was Doraemon. Even if there weren't, it was a topic for research. They could try to create one someday. They sprayed the potion to repel undead monsters and gathered everyone's luggage. As agreed, Zun Zun began his night watch. Although he wasn't alone with the fairy spirit nearby, Yunyun insisted, using this lame excuse to insist on keeping watch with him in case an enemy appeared and became difficult to control. Since it was cloudy today, not even the stars could be seen. Although Zun Zun didn't believe there were any monsters stronger than him, to be on the safe side, he only called over Ziohei, whose brightness wasn't as intense. As a quasi-fairy spirit, he had the ability to perceive things at night, making him an excellent night watchman. Zun Zun and Yunyun leaned against each other, supporting each other. Perhaps they were a little bored. Yunyun spoke first. It's time to return to the village. Perhaps she was afraid of disturbing her companions, so her voice was soft, but loud enough for Zun Zun to hear. Yes, Zun Zun nodded. Sane, I already miss Sister Tao Lao and Yugu Wei. Why is Yugu Wei's name here? As expected, Zun Zun, huh? Wait, it's not just Yugu Wei, there's also Ruan Hu Hu, Duong Dong Mu, Megan Si, Ichi, Wan Wan. Perhaps because of yesterday's visit to the succubus shop, Yunyun had a strange misunderstanding. Zun Zun hurried to explain, but the names he recited made Yunyun curl her lips in frustration. They're all girls' names, what are you talking about, Yunyun? They're all female classmates, but you can't name any boys, how is it possible? For example, wrong. He really couldn't say anything. Zun Zun didn't bother recognizing characters whose only names were strange, but he still made one last effort. I know men, like our good neighbor Green Coconut Zay, Megumin's father, Uncle Piao Saburo, Yunyun's father, the clan leader, my father, so many others. I know so many men, however, Yunyun glared at him resentfully. Damn, the red eyes of the Crimson Demons are so annoying. I'm sorry, feeling guilty, Zun Zun couldn't help but lower his head. It's nothing, Yunyun leaned his head against her back, as if listening to her heartbeat. I know Zun Zun isn't that kind of person, phew, a mess of words slipped out. But it's too much to be able to say, why do you say that? Look, she wrote that kind of deceitful letter on purpose, and she even said, about me, and you, that. Yunyun's voice became softer, almost timid. When she calmed down, she seemed overwhelmed with shyness. Zun Zun could feel her heart racing and her body temperature gradually rising. He said nothing. He hugged her tenderly. I love you, yes, Yunyun moaned and buried her head in Zun Zun's chest, letting him do whatever he wanted without resistance. Zun Zun's mind became active. He didn't know if it was because she went to the succubus shop that made his shy fiancé have ideas, and she wasn't as resistant to the intimate contact she was previously embarrassed about. That was what she said. Yunyun is his fiancé, so she should take responsibility. Zun Zun doesn't have any old-fashioned ideas about maintaining chastity before marriage. You know, the more you do that, the more opportunities Huang Meo will have to take advantage of you. Besides, he's not a hooligan, and you've already gotten engaged. He successfully convinced himself with such a confusing and unconvincing reason. Zun Zun couldn't contain his excitement. But this is nature, after all, it doesn't have any strange habits, and your bedmates are by your side. If you do anything, they might find out. Wrong, why is he getting so excited? If he can't eat it, it should be fine to touch it, right? However, just as Zun Zun was about to make his move, a disembodied and sorrowful voice suddenly reached their ears. You two are such good friends. Zun Zun and Yunyun froze, turning their heads to meet a pair of bright, crimson eyes. Mei Wei, didn't you sleep? I couldn't sleep, don't get me wrong, I just thought they were lonely and I was worried about you. I'm not upset that I saw them kissing. She turned her head mischievously. How jealous. Zun Zun smiled, about to tease Wei Wei, but she got there first. Hey, Zun Zun, what did she just ask you to do, huh? That's in the letter that arrived, right? Tell me, what did she ask you and you to do? Weren't you having a great time just now? Tell me. No, nothing. The pressure was so overwhelming that Zun Zun didn't know how to respond. Was it the so-called wife pressure? Even Yu hid behind it, not daring to express herself. Hearing that it was Wei Wei who scared Yu, Aqua pouted before going back to sleep. Darkness breathed a sigh of relief. Zun Zun apologized. Sorry to bother you, it's okay. It's the right thing to do. Let's keep watch for the rest of the night. Hey, where's Kazuma? Darkness looked around. At some point, Sato Kazuma disappeared. Hey, could it be? Yeah, Darkness nodded, helpless and disappointed. Kazuma must have heard about the monster, used a stealth skill to hide, and then used the escape skill to escape. That guy is a complete bastard. Chapter 273 Emperor Bifang shook his head when he saw it. A partner is someone you can rely on, someone you can support in any danger or situation. However, someone used hide-and-seek skills to escape last night after hearing Yunyun's scream. Scoundrel, scum, trash, Aqua, Megumin, and Suzu really insulted Sato Kazuma. The scumbag who ran away and abandoned them last night raised his hands in apology. As the three of them's insults intensified, Sato Kazuma finally lost his patience. I know I was wrong, but are you two finished, eh? Don't get so angry. Isn't it normal for Kazuma to do this? Why not? Let me be with him in the wild next time, and then be abandoned. Great, the perverted female knight is already delirious. Even Sato Kazuma, who tried to say something nice, felt disgusted and powerless towards her. He sighed. I know, I admit my mistake. It was my fault last night. Think about it, not even Zun Zun noticed the enemy attack. How could I have resisted? I fled instinctively. That's an objection, isn't it? Yes, but Kazuma reacted so quickly, I don't know whether to praise him or scold him. Just scold, scold. Megumin pouted. Sato Kazuma was the most annoying to her. If Megumin hadn't scared Yunyun last night, how could he have instinctively run away with her? But he couldn't lose his temper now. If this continued, his evaluation of the win would plummet. And what do you want to do, then? I'll punish you by sending you to scout the way, Aqua pointed ahead. Sato Kazuma looked at the endless plain and pursed his lips, asking, hey, are you serious? Walking in such a desolate area, he couldn't use his stealth skill. Even with his escape skill, he didn't think he could outrun the monsters. Even if he tried using his detect enemies skill to search, with such good visibility, by the time it activated, the enemies would probably have already seen him. There was no other choice. At times like this, he should use his clairvoyant skill. Instead of relying on detect enemies, he could find them with the naked eye before the monsters, before them. After careful consideration, he realized that only his reconnaissance skill was of any use to him as a scout, so he didn't refuse the task. Okay, I'll go scout the way. Sato Kazuma instructed Aqua to cast a support spell to increase speed at any time, to prevent the enemy from catching up. Aqua, though reluctant to help, reluctantly agreed after persuasion from his companions. Then, Sato Kazuma stripped off everything except a dagger for defense. This guy, he had planned to escape from the start. Everyone followed Sato Kazuma from a distance, having dodged enemies spotted from afar several times. With Zun Zun and Yunyun's strength, such caution shouldn't be necessary, but with a perverted knight who loved diving into swarms of monsters and the idiot goddess whose luck had plummeted, they had to be cautious. Just then, Sato Kazuma spotted a solitary figure in the center of the garden. Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. No, this is bad. It's an orc, Yunyun said nervously. Stubborn, bipedal, and ragged, they were undoubtedly the Crimson Demon's close neighbors, the orcs. They were highly fertile, in sexual ecstasy year-round, and capable of mating with almost any humanoid creature. If they were caught, the fate would be dire. Bad. We have to warn Kazuma quickly. Kazuma, Aqua said, beckoning to her companions in the distance while gesturing for them to run quickly. Perhaps because the distance was too great, Sato Kazuma didn't immediately flee. Instead, he grabbed a handful of sands and pretended to attack. Wait, what's that idiot doing? Doesn't he know how terrifying orcs are? No, he really doesn't, Aqua cried. Sato Kazuma was from another world, new to this one, lacking even the most basic common sense, let alone the terrifying nature of the orcs. Aqua, Megumin, and Yunyun panicked and frantically signaled for him to run. However, he seemed to have misunderstood. Perhaps he had developed the arrogant notion that defeating this orc meant he wouldn't have to escape, but this only strengthened Sato Kazuma's resolve. So he faced the orc. Then, he attacked, draining all of his strength. Zun Zun and the others hurriedly caught up to him. Seeing this, Sato Kazuma asked curiously, what's wrong? If they're so close, there's no point in me leading the charge. They should stay back. What are you talking about, Kazuma? Mr. Kazuma defeated the orcs. This plain is their territory, which means they'll chase Mr. Kazuma until we cross it, Yunyun said worriedly. Hearing this, Sato Kazuma became even more confused. Wouldn't it be better if you went after me? Why do you think I took off my equipment? Wasn't it to serve as bait? And I don't want to see you caught by the orcs and suffer misfortune. He then looked at darkness. Orcs and female knights. This is a common plot in almost every isekai novel, always presenting readers with disgusting scenes. Not to mention, there's a perverted female knight on the team who's just dying to be toyed with. So Sato Kazuma must stop this without hesitation. He had good intentions, but... Kazuma, you probably don't know, right? Know what? Seeing Sun's amused expression, Sato Kazuma felt a sense of unease growing inside him. Then, he heard Sun say word for word, there are no male orcs in this world, For some reason, it was Darkness who yelled. Reluctant to bother this pervert, Sato Kazuma urged Sun to hurry up with the next piece of information, and then he heard, male orcs became extinct a long time ago. The few males born now are exploited by females and drained to death before reaching adulthood. Therefore, Modern orcs are hybrids, monsters with the best genes of various races. They can no longer be considered common orcs. Sun looked at Sato Kazuma, whose legs were trembling, lips pale, and panting heavily, a malicious grin on his face. You're sweating like crazy, bro. Wait, I don't agree, Darkness shouted in frustration. Orcs are the natural enemies of female knights, right? Male orcs with incredibly strong sexual desires, those who covet females on sight, they no longer exist. Zun Zun spread his hands. His expression froze, perhaps a reality beyond Darkness's imagination. Male orc, as a male, I'm sorry, the most important thing is that Kazuma just defeated the Orcus. They desperately desire a strong male with superior genes. Kazuma defeated their comrades, so how could they let you go? Look, it's that easy. Zun Zun pointed behind him. The orca that Sato Kazuma had just defeated had fully recovered, and behind it stood a row of orcas. Some had dog ears, some had cat ears, some had rabbit ears, all with animal ears. But if Ferris were to stand next to these orcas and Zun Zun had to choose, he would undoubtedly say that Ferris was not bad, but with such a pitiful appearance, even Emperor Bifang would have to retreat. Sato Kazuma was stunned for only a second. Then, using his newly learned escape technique, he turned around and fled. The orcs behind Zun Zun and the others quickly caught up, not even looking at Darkness or the others. No, that's not true. The orc whose energy Sato Kazuma had just exhausted was a step slower, perhaps it hadn't fully recovered yet. As it passed Zun Zun, it stopped abruptly. It bowed in front of Zun Zun and sniffed deeply. Sniffs. Is it an illusion? Her cloudy brown eyes stared intently at Zun Zun's handsome features. Perhaps this appearance irritated her, but the pig snout snorted loudly and turned to chase after Sato Kazuma again. Zun Zun slowly dispersed the lightning from his fingertips. He was almost unable to contain himself. Although he didn't take a mere orca seriously, he was still a member of Sato Kazuma's harem. How could he bear to attack her? How do I put it? My condolences, Suqing. Aqua and Darkness placed a hand on his shoulder, their faces heavy with pain. What are you doing, Look, didn't that orca just let you go? She definitely didn't mistake you for a man, so, my condolences, shit. Seeing the two idiots' increasingly serious expressions, Suqing almost gasped. His perspective was so flawed that he hadn't even considered it. Stop talking. Kazuma, Mr. Kazuma has been caught by an orca, in the distance. Wait. Let's talk first. Don't do this, if it's about impudence, I'd love it. I can satisfy any fetish you have. Come on, just tell me. Before he knew it, the orca had tackled Sato Kazuma to the ground, panting heavily as it ripped off his clothes. No. Stop. My innocence. The man's shrill screams echoed across the empty plain. Chapter 274 Return Home. Sato Kazuma, overwhelmed by the orca, was still struggling, but as a small adventurer with weak arms and legs, how could he possibly break free from the constantly streamlining orca? Stop. Name. By the way, I don't even know your name or age. This might be my first experience. I should start by introducing myself. My name is Sato Kazuma. May I ask who you are? The lively 16-year-old orca Swatiness. It's enough that we know each other's names for today. Let's cease. Aqua. Zun Zun. Help me, he screamed like a little girl. Saber light. At that moment, a violent thunderclap exploded, and all the orcs were struck by the chain lightning. Sato Kazuma was also affected, and even his internal bones were visible. The smell of burnt air spread across the plain. Sato Kazuma exhaled a mouthful of black smoke, and his body turned completely black, and he passed out completely. Darkness felt a little reluctant. Zun Zun, isn't this a bit much? You want to see him defiled by orcas? Darkness, you seem to have an unusual interest. I have no idea. Besides, compared to Kazuma being defiled by orcs, it would be better if I did it myself. How nice, the perverted female knight squirmed. Considering Sato Kazuma, Zun Zun had shown mercy, and hadn't actually turned these orcas into roasted piglets. As for Sato Kazuma, he wouldn't complain, but would thank Zun Zun. Thank you, Zun Zun. Thank you so much. Look, he's even thanking us. Hey, you guys are so dirty. It was as if he was getting revenge on Zun Zun for electrocuting him until he was completely black. The dirty marks and snot on his face constantly stuck to Zun Zun's cloak. In disgust, Sato Kazuma struggled to free himself from the embrace of her thighs and wipe all the snot off, causing Zun Zun to almost reveal Eris to him. They were now temporarily resting in the nearby forest, and Aqua was treating Sato Kazuma. But physical wounds were easy to heal, but emotional ones were very difficult. Sato Kazuma was like a defiled child, crying and saying, "Zun Zun, you're so kind. Thank you for saving me, woo woo woo. Well, look, we're comrades, right? It's my duty to save them." Zun Zun looked embarrassed. He really couldn't say it. Aqua and darkness had provoked him, and then he lost his temper and attacked. I finally figured something out. Wrapped in a blanket, it seemed that only in this way could Sato Kazuma feel a little warmth. He sighed. "They're all beautiful. Kazuma, why are you doing this? It's disgusting." "Calm down, this guy must have ulterior motives." Aqua and darkness said rude words, but Sato Kazuma didn't get angry. Instead, he accepted them. "You're all really beautiful, Aqua. Treat Kazuma better." The two of them were completely terrified. After arguing for a while and resting soundly, they walked along the road leading to the Crimson Demon village. They seemed eager to return home, and it seemed that the topic revolved around the Crimson Demon village. In short, Zun Zun and the others talked a lot about the Crimson Demon clan. For example, almost all of the Crimson Demon clan members suffer from second-year syndrome. The Crimson Demon village is full of forbidden areas, and about Megumin's explosive magic. The people of the Crimson Demon village were unaware that Megumin only knew how to use explosive magic. To be precise, no one knew except her teacher. It didn't matter, as long as she learned other magics. However, Megumin only loved explosive magic and stubbornly refused to learn it, so Yunyun kept reminding her classmates that they wouldn't let anything slip through their fingers. "This doesn't matter, right, Zun Zun? There's nothing wrong with only knowing explosion magic. Besides, with Yunyun here, you don't have to worry about her safety." Zun Zun waved his hand. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations. Although explosion magic is jokingly called fun magic, any strong enemy will be reduced to ashes under its enormous power. Instead, it will become the team's killer. You know, even now, in terms of power alone, Zun Zun's magic isn't as good as Megumin's explosion magic. "Wait a minute, Zun Zun, you said that like it was a burden." "I clearly said the killer, no. What I heard was a burden." "Of course, since you have an opinion, let's compete. Let me, the real explosion magician, defeat you, the fake one, and make you understand the gap between us. Don't call me a fake." Zun Zun clenched his fists furiously and pressed his middle fingers against Megumin's temples, making her scream in pain. This guy still held a grudge against Zun Zun's imitated explosive magic, always looking down on it, saying that it wasn't real explosive magic. What does it matter? Not having to waste 50 skill points, and the power isn't reduced much, it can be said to be a huge advantage. I don't understand what Megumin insists on. Just as the two of them were arguing about explosive magic, the noise was probably too loud and disturbed the enemy. "Found it, here. Someone's hiding in a place like this, don't get in the way. I'm going to explode." Explosion. The two, already furious, ignored each other's bickering. Without a word, they used their most powerful magic, as if to prove who was the true #1 explosive magician. And this red-horned, armored demon evaporated instantly before he could call out to his companions. It wasn't just him. Darkness, Aqua, and the others were also affected by the violent magic, and the entire area was razed to the ground. The tragic situation was undoubtedly due to him injuring the enemy 800 times and injuring himself 1,000 times, and the entire area was destroyed beyond recognition. Ahem. Bah, Sato Kazuma struggled out of the ground. Beside him was Darkness, who was protecting him, Aqua, and Yunyun, and Zun Zun also stood up trembling. The distance of the explosion was too short, and no one was spared. And it was a two-hit combo. Megumin, who was lying on the ground, unable to move, cried out triumphantly, "What do you think? Is my explosive magic stronger than you, Zun Zun? Come on, Kazuma, Aqua, Darkness, and Yunyun. Who's more powerful among you, idiots?" Yunyun shouted furiously. Zun Zun also woke up with surprise. He didn't know if it was because he was too close to the Crimson Demon village, but he was a little excited. Just as everyone was staggering and wanted to leave, a group of monsters came running from the distance. Judging from their attire, they were similar to the monsters just now. Considering that the Crimson Demon village was surrounded by the Demon King's army, their identities were obvious. Sure enough. Hey. They found the Crimson Demon Clan kid. I didn't expect him to be injured. Great, the lead goblin walked over with a strange smile. Panicking, Sato Kazuma quickly shouted, "Hey, Zun Zun. Hey, Zun Zun, what do we do now?" Darkness. And Yunyun, affected by the explosion, had no strength left to fight. Aqua was useless, and Megumin's magic power had been exhausted. Now only Zun Zun remained. Sorry, in fact, my magic power has also been exhausted. Really? Sato Kazuma punched the ground. In fact, there's no need to be afraid. Even if Zun Zun didn't have magic power, when the fairy spirit couldn't appear, he would still have the cherry bomb and could definitely detonate another huge firework. But I didn't expect it earlier. Suddenly, a group of 4 people in black robes appeared from the void. No, not all of them were wearing black robes. 2 of them were wearing black jumpsuits similar to night leather jackets, and fingerless gloves. Some held staffs, some held wooden swords, and others maces. In short, their clothes and weapons were not uniform, and were quite unique. Trap sister, Zun Zun, the person who appeared in front of him, a sweet-looking older sister, smiled radiantly upon seeing Zun Zun and hugged him. Ah, this is it. Neither the inexperienced Megumin nor the young Yunyun could compare to that gentle, comforting caress. You're back. Are you hurt? Upon seeing Zun Zun's dusty face, senior sister Talao's gentle expression immediately turned terrifying, and the wooden sword in her hand creaked. Ah, it's the Demon King's army, right, huh? Zun Zun was stunned for a moment, and when he was about to explain, he was blocked by senior sister Talao. I know, you don't have to say anything. It's the Demon King's army without a doubt, right? Her scarlet eyes stared at the Demon King's army minions in front of her. Huh? Those creatures let out unmistakable cries of embarrassment. The other three crimson demons, led by Green Coconut Zay, were also furious about Zun Zun's injury. How dare you harm the Crimson Demon Clan's treasure, someone we Crimson Demons cherish, a genius who only appears once every 1,000 years, heavenly punishment. Sister Trapping and the others' eyes turned crimson, emanating a terrifyingly powerful aura. Materialized red magic enveloped the sky. The Demon King's army scrambled to escape, but were caught by the quartet, whose magic resistance had increased. They quickly began reciting the same incantation. The Demon King's henchman, seeing this, stepped forward. Wait, enough. We need to talk, but before the henchman could say a word, Sister Trapping and the others' magic had already ended. Saber light, saber, burr, the 4 of them shouted at once, and at the same time, their knives began to glow. They pointed the shining knives at the minions of the Demon King's army and swung them one after another. In the blink of an eye, the minions were torn to pieces. Sato Kazuma was dumbfounded. Hey, sorry if I scared Mr. Kazuma. I forgot to mention that Zun Zun is quite popular in the Crimson Demon Clan, so, Yunyun smiled awkwardly. Sato Kazuma couldn't help but feel scared and doubtful. Does such a violent race really need help? Chapter 275 The Red Demons Are a Mistake. Zun Zun and the others were transported to the Crimson Demon Village. Since Sister Taliao still had to patrol the village, they had to suppress their joy at the reunion and wait until night time. La, I'm the little expert of the Crimson Demon Clan. La. Zun Zun is in a good mood. Upon arriving at the village, Zun Zun was jumping for joy, humming a strange but catchy nursery rhyme. Sure, Zun Zun said to Sato Kazuma with a smile. It's been a long time since Sister Talio and I last saw each other. It's been like a year. It's been that long, really? Huh? That long? No. We've only been out of the village for less than half a year. Yunyun and Megumin were puzzled. They had returned to the village before the mobile fortress destroyers attack. Although Zun Zun hadn't returned, it had only been half a year, his time, that is. For Zun Zun, who had experienced many ups and downs in other worlds, a year had indeed passed. But then, Zun Zun's sister is so beautiful, Sato Kazuma couldn't help but sigh. The title of the most beautiful woman in the Crimson Demon Clan was no joke. Zun Zun was already quite pretty, so how much more beautiful was the most beautiful woman in the Crimson Demon Clan? With this in mind, Sato Kazuma couldn't help but sigh at the sight of Talo's sister. But honestly, he felt that Zun Zun and Talo were equally beautiful. Especially when they hugged, it seemed as if their lifespans had increased. Was that why people used to say in past lives that looking at beautiful things can prolong one's life? Hey, Kazuma, yes, aren't you going to see Talo's sister? Zun Zun tightly squeezed Sato Kazuma's shoulders, emitting a terrifying aura. Her crimson eyes glared at him fiercely. Hurts, hurts, hurts. I was just admiring Zun Zun's sister's beauty, nothing more. Sato Kazuma couldn't help but cry out. Ah, nice, Zun Zun let go. Just as Sato Kazuma couldn't help but complain, Zun Zun declared that if he dared to use his strange theft skill, pickpocketing, against his sister, he would steal her most important possession, JJ. This caused the shrew to cover her lower body and cry out, damn sister complex. The Crimson Demon Village was a small village. The Crimson Demons, who appeared in groups of 3 or 4, showed no signs of nervousness on their faces. Perhaps influenced by the warm spring weather, some even yawned lazily. To put it bluntly, it didn't seem like they were fighting a battle against the Demon King's army. Oh, it's Zun Zun, you're back, Zun Zun, long time no see, Zun Zun. However, many Crimson Demons greeted him enthusiastically upon seeing him. Unlike Megumin and Yunyun, they were like celebrities. How can Zun Zun be so popular? After all, he's the Crimson Demon Clan's 1,000-year-old genius. I'm not happy about it, but he's really popular, Megumin. The Crimson Demon Clan doesn't have a 1,000-year history. Stop meddling in the Crimson Demon Clan's affairs. I'm a Crimson Demon too. Megumin and Yunyun fiddled around again. Sato Kazuma thought about it. Zun Zun was top-notch in both strength and appearance, not to mention his skill in crafting powerful magic tools. These were the Crimson Demon Clan's specialties, and with such exceptional skill, it was only natural that he would be popular. Who would have thought? Zun Zun gloated. That's because I've won the Chunibayao contest 6 times in a row. What's that? Sato Kazuma couldn't help but grumble. He definitely didn't understand. But there was nothing he could do. The Crimson Demon Clan was a race willing to die for their Chunibayao awesomeness, so the more Chunibayao they were, the more popular they were. Admittedly, this was also Zun Zun's dark past. He had done a lot of stupid things to get the startup capital for farming. But since he was a member of the Crimson Demon Clan, it suddenly made sense. Everyone, look at this. Darkness reached out and patted the stone statue in front of the village entrance. It was the stone statue of a griffin, so lifelike that it looked like it might take flight at any moment. This stone statue of a griffin is really lifelike. Is it the work of a famous sculptor? No, it was originally a griffin. What? It seems that it got lost and entered the village, and was transformed into this through petrification magic. Since they thought it was cool, they left it here as a tourist attraction. Now it's mainly used as a meeting place. Really? Zun Zun's explanation left Sato Kazuma and the other outsiders stunned. How could there be such a chaotic race? When Aqua excitedly tried to free the petrified griffin, but Sato Kazuma stopped her, Zun Zun remarked, as if recalling something, I remember when the headmaster and the teachers accidentally stole the magic from the stone statue of a mid-level demon they had captured, causing chaos in the village. Yeah, if Zun Zun hadn't been there, we might have been in danger. After all, we hadn't learned magic back then, Yunyun said with lingering fear. Sato Kazuma, who was pinching the idiot goddess's cheek, noticed something. Zun Zun had already defeated mid-level demons even before learning magic. He still couldn't defeat low-level demons. This race was a real mess. They arrived at the large house in the center of the village. Across the coffee table, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, frowning. He was wearing a Basazoku outfit. He was Yunyun's father and the leader of the Crimson Demon Clan. And now, they had discovered a shocking truth. The letter was exactly as Zun Zun had said, full of Chunibayao exaggerations. They had truly been tricked. That couldn't be said. Like a certain UGOK language, after Zun Zun translated the Crimson Demon Clan's letter for them, they understood its true meaning. Furthermore, the true purpose of this visit was to defeat the Demon King's generals. The Demon King's generals? Yes, there are indeed some formidable Demon King's generals. They've even built a military base nearby. As expected, Darkness clenched her fists. They had endured hardships, fought against the Demon King's generals many times, and knew their strength. Even with Zun Zun and the other Crimson Demons around, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But the leader of the Crimson Demons didn't seem scared at all. By the way, they should be arriving soon, right? If you have time, would you like to visit? X3 The 3 outsiders exchanged glances. Just then, Demon King alert, Demon King alert. Those of you who are free, Please gather in front of the griffin statue at the entrance of the village. The enemy is estimated to number around 1,000. Repeat. Demon King Army Alert. Demon King Army Alert, 1,000. X2 Satao Kazuma and Darkness cried out in surprise. Zun Zun blinked. Only 1,000? Honestly, I thought the Demon King's army would send more troops. Only 1,000, who do they look down on? 1,000 Demon Kings. It seems it's finally time for me to wield the true power of a goddess, Aqua suddenly declared. Her expression was serious and sincere, like that of a low-key protagonist no longer hiding her true abilities, but there was an inexplicable stupidity that completely undermined her coolness. Satao Kazuma's face grimaced. Darkness crouched down in terror. Zun Zun patted them on the shoulder and said to the two bewildered people, "Relax. This is the Crimson Demon Village, a tribe of magic experts. How about you all go take a look?" Yunyun's father used teleportation magic to guide them to the battlefield. How should I put it? It was a completely one-sided battle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a devastating defeat. The Demon King's army was completely unable to resist, and most of his minions were torn apart by the wind, flames, and thunder, with their remains scattered everywhere. Among them, Sister Tao Lao's performance was the most eye-catching. Holding a wooden sword carved with a dragon, she extended her left hand forward, simultaneously brandishing the sword in her right hand. Storm. The fierce tornado mowed down the Demon King's army's minions. Oh, Zun Zun clapped his hands. Sister Tao Lao is even more powerful than before, Zun Zun. Seeing them, Sister Tao Lao suddenly spoke loudly, Zun Zun, you've been away from home for half a year, right? With your talent, you must have grown even stronger than before. Come, as my younger brother, a highly respected genius of the Red Demon Clan, let me see your growth in these 6 months. Let them, the minions of the Demon King's army, declare the beginning of your hegemony. Yes. Sister Tao Lao. Zun Zun instantly immersed himself in his role. Sato Kazuma, a little worried, whispered, "Are you alright, Zun Zun? You just cast the explosion spell a while ago, don't you have enough mana?" Megumin is still lying there, "It's okay. I don't plan on using my own magic this time." It's the spirit. He was stunned for a second, but he quickly understood what was happening. Then she saw Zun Zun approaching, balls of light of various colors appearing around him as he walked. "Oh? It's the spirit." Yunyun took the opportunity to explain to Sister Tao Lao, "That's the success Zun Zun has achieved in the past 6 months. It seems my brother has also had an affair." Sister Tao Lao looked at Zun Zun with great anticipation. The sorcerer who summoned the spirits was communicating with them. "Oh, Xia Hong wants to participate? No problem. The contract originally required Xia Hong to use magic first." So, the spirits of various colors appeared before Zun Zun in the form of a hexagram magic circle. After a few seconds, they fused and transformed, eventually forming a bow. This was one of Zun Zun's rudimentary uses for spirits. Immortal Essence Bow, 6 attribute magic. In simple terms, this involves harnessing the magic of the other 5 elements to empower one, a primary elemental attack. While the Sword of Light is powerful, there are always enemies resistant to lightning, which is why he devised this attack. As for power, Zun Zun grasped the 6-colored longbow and drew his arrow. It wasn't the traditional Tachimato Kyudo stance, nor the horse stance, but a more graceful and agile one. He shifted his stance slightly, lifting one leg and pulling it back, simultaneously bending his waist back, as if to increase his power. As Satao Kazuma watched Zun Zun surrounded by the 6 colors, this mystical scene, a single word naturally came to mind: Sagittarius, Phew. As the arrow, imbued with the concentrated fire element, shot out, a powerful dust devil swept across the plain. Wow! When all returned to calm, what came into view was scorched earth. The minions of the Demon King's army, both living and dead, had been vaporized. A vast ravine of unknown depth appeared on the plain. Zun Zun stretched lazily. Quite powerful. Very well, let's return. Sato Kazuma pursed his lips. Is it really necessary to save a race so full of mistakes? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.